Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to the Day 2 edition of the Pewter Report Draft Show, rounds 2 and 3, in which the Bucs have 3 picks today, right now. And we don't know what else could change, but we're excited for it. And it's all presented to you by our friends over at Beef O Brady's Good Food and Good Sports. I am John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. Scott Reynolds is with me from PewterReport.com as well. And we are ready for today. We are ready for a day in which the Bucs will begin the draft today, Scott. It's kind of like having the first overall pick for one day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it turns out that like yesterday was Christmas Eve and today is actually Christmas. So good to see all of you Pewter people. Thanks for tuning in to the Pewter Report Draft Show. This is going to be a fun day, right?
Yeah.
We were having fun last night around 11 o'clock when Jason Light made that trade that ended up getting the Buccaneers some extra picks. Rounds 4, and then now they have a 6th round pick as well for the time being.
Right.
We know that Trader Jason likes to do some maneuvering, and in my SR's Bucs Insider, the Day 2 edition that came out today on PewterReport.com, I talked about a scenario. Actually, I referenced this scenario, the dream trade scenario, on Wednesday's first Insider edition, and that trade scenario is still alive. They traded back. I said they could trade back to Detroit at 32. That actually traded back to Jacksonville at 33. And now they have the chance to get one of the players that they like. We'll talk about those guys. We think it might be Logan Hall. But the beauty is now they're in position to get another player they like, and that is Trey McBride possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
And they might be able to trade up to get him using some of this house money, using some of this draft trade ammunition. And we've seen Jason Light do this several times, John. When he wants a player, he goes and gets it, whether it's Tristan Wirfs in the first round back in 2020. He traded up in the second round after he selected Donovan Smith to get Ali Marpet in 2015. He also traded up to get Kendall Beckwith, the linebacker, in the third round. And we saw last year, John, he traded up in the 4th round to get Jalen Darden.
Yeah, and honestly, Scott, this is a situation where I think they could do more trading today. But if he traded back from 33, and there's growing speculation right now that not that the Bucs will trade back, but that a lot of teams are trying to trade up right now. So there are teams trying to get to the top of the second round for, we think, for the quarterback class potentially.
Right.
Kenny Pickett, the only quarterback to come off the board yesterday, number 20 to Pittsburgh.
Sorry about that, John.
Yeah, I'm just trying to actually I'm speaking it out loud so that I can actually move past it. It's part of my therapy. But I do think that is a thing where these teams are trying to move up. Makes it interesting, Scott, because I believe that the Bucs would like to stay put. Yeah. But Adam Schefter said today, for a king's ransom, or like a great. And we know that might have been floated out there for Adam Schefter to say.
I'm pretty sure.
So if a team comes with a great offer and it's only a couple spots and there's a bunch of players they like that are pretty comparable. Now, the one thing I'll say is I don't think if they move down again, then they will be moving up at some point in the draft because they don't have enough roster space to accommodate everybody.
Correct. Exactly. The Buccaneers all of a sudden turned 6 picks into 8 right now. And you have to think that Jason Light's probably going to whittle this number down to maybe 6 again by the time the draft is all said and done. Again, he's operating with some house money, and I wasn't going to mention it, but I feel obligated to. Another player they traded up for was Roberto Aguayo. Yeah. So that was in the second round. So Jason Light is active typically on day 3, trading up for the likes of Marpet and Aguayo and Beckwith in years past. We'll see if that holds true again today.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to play out with the trades, and especially a potential trade up from 60. That's going to be one of the most fascinating parts of the day. But I do think they'll stay put here at 33 and make this pick. The only way I could see them moving down is if they want to just move down, if there's an opportunity to move down 1 or 2 spots, and they basically know that by doing that, they're going to still get the player that they want. They can see the board, or they know who the teams behind them are interested in or not interested in, and they know they've got a shot at the guy that they want still by doing that. That's the only way I think they would do it, and just to use those assets to then move up from 91 or move up from 60.
So who's the player, John, that these teams might be calling Jason Light about?
Well, it could be Malik Willis. The Liberty quarterback is obviously still on the board. Desmond Ridder, the Cincinnati quarterback as well. UNC quarterback Sam Howell. Potentially Ole Miss quarterback Matt Corral, all those quarterbacks still on the board. And so the Bucs will be fielding some calls. I'm sure have fielded some calls all day. related to those quarterbacks. There's a number of teams, the Vikings, the Seahawks, a couple that could be in play here potentially for a trade situation. I'll pull up the order real quick just to let you all know how we see that thing playing out, maybe with some of the teams that are right behind the Bucs. But is also the Bucs situation, right? Scott, like, what do they want at this pick? The odds right now, I believe, I wonder, are we helping to set the odds with our Bucs best bets? Because the odds are heavy defensive tackle
I'm
and
sure
heavy
Vegas
Logan Hall.
is paying attention to PewterReport.com as they should. So,
I mean, they track that stuff, so it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But I think Logan Hall is the odds-on favorite to be this pick. Somebody, let me know a good place to check for the odds on that. Let's try and see if we can get updated. I haven't checked in a few hours. I don't know if it's changed, but
sure.
And that is obviously our Bucs best bet. It was in our last mock. The other players we believe it could be, because right now defensive tackle seems to be like the leading position group as the odds-on favorite too.
Right.
We think Travis Jones has a shot here from UConn.
Possibly.
And Oklahoma's Perion Winfrey. As much as I am not
crazy
about that pick, and you wouldn't be crazy about that either.
Yeah.
And we kind of, I think, I don't know, this is how I see it. I have Travis Jones ranked higher than Logan Hall in a vacuum. Before the Bucs, I think Logan Hall is the better fit and player, because I think they have a lot of players that do more of what, especially with Vita Vea, do more of what Travis Jones, his game. And so it'd be nice to have a different skill set to play off of that. That's how I see it. I would live with the Travis Jones pick. I wouldn't love it for them. Yeah. And I would hate the Perion Winfrey pick.
I would too.
That's my degrees of those three.
I would too. The reason why I think, and we appreciate this, Scott Federico, hit the thumbs up, gents and ladies. That's right. Hit the thumbs up button. If you can, go to our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV, and subscribe. We're up over now 8,100 subscribers. Help us get to 9,000. We appreciate everyone for subscribing to our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. And when you hit the like button on our podcast, on the draft show, what that does is it helps our algorithm, and it puts our podcasts and our videos and our content on YouTube in front of more Buccaneer fans. So we get more awesome Pewter people like you watching us and subscribing. So we appreciate that. But back to the tackles, John. When you look at Perion Winfrey, he's not a very good run defender at all. Like he's just not. He's got a little bit more pass rush ability than I think Travis Jones does. Travis Jones and Perion Winfrey both had a very good Senior Bowl, right? That's kind of where both of these players help themselves. But at least with Travis Jones, you're getting somebody that can help stop the run, because you're not able to rush the passer unless you stop the run first. That's something that Todd Bowles believes in. So there's a big difference in talent and in skill set and traits from Khalil Davis, who was a 5th or 6th round pick from Nebraska a couple years ago, and Perion Winfrey, who will probably go here on day 3. But John, this team did draft an athletic, toolsy, fast defensive tackle in Khalil Davis. They ended up cutting him because he was not good against the run, much to you and I's chagrin, because
we needed so much development too. And I think, obviously round 6 pick, late round 6, you kind of expect that in a lot of ways, but they need somebody who can play now. Davis would have been on a long-term track, and who knows what would have happened over more time and more reps, but they need people who can contribute. Even if Sue's back, they need another person in the rotation. McClendon's, who knows if he's going to be back, but even if he is, he's not a pass rusher. He's probably going to be inactive at times. There will be less of a rotation for some of these other guys if they need more pass rushers on the field, including Rakeem Nunez-Roches, especially, who's not a pass rusher. Yes. So they're needing to find another body to put in there, and I think they're needing to find another pass rush option too, specifically. Not only did Bruce Arians just straight up say this at the Combine.
Thanks, Bruce.
If Logan Hall is the pick, it will be one of the more telling quotes of the offseason.
Right.
And I think that's where I get into it with the defensive tackle class. But as much as we talk about these options, Scott, I don't honestly love any of the defensive tackles on the board. It's just my opinion. I know that they need help.
These are guys that can help right away, but boy, their best football is not going to be in their rookie year. It may not even be in 2023. These are guys that are going to need some developing. Even Devontae White, who they passed on, right? I mean, he was a late bloomer in his final year at Georgia at age 24, and he only got 2.5 sacks. A lot of
20 and 21-year-olds. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, it doesn't mean that none of these players will be good. It just, there is no obvious pick to me at 33 if you're going defensive tackle. That's why I've said these guys are fine, and if you take one, you could probably live with it with Hall or Jones. But I never want to reach for a need. I'd rather re-sign Sue and not reach for a need with a high-value asset like the 33rd pick. What I would rather do is take the best player available at a position of need still. And to me, the best players available are cornerbacks in this situation. Kyler Gordon from Washington, Andrew Booth from Clemson. There's been no connection to the Bucs that we know of between these players.
Right.
If they visited, we don't know about it. There's still about 12 players. We don't know whether they visited or not. I think they're both scheme fits. I think they're both – I get the vibe that they're both fits in terms of their personalities and the way that they play the game and the skill sets and traits. They're both big, long corners, physical, athletic, explosive, tackle, ball skill, flashes of ball skills from both of them. I just don't know whether the Bucs want to take a corner this high, not that they're not interested in them. So to me, I'd rather have that corner and I'd rather have a better player than reach for a defensive tackle in a bad defensive tackle class.
Yeah.
Then I just think these guys might be able to help you, but they're not going to be difference makers. And if you could find a difference-making corner, even somebody that beats out Jamel Dean or makes Jamel Dean the third guy, and then you never have to rely on Sean Murphy Bunting in a game unless there's multiple injuries. Like, to me, that's just a great case scenario. Then all those corners are free agents next year. You have somebody who already started learning, hopefully got in some games, some reps, and now they're ready to step in. That's one of the most valuable positions on a roster, and I just think there's really good players available here.
And the thing, too, John, is don't want to traumatize any Buccaneer fans, but remember last year when all the cornerbacks are dropping like flies and they literally had to start D. Delaney for a couple games. John, they had to sign Richard Sherman off the street, old man Sherm, and start him. They had to sign Pierre Desser off the street and start him for a couple games because Carlton Davis missed half the season. Sean Murphy Bunting missed half the season. Jamel Dean missed some or all of 5 games last year. So it was the most beat up position in Tampa Bay last year by far. And you have to kind of wonder if Todd Bowles, who's now the head coach, was traumatized by that and says, Jason, we need to draft some corners, I think that they're going to come away with the corner. You mentioned a couple of those guys. Taylor Britt is a player that we had in our mock draft going to the Bucs in the third round. He's an interesting player because I think he can play inside and out. He's got some strong safety background. Maybe not as polished, maybe not as skilled as Kyler Gordon or Andrew Booth, but he could be a name that gets called today here on the third round. So we shall see.
I'm reading a report right now. Yeah. I'm trying to get it to the crew so they can potentially get up a story about it. But I guess it's kind of a report. But Aaron Wilson, Pro Football Network, says among the strong possibilities for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 33 overall, barring any trade scenarios, Houston defensive lineman Logan Hall and UConn defensive tackle Travis Jones. I do think it's going to come down to one of those two players if I had to guess. We've obviously talked at length about both of them all throughout the
It's interesting too, John, because we had Travis Jones in our fourth Pewter Report Bucs 7-round mock draft, and we have Logan Hall in the fifth and final one. So we've kind of done our homework and aligned who we believe the Bucs are interested in with our mock drafts, and we shall see. I think it's going to be Hall over Travis Jones, but it's going to be interesting. I think that
this will be a big one for us.
They will.
We obviously picked Hall as the Bucs' best bet and picked him for our final mock, and so we do think it's going to be him, but we don't know, and there's definitely a chance that Travis Jones could be in play here. We'll see. We're trying to read the tea leaves, and we think Hall, but it isn't a lock for sure. And so we don't know of as much visit interest and things like that in Jones up to this point. So we think that we've kind of zeroed in on the position here, but safety. I mean, this is okay. So I'm reading into things here, but Jake Arians was on the Loose Cannons pod last night, and when the Vikings took Louis Cine, he reacted, and some people commented on Twitter, and they were, he reacted negatively. He was sad about it, and some people commented on Twitter about it. And he said, they like him. Oh, I liked him. It's kind of like, there was one of a couple players they like. He said 5 players, I believe, that they liked, which was also the number that Scott and I have mentioned to you, that there was 5 players, and we mentioned Louis Cine being one of those players. If Louis Cine were on the board at 33, do you think that he would be the pick?
I don't know. I really don't know. There's a part of me that says yes, because he's a safety, and Todd Bowles knows that position better than any position on the field. He was a safety. He started off both his college coaching career and his NFL coaching career coaching defensive backs. It's as near and dear to his heart as possible. He was sad that this team couldn't re-sign Jordan Whitehead. So I do think it could have been seen. At the same time, You have Keanu Neal. You have Mike Edwards, who can rotate in there with Antoine Winfield Jr. We know that Winfield does play a little bit in the box. He will rotate down. So there's a lot of flexibility the Bucs already have on the roster. And we also know there's a couple of safeties that this team likes in the draft. Kirby Joseph's one of those that's probably going to be a third, fourth round pick. And then you've got Smoke Monday, who could be a sixth round pick.
Yeah, I mean,
from Auburn.
A couple options, and I'm going to pound the table, Scott, for two safeties in this class over any of the safeties that are left on the board, in my opinion. Brian Cook from Cincinnati and Nick Cross from Maryland. I am a big fan of both of these guys. Cross is a little bit more undisciplined, but the upside might be greater. Some of the plays he made on the ball were disgusting this past year. Dude is super talented. He has these instances where you see all this talent and this range. I mean, he's an unbelievable explosive athlete. He tested 4 threes. You know, he just blew it away in terms of the testing and all that. Great size, too. Has kind of everything in front of him, but needs to learn to play more discipline. Cook is more disciplined, in my opinion. Maybe a little bit less upside, takes a little bit fewer chances, maybe doesn't have the same ball skills in game-changing ways, but he's super physical, very aggressive, student of the game, spent a couple years on the bench at Cincinnati, started this past year, great athlete, can really run and can really hit, doesn't miss hardly any tackles too.
Right.
Very reliable player. Both of those guys, I'd love to see them. I know they're not going to be the pick at 33, but at 60, if they feel like they want to wait on tight ends, or if Trey McBride goes in the 40s and they couldn't get him,
right?
Absolutely. Take a safety, wait till the end of the third round, or move up from 91 if you want. Yeah, and grab a tight end in that range of the draft. Ruckert's going to be down there. You know, Cade Otton's going to be down there.
Jelani Woods.
Jelani Woods might be down there. You know, all those guys I think could be available.
John,
that's how I'd approach it if I were the Bucs.
You mentioned Cook, right? And it's Friday night. There's a lot of people that don't want to do any cooking, right? It's Friday night. It's the end of the work week. They're watching the Pewter Report draft show presented by Beef O Brady's right now on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV, or on social media. Why would you want to do any cooking when all you have to do is log on to beefobradys.com, look at their menu, and place your to-go order, right? And then you can swing by on the way home from work, and or if you're out, grab some dinner, or maybe even stop by Beef O Brady's and let them do the cooking.
You want beefy? Nobody out-beefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger, made with premium Angus perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's.
Beef O Brady's, 45 Tampa Bay area locations, folks. 45. There's got to be a Beef's near you. There just has to. Find out where the closest Beef's is by going to beefobradys.com. There you can check out the menu. And you can also, if you're having and have a watch party as they enter the playoffs, well, you can order catering from Beef O Brady's and get some delicious burgers, wings, nachos, all the great American pub fare food that you like. And the great thing is when you check out one of those locations at Beef O Brady's, they have TV screens galore, John. It is one of the best sports bars around there. That's why their slogan is good food, good sports. And they've got a selection of beer that is up there with some of the absolute best places to go for burgers, wings, and beers. As a matter of fact, it is the best place, folks. Make Beef O Brady's your draft day destination for some great food.
So Justina Anderson tweeting a little bit ago that, meanwhile, just heard about one offer the Tampa Bay Bucs rejected so far from a league source. I have no qualms with the prospect they like. I don't. Justina, I love her to death. She is one of the most vague tweeters.
Yeah.
I don't know what I have no qualms with the prospect like this. I guess that means Justina is a fan of the prospect that the Bucs like at this spot. Justina went to UNC. I'm trying to think of connections.
Yeah.
I can't think of any to Logan Hall or Travis Jones.
No.
Sam Howell.
Oh, God. That is so out of left field, Ledyard.
That would be wild.
That would be wild, exactly.
Nothing else so far other than those two. We'll keep you updated, obviously, as things roll in. I am also getting, Mike Edwards says, not the Bucs safety. I don't think, unless he's watching the show. I'm getting hungry looking at that burger. I am as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Right.
I didn't eat enough food today.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be. Demetrius wants to know a preview of my reaction if the pick is a running back. It's not going to be pretty. The pick is a running back. Believe me,
I'm already smiling. I'm already smiling, not because you mentioned running back,
God, please,
but just because I am envisioning what John's reaction is
going to be. Michael Scott when he sees Toby in the office. When he thinks Toby's gone.
Right.
Meanwhile, Toby's been working in the annex for a week. That's going to be me. Like, I'm going to, no, God, no. I'll do it. I'll have him. That'll be the only good part about the draft.
Jason Shaw with the super chat. We appreciate all the super chats, guys. No, trade back a bit and trade up. McBride and Hall. Okay, well, he likes both of the players that we have mocked to the Buccaneers in rounds 1 and 2. We would like those guys as well because they are also Bucs' best bets.
It's kind of that funny balance got between we want to get Bucs' best bets right, but there's also this analyst part of us that watches all these players and has opinions about what should happen.
Yeah.
And even though we don't have Kyler Gordon as a Bucs' best bet, and we don't have Brian Cook as a Bucs' best bet,
thrilled with them.
I'd love to see him be Buccaneers. Yes. We just don't know if we have not been able to root out the connections or interest along those lines for the Bucs.
Right.
So I don't think they'll be the picks, but Cook, I mean, safety is a need for this team.
Yeah.
I think they see it that way. Because we've said this. We know Lewis Cine was all high on their board. We know enough about that to know that at this point. There's no doubt about that.
Right.
They were considering him in the first round as an option. They would consider and possibly select him at 33 if that's an option.
Yes.
We've already said this. They would not. Their first pick is going to address a need. So they clearly see safety as a need. We know because we know they see defensive tackle as a need. They see tight end as a need. They see safety is a need. We know that. And to some extent, hopefully not a great extent, they see running back as a want, at least for them based on their visits. So we know those things. And that makes me think at some point they will get a safety in this draft.
Yes.
And if it's based off what we've said, we know at some point today in the beginning of the fourth round or either of their 2 fourth-round picks, if they keep them both,
right.
I think we're going to see defensive tackle, tight end, running back, and safety get addressed sometime in those next 5 picks.
Totally agree.
And maybe corner could be the other position. We're not totally sure.
It might be a situation, John, where they wait until 6th or 7th to get a corner, like a developmental guy that can help on special teams, or they might grab a corner in the 3rd round and then maybe get a safety like a Marquise Bell from Florida A&M or a Smoke Monday from Auburn. In late day 3.
It could be day 3. I think that defensive tackle is the weakest of those positions right now.
If you're going to get one, you better get one right now.
And you could have a run on tight ends in the 40s that makes that the weakest position by the time 60 comes around.
Correct.
But right now, you're right. If you're going to get a guy that wants to play this year, you have to do it probably at 33.
Yeah.
But I would even say even then, I'm not crazy about these guys for the Bucs especially. So I would wait. I would take other positions. I would take a corner. I would take a safety while those position groups still look good. I would take a tight end while that position group still looks good. And I would take somebody like Matthew Butler in the beginning of day 3, at the beginning of round 4. And I would re-sign Sue, and I would have Butler play 15 snaps a game and re-sign Steve McClendon if somebody gets hurt and keep Butler in his role. Those options are available for you if you're Bucs. Those are things that they can do.
As someone who loves the trenches,
I love it too.
It's hurting my heart a little bit.
Believe me, I want them to take a defense. I wish the class was better at defensive tackle.
Yes.
That would absolutely, to me, be the best move.
I've had conversations with Jason Light. He wishes it was better. I've had conversations with Warren Sapp. He wishes it was better. The problem is it wasn't good last year. It's not good this year. It doesn't look stellar next year as well.
Yeah.
And the reason I even asked Jason like this in the pre-draft press conference, I'm like, what's happened to all the great defensive tackles? There used to be a plethora of tackles drafted in the first round. You'd see some drafts where you'd have 4, 5, 6 defensive tackles taken in the first round.
Yep.
And it's just the offensive line has been so prioritized. And Jason said that you're seeing a lot of these long athletic linemen go from the defensive side of the ball to the offensive side of the ball, because that's really where kind of the priority is.
There was a time in the NFL probably 5 years ago, maybe less, that there was so deep a defensive tackle that there were like legitimately good players on the street. Like they couldn't play, they couldn't get roster spots because it was that deep a defensive tackle. Now you've seen some guys age out of a defensive tackle that have gotten older and kind of phased out of the league. And you've seen and haven't been replenished in the last couple of drafts. We've talked about it. Even drafts Javon Kinlaw and Derek Brown, where they're, these guys are first round locks, top 10 locks are great, top 15 locks.
Yeah.
Kinlaw has been injured and Brown is disappointed. And so even the good classes haven't been that good.
I agree. And I think what's happening too is the positions has been de-emphasized a little bit, even in college. You're seeing now more 200 players like Logan Hall, right? Players that are 255, 260, 265, getting in their nickel rush situations because there's so much passing in the college game now. So much with the RPO, quick passing game. So much with the screens, the smoke routes, and everything that gets rid of the ball quickly out of the quarterback's hands. Right. That the growth and development of these interior defensive linemen has been stunted because they don't have any time to do a counter move because the ball's already gone.
Right.
Like they literally take a step towards their gap, they engage, and the ball is gone. So it's hard. You know, the days of having, even in this league, outside of Aaron Donald, who is just a generational freak. But I remember when it was Leroy Glover and Warren Sapp, both with over 16 sacks, gunning for the sack title. Even in the NFL, which steals things from college, these quick wide receiver screens, the smoke routes, the RPOs, it just, and teams are passing more than are running more. So that the defensive tackle position, while necessary, has just been de-emphasized.
Yeah, and a lot of the good offensive linemen are all moving to tackle because there were so many good edge rushers. And so it is a lot of changes for sure. Some of that stuff is really fascinating to track. I do tend to nerd out over that stuff sometimes. By the way, just talking about the trade-ups and the potential situation with teams looking to come up for maybe a quarterback, it should be noted the Vikings at 34 are one of these rumored teams. That's right behind the Bucs pick at 33, obviously. The Titans were rumored to be in connection with some of these quarterbacks. They're at 35, 2 spots behind the Bucs. The Giants have been rumored to be in connection. As of today, I don't know whether I put any stock in those rumors, to be honest, at all, but at 36 could be rumors as well that they could be willing to
What do you think about
up.
The Texans, right?
As you say, the Texans at 37. So the 4 picks after the Bucs are all teams that could select a quarterback. And then obviously you have Seattle at 40 and 41. They've got 2 picks there. They very well could want to select a quarterback and move up as well. So lots of quarterback interest with those teams.
I think Atlanta right there at number 11. Right? Is Desmond Ridder available? Is Matt Corral available?
Good point. Would the Bucs trade with Atlanta? 10 spots. Be a hefty price for the Birds.
That would. We'll
see. I don't know that means they will, but I'm just trying to indicate to you the power which they wield with that pick.
Right.
Again, I wish it was kind of in a year where they needed more players or it was a better draft class. Like, I don't really see like value that I normally would in making a move like this, but especially because I've already traded down once. But I also am not in love with any one player here that I don't think they could get in a couple spots lower. So.
I agree. We talked about the Falcons. They're the next NFC South team. The Buccaneers haven't even picked yet, folks. And all 3 of the NFC South competitors, the rivals, have already picked. Let's take a look at what the Falcons have done. They selected Drake London, and they've got a pair of second-round picks coming up, and they're going to be on the clock early in the second round, ahead of both the Saints and the Panthers, who don't pick for quite some time. But the Falcons are picking. They've got the 11th pick in the second round at number 43, and then they have a selection at number 26th overall in the second round. That's pick number 58. So right now, they've drafted a player that they want to be Mike Evans and Drake London. Are both not exactly high on that selection. Good player, good wide receiver, but just I don't think has the speed element that Mike Evans has.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most common comp in the draft class. I don't know if it's because people think like, look at this picture and they think they look alike, or I really have no clue.
But they both played basketball in high school, John.
And they're tall. No, don't get me wrong. I shouldn't say I have no clue. I understand where the comparison comes from. It's very physical in nature. London also came in bigger, although Evans was like 200. What was he?
He was
234 pounds.
Yeah, about 230 or so.
Yeah. And Evans
and he's
London
down
came in
now
at
too.
219, I think.
Mike Evans is playing under 225.
Yeah. So. You see the video going around the other day of him on his draft day when he got the call.
Yes.
And then he was crying and everything before he got.
Oh yeah, he's full in the face and everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean it's totally different.
Yeah.
Like his body looks so different.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild how much different he looks compared to now. But yeah, I think that's the situation with the Drake London is this. They are similar in that they're big, tall guys that run really good routes. I believe that about both of them. London's got a expand the route tree, but his ability to run routes is good and create separation. That's ultimately what kind of got me back around on him and got him to an early round 2 grade for me. And he's kind of in the early 20s, I believe, on my board. So I do like Drake London. I do think he will help Atlanta.
Yeah.
I don't think he will be your typical top 10, number 1, do everything type of receiver. But his production could look that way because he's going to get a huge volume. It's seeing Cal Pitts. He's going to get a huge volume from a very early point. And so for now, I think this probably is – he's probably one of the most pro-ready receivers
it's
in
a
the
good
class.
pick.
It's a good pick.
Don't think that it's going to be a Mike Evans caliber pick. Now, if you look at the Falcons, as it stands right now, they've got a plethora of picks coming up. That is not the case for the other NFC South teams. Now, after the Falcons draft, the Saints are going to be on the board, and you see that right there. They have a second-round pick, and then they don't pick again until the 5th and 6th round. So the Saints, as it stands right now, they only have 3 other selections because they've done some maneuvering and trading. They traded up to get Chris Olave, which they had Traylon Burks right there, and they elected for Olave, who is he's kind of a skinny, fast guy. Reminds me of Tyquan Underwood, hopefully a better version, but former Bucs receiver who is kind of a one-trick pony, just a vertical guy, runs the 9, and I think Olave is a better player. He's a first-round pick, but curious that they didn't go for, I think, a more dynamic player like a Traylon Burks. They came back and got Trevor Penning, the Northern Iowa left tackle that helps out their situation with Armstead's departure. But they only have 3 more picks as it stands right now remaining, and one of those picks is coming up in the early portion of the second round, actually about midway, the 17th pick in the second round. That's pick number 49. So the Falcons will be on the board at 43, and then the Saints are on at 49. And what are your thoughts on Olave, John?
I think he's a good fit. I mocked him to the Saints. I think his fit in New Orleans is great. He's next to a tip player that's very different from him skill set wise, and Michael Thomas. He will help that offense right away. He's definitely a good player. There's no question. You get into trouble when you give up assets, when you believe so much in a player that you surrender assets to move up for him, and that player is not a big-time difference-maker player, and especially when you've already given up assets. The Saints have essentially gone all in with several moves now, multiple moves. Remember, to get a second first-round pick with the Eagles initially, and then to go up to get Chris Olave. They have gone all in on Chris Olave and Trevor Penning, the tackle that they took at 19, with this draft class and this roster that they currently have. It is hard for me to see that as a win for them. That doesn't make sense given where they are at right now. Now, if they land a top quarterback, everything could be great. Jameis is probably not going to be that caliber of a guy. Could he get him to the playoffs this year? Yeah, 7 teams get in the NFC. The NFC's way down. Definitely they could get into the playoffs. Maybe that's the goal. But it feels a little bit short-sighted to me for a team that should be thinking a little bit more long-term. They've traded away pick 18, pick 80, pick 98, pick 101, pick 120, pick 237, a 2023 first and 6th round pick, and a 2024 second round pick, and they forfeited another 6th round pick this year. They received for all those assets that I just mentioned, which are considerable assets.
Yeah.
They received Chris Olave, Trevor Penning, the 194th pick, and Bradley Roby. Bradley Roby probably loses playing time to Paulson Adebo this year.
Yeah.
Obviously, Lattimore will be the other corner. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson will be in the slot. It's just not good. What it is the height of drafting arrogance from the years they had a great run.
Yeah.
Nobody is good enough at the draft to continue to do that long term, and you are starting to see that luck run out. And that's why it's so important to do things what Jason Light did. Trade back and give yourself more assets. You are never going to have picks 1, 2, 3 in the rounds
not going to be all hits
and hit them all.
Nope.
You're just not for over a consistent stretch of time.
Yeah.
You have to be able to give yourself more bites.
And John, if you look at Mickey Loomis, is Marcus Davenport, is that a hit?
Yeah.
Is Peyton Turner, is that a hit?
And this is part of the problem. On the field, clearly Davenport is a hit. He's excellent. He's hardly ever on the field.
Right.
And they can't control that.
Exactly.
That's just something that happens. That's why you want more bites at the apple because of that. Have the Saints drafted as well as any team in the league over the last, I don't know, I have to look. Probably the last 2 years haven't been as good, but go back a couple years. They had a stretch there, 5 years probably, like the Bucs are in the midst of right now, where they drafted unbelievable. I think they're great talent evaluators. I think they do a lot of the great things in the organization. But they have essentially said, we know we can identify talent at a level that's greater than every other team in the league, and we know it. And because of that, we don't care what other assets we gotta have to give up to get there. Olave and Penning are as good as we say they are, and the odds of that being the case are just not high enough for me to give up all these other assets.
And only 3 more picks, again, one in the second round, and then a couple of day 3 picks in 5th and 6th round as of now. Mm-hmm. You look at the Panthers, Ike Ekwonu was their first round pick. They did not go for a quarterback, as some had speculated. The problem is they don't have any picks until round 4. So they're going to be watching today, unless they make a move up. They're going to be taking Friday night off.
How does this happen?
They need players because they're not very good. But the players they're going to be getting, John, are going to be guys that are, I guess they make the team as day 3 players because the Panthers just aren't very good.
Someone remind me how this happened. Was this all Sam Darnold? Did he do all this to them?
Might have been Sam Darnold, yeah.
How are you in their situation and have 1 pick in the top? When's this 4th round pick? Is it 110, 111?
I will find out here.
I can Panthers tankathon. I'll figure out where this 4th round pick is. But I mean, this can't happen to a team in their situation. Like, you have to 137.
137, yes.
Scott, that's horrible. Like, there's no other way. Like, you cannot draft.
That's the bottom of the 4th round.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What did they give up? Stephon Gilmore? Did they give up a pick for? You give up something to get Gilmore when they brought him in for the end of the season that was lost?
John, it's Pewter Report, not Panther Report. I don't know, to be honest.
What an unbelievable! I'm trying to remember what they gave up to get Stephon Gilmore, but just a totally pointless trade. Traded for him, and I'm trying to remember what. Just a horrible. Yeah. They said that's when they gave up one of their 6. And again, this is a team that just doesn't. They don't have any. Like, there's no way they could have viewed themselves as a contender, and they're just out here giving up assets, and it's the exact opposite way you want to do things in this situation, obviously. But to have 1 pick in the top 137 picks is just absolutely laughable.
Yeah, you cannot. At least they didn't draft a quarterback, right? but the flip side is you're going all in on Sam Darnold again. I mean, you might as well. You paid him $18 or $20 million, whatever.
Or
it is.
You're about to give up more of those picks for Baker Mayfield.
Correct.
More power to you, fellas. Yep. I'm not. They're not a factor to me. I think the Falcons could be in time, and the Saints this year are good enough for they're going to be a factor until the Bucs beat them consistently. They're a factor. That's how I see it.
It is Beef O Brady's time, Morgan. You're exactly right. It's dinner time here, 6:38, and I would love a cheeseburger right now.
Yeah,
with maybe we should call Beef O Brady's and then cater.
Honestly,
we're here at the Advent Health Training Center. Can you bring some Beef O Brady's this way?
Oh, Albert Breer, a few things ahead of tonight. Breece Hall is seen by many as the clear number 1 at running back, including your boy. Yep. Should hear his name soon. Kyler Gordon testing numbers and Andrew Booth medical have their issues, but they should go soon. Bizarre, the Kyler Gordon testing numbers. Let me just read you his testing numbers.
It's a 4.52.
It's a 4.52.
That's it.
That's not bad at all for a what was that? Wasn't that same as Carlton Davis? Was he 4.52? For a 194-pound corner, 4.52, and he had a 39.5-inch vertical jump. He had a 10.8 broad jump. He had a 3.96 short shuttle, which is elite, and he had a 6.67 3-cone.
Yeah,
that is absurd. One of the best 3-cones in the entire draft. So everything except the 40, which was still good, was elite for Kyler Gordon. I just don't see him as a bad athlete at all. There's no way anybody can watch him and tell me he's a bad athlete. One of the most explosive movers in the class. Nobody ever ran by him. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not concerned about it. But anyway, and then the last thing Breer says is a D lineman, maybe Logan Hall or Travis Jones for Tampa. So it seems like everyone is zeroing in on those 2 names.
Right.
Good, because Perrion Winfrey probably won't be the big qualities we're hoping.
God help us.
But it seems like it's going to be one of those 2 guys. And I mean, I think having it down to the 2 players that they're considering is pretty good for us, even if it is Travis Jones.
You know what else is pretty good? The fact that the Buccaneers are going to be on the clock in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We had to wait all night last night to find out that we're going to pick anybody. We're starting off the draft, at least right now, with 20 minutes to go, anticipating that your Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be on the clock just after 7 o'clock when the draft starts. We appreciate you watching us here on Pewter Report TV, the Pewter Report Draft Show, presented by Beef O Brady's. Folks, I wanted to let you know that we definitely appreciate all the super chats that you blessed us with. Fantastic, feedback, financial feedback from you guys last night. Also, when we do our Pewter Report podcast, we greatly appreciate those. We do know that there's some people that watch that aren't subscribed to YouTube. And if you're not yet, there is a way that you can donate to pewterreport.com. Help support your favorite Bucs website. That's us, pewterreport.com. You can go to our website, pewterreport.com/donation. And there's a couple of ways that you could donate. And think about this like an internet tip jar, if you will. If you like our podcasts, if you like the draft show, if you like the columns and the articles that we write on pewterreport.com, and you want to give us an attaboy, if you want to give us a tip and throw it in the internet tip jar, here's how you can do it. pewterreport.com/donation. You can make a one-time donation for as little as $10, or you can become a monthly donor to Pewter Report for as little as $3. We have options, $3, $5, and $9 a month. And what does that money do? Well, when we go to places like the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, when we go to the NFL scouting combine, when we go to the NFL owners meeting, those are business, or those are places that our business needs to fund with a travel budget. We also have got all of this equipment that you see here for our live show, for our draft show tonight, for our Pewter Report podcasts during the week. And so the money that you give us in the form of donations or super chats goes right back into us getting the Bucs content that you enjoy and the production equipment that we need to put on these podcasts, again, for you to enjoy. So really, the money's going right back to you guys, and we greatly appreciate your support.
Absolutely. It means a lot to us, and we'd appreciate your support right now. As well as you're in the chat and you're watching the stream, please hit the thumbs up button, give us a like. That boosts our YouTube algorithm, gets the stream out to more people, shows up on more people's pages when they're getting on YouTube, looking around. We'll show up more if y'all give us thumbs up. So please do that if you can. That helps us out a lot. Obviously, we appreciate the super chats as well. Those were great yesterday and will be great today and tomorrow. Those help us a lot with expenses for the show. And you see the lighting, and we got nice cameras and all the stuff. We got the graphics and all that stuff costs money as well. The talent, the people, which is the most important part. All that stuff costs money. It helps pay for all of that. And so we greatly appreciate those super chats and all of that as well. And share the link. Tell other people about the show if you think the content is good. Hey, if you're looking, even if you're other teams, we talk about every pick. If you watched yesterday, we talk about every single pick as it goes through. We break down every pick. We talk about team situations. So even if you're a fan of another team, I do think our show offers a ton of value, and that's why you see our show numbers up there with draft site show numbers and things like that, because I think people recognize that. So Matt Miller also saying that Logan Hall and Travis Jones are reportedly the two names to watch right now. We'll get to a couple other news in a second. Andy says with the $20 super chat, wow, thank you, Andy. John, going to miss you. Had a great time the other day listening to you and Matt and JC. It was pure football talk. I'm going to miss that. Best of luck. Appreciate that, Andy. The pure football talk will continue. The Pewter Report podcast is in terrific hands. There are some new voices coming aboard at some point in the next several months, obviously, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure that you are kind of on the lookout for all that. But that talk will continue.
The other thing, too, is, John knows where we are. I mean,
that's right.
The great thing is
all I have to do is get on StreamYard.
That's it. Yeah. He can do it from Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
And so you've seen Trevor Sikkema from our Pewter Report alumni come on the Pewter Report podcast from time to time. Well, I'm sure we'll have Trevor on after the draft to get his thoughts on the Bucs and the NFC South opponents as well. And we'll do that with John from time to time too.
Yeah, we got some more super chats to get to here, which we appreciate. But do want to get to one thing. Albert Breer says also lots of questions on Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean. It's straightforward. He had a laundry list of injuries in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist, pec, groin hurt before pro day. May need pec surgery after his rookie year. Knee has wear and tear, and being smaller magnifies all of that.
That's right.
I think he's right. It's a big concern. He was a great college player, but there were enough questions to make him a risky proposition in the first round. In the second round, more teams are ready to roll the dice. Yes, and I do think he'll get picked in this round, but I mean, I didn't think he was going to be a first-round pick. I didn't have him in my mock, and so not totally surprised by that.
Cali Bucks with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Don't draft a running back or a defensive tackle with the pick. Tell him, John.
Yeah, this is
as much as I like running backs. I don't want a running back here. I'll take a running back.
And these defensive
4.
tackles will be fine.
Yeah.
If running backs, you just don't bring the value. I mean, it's not like it would be the end of the world if that happened at defensive tackle.
Right.
I just do think that a secondary is so important. The Bucs have treated it that way. They know this. It's not lost on them. And I do think you'll see a pick today that's addresses the secondary. They have a fine secondary. If they had to go into the season now, all these position groups except for tight end, if they had to go into the season now, would be fine. I just think that
if they went into the season with the current tight end group, then you would see 4 wides.
You would see 4 wide a lot.
It'd be what is it in Madden? 4 verts.
Yeah,
right?
4 verts. Yeah, exactly. That's what it would be. Yeah.
Sean Cole, thank you for that $9.99 super chat. Greatly appreciate your support. A question here. This is something that we're interested to find out as well. Is Jason Light going to speak right after they pick? Our own Matt Matera is in the media room. We are here at the team facility at the Advent Health Training Center, live with the Pewter Report draft show. And so Matt Matera will let us know if Jason Light's going to speak after this initial pick, because there is a nice lull between where they're picking now and then when 60 comes on the board. So Jason Light might speak because we haven't heard from him at all outside of that trade. And if that's the case, I'll be popping out. Josh Capo will be filling in for me for a period of time while Matt and I kind of do some reporter things and get some video of Jason Light and Todd Bowles, if he speaks as well, about their initial pick. And then we'll come back and discuss that here. If that's not the case, we're still going to have Josh on and we'll have Matt on as well. But it might not be a situation till we hear from Jason until the end of the draft. But I'm thinking he'll probably come down and talk about what's transpired so far, the big trade, and then this pick at number 33.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. By the way, I'm not trying to start anything, but Jonathan Jones had an exec for one team that doesn't need a quarterback. Question why no one's discussing Sam Howell going high in the second round. We'll see when the Tar Heel goes off the board. Interesting. Josina and Jonathan Jones, by the way, are both UNC fans. So they both went to UNC, graduated from UNC. Yeah. I know this.
What would it say if the Buccaneers drafted another quarterback in the second round?
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, yeah. But I mean, that would be it's fun. First of all, it'd be damning about Kyle Trask. Second of all, it would be the ultimate hedge, right? It's like we're really afraid when Tom Brady retires that we want to make sure we cover our
which if the quarterback was good, I would be all about.
Yeah, for sure.
That position, getting 2 guys that might be able to play and be the successor.
Yep.
Heck yeah, that's a great move. But I just don't think these guys
I'm
are
with
good.
You on that.
That's it. Sean with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Sean. Much appreciated. Delaney asked if I'm giving my equipment back. The mic is my mic is my own that I've had from before. The ring lights, yes, the ring lights will pass around to the current other Pewter reporters. But that equipment's easy. I got everything I need to jump on a pod. No question there.
Let's see if we get John. You on them roids? I see that bicep vein. No, John drinks Celsius.
That's right.
Okay, a lot of Celsius.
Energy drinks make me look this way.
Yes.
No, I eat the protein bars.
Yeah,
the fast protein bars.
Fast protein bars. No doubt. And actually, this would probably be an opportune time, John, to talk about not just Celsius, but the new flavors, right? Vibing with Arctic Vibe. That's the brand new vibe.
All these flavors are great.
I had 2 vibes today. I had the tropical vibe this morning. Had the Arctic vibe on the way here. Why? Because I went to bed last night at 1 and I only had 3 hours sleep. So I definitely need a Celsius. Drinks. Look at all those flavors. Peach vibe. John, I know you're a fan of the sparkling wild berry. I like the orange. It's front and center. They have a mango, peach, green tea that my girls like. Kiwi, guava, watermelon that my wife Ashley loves. There's the Fuji apple pear is one of my favorites. So many delicious flavors. It's not even about the energy, folks. The energy is great. It does work, but the flavors are absolutely dynamic. So make sure that you are turning to Celsius when you need a boost of energy. You can find out more by going to Celsius.com, clicking on the store locator, and try 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 flavors. Then once you find the flavors that you like, you know what to do. Go to Amazon and buy them in bulk, have them shipped right to your door, and you can save money with the subscribe and save option.
Yeah, it's a great way to go. I also slept about 3 hours last night.
Yeah.
Had Britt put Celsius in the fridge for me this morning when I was taking the girls to school. forgot said Celsius on the way here. So
that's a rookie mistake, John. You're a seasoned veteran. What are you doing?
Listen, buddy.
Oh,
I realized
my
it
gosh.
about 20 minutes away from the house, and I was just like,
Oh boy.
nothing I can do now. So I am going to be, we're going to be feeling it. We need Bucs to make good picks to keep my energy level up. It's important. Jeff, appreciate this $5 super chat. Going to miss you, John. Really contributed to the quality product you guys are putting out. Scott, you're the man too. Promote Paul. Paul is going to be back.
Yes.
Everybody's like, why don't you guys have Paul on? Paul, we said this yesterday, the show, doesn't care about the offseason.
He's an in-season contributor.
He's an in-season contributor. That's what he cares about, X's and O's and watching the games and what Tom Brady does and what he eats and all. He's probably not even watching the show. He's not even going to see us talk about this. But when the Bucs make a pick, he might, if they draft an offensive player, he's going to ask if he's good or not, probably.
That's right.
If it's a defensive player, Paul won't care.
Exactly. It's so funny because Paul and I have got we're like polar opposites. I like running backs. He abhors the running game. He wants to abolish the running game, and he is pro offense. I'm pro defense. So it's great to have this balance and this mix here on our Pewter Report staff that's ever growing. And we've got a new addition we're going to announce. We're going to see if we can get him on the pod. Bailey Adams will be joining us. And so you might have known Bailey. He is from Bucs Nation. He'll be joining us starting Monday.
Yeah.
And we're excited to have him aboard as another contributor and writer. Josh Capo is actually in the building today.
Yep.
He lives in Atlanta and is actually down here for draft week, which is really cool. So you'll meet Josh Capo. You've read his stories. Again, John, what's great
him on the pod too.
Yeah, he's been on the pod. What's great about the Pewter Report superhero squad, as we like to call it ourselves, is because we all have different superpowers, right? And Josh's talent is really on squaring away draft.
He created
charts.
a draft trade calculator, Josh did, and I can't wait till he's on to talk
salary cap.
Yes, to
stuff.
tell
He's
us
a
the
salary
value.
cap
And he wrote a
mover.
great article for Pewter Report that you should go over and check out about the surplus value of the draft of the trade that Jason Light made with the Jacksonville Jaguars last night. That tells you how much the Bucs won that trade so decisively.
As John said last night, the Jags got hosed, and you
That's
can
right.
find out exactly how and why by reading Josh's article on PewterReport.com.
And you can check that clip of our reaction to the trade down
Yep.
on YouTube as Matt Matera posted that up there for y'all too. So this is funny. I got to shout this out. Dom said, yoked up Seth Rogen. God, I miss Trevor and John unlocked that NFL draft. I totally forgot about this. What a great pull,
That's great.
Dom. Trevor used to joke around, or we get comments that I sound like Seth Rogen. I don't think I sound, or no, I look like Seth Rogen.
You have hair, though.
Or do I sound like him? I think it was I sounded like him. I don't think I sound like
I'm
Seth
thinking
Rogen.
Joe
at all.
Rogan.
No, I'm talking Seth Rogen. Actor.
Okay.
I don't think I
I don't
sound
think you
or
do.
look like Seth Rogen at all. Do I, Matt?
You don't look like him.
Do you
No.
think I sound like him?
I didn't initially think so, but now that you say it, you
Maybe.
do the Seth Rogen laugh like
I never laugh like that.
That's true. You don't have to laugh.
I don't have any clue. But anyway, people used to say it all the time. So Trevor would say, yoked up Seth Rogen. It was pretty funny. Okay, so we are, and another super chat. You guys are too much. Honestly, we appreciate it. Going to miss you, John. May God bless your new venture to the fullest. Thank you, PR, for all the great Bucs coverage. Always listening from San Diego. Thank you,
Appreciate
Bobby.
that.
We appreciate that. Means a lot, honestly. Bucs about to be on the clock here in 5 minutes.
Yes.
It feels a little bit surreal that it's moving this direction. We thought they would be later in this day, and then they moved the trade down, and all of a sudden they're kicking off today, and they're kicking off round 4 as well. So they'll kick off tomorrow unless they trade that pick too.
Is it going to be Logan Hall, right? I mean,
Logan Hall or Travis Jones.
Or
Yeah.
Travis
I feel the
Jones.
butterflies.
I do
a
too.
little bit of the tension trying to see if we're going
And
to get this
I
right.
will say this too, and this is not arrogance talking whatsoever. It's just that we have nailed so many Bucs picks with our Bucs best bets in our mock drafts. I mean, Vita Vea, Josh Freeman back in the day. We're talking first round. Devin White, we nailed him. Jameis Winston was kind of a gimme. I was a bit of a layup. John, we nailed Joe Tryon-Shoyinka last year when nobody else really had him going to the Buccaneers in the first round. And so I think that a lot of these national media people, I mean, we've got a huge following on social media. Our website literally has millions of visitors each year. I think we might be driving some of this conversation here. We've had Travis Jones from UConn in our 4th version of our mock draft with the number 27 pick. And then just last week, we had Logan Hall in our final Bucs mock draft. So it will be interesting to see if they're following us and we're the leader, or if they're just hearing some things that echo the information we've already put out there.
Yeah, it is really hard to tell at this point in time, but it feels like so much of the odds. I don't know, Matt, did you get to see any odds?
So I was looking it up.
Yeah.
They don't really have too much on
Okay.
defensive tackle. A lot of it's like who's the first quarterback that'll get picked on day 2. A lot of Malik Willis stuff and a lot of wide receiver.
Okay.
Things, but not too
So
many
nothing
with
about
defensive tackle.
Yeah. And appreciate this super chat again, Chris. John, it has been such a pleasure being able to listen to you these past few years. The effort you put in everything you do is not overlooked. Thank you. You will change people's lives. Thank you, Chris. That means a lot, honestly. Very, very kind of you to say. I appreciate all of you. Try not to cry before the end of round 7. That's my goal. So the Bucs are trying to nail the draft. I'm trying not to cry.
Well, and the thing too is what's great is John's been here for 2 years now, and we've expanded our roster here at Pewter Report, and John's been instrumental. He and I have worked in tandem to bring some of these new younger Pewter reporters into the fold and grow them as. And again, we talked about everyone having different kind of strengths on our team, which is great. And when I bring people on and hire them, what I would tell people, I said, we're not looking for sidekicks, we're looking for superheroes, right? This is not Batman looking for Robin. We want the Justice League, we want the X-Men, we want the Avengers, we want different voices, different people with different skill sets to help shape the Buccaneer coverage that you fans out there deserve. You Pewter people, we love you, and we're excited to bring. We've never had as big a roster of Pewter reporters as we do right now.
Right.
So John's leaving us in good hands. He's played a role in either bringing these people on board, training them, helping them grow. So John's legacy will live on in a lot of these Pewter reporters that you'll be seeing for now and years to come.
Yeah, Cali Bucs, I'm going to miss blaming you for Buccaneers losses, John.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Thank you, Cali Bucs. This is funny. Daniel King says, favorite John moment from the PR podcast. Alvin Harper's a top 10 Buck. I got Mark Cook on that. So good.
Yes,
that was your idea
was
to
my
prank
idea,
him
yeah.
that way.
That was
And
good.
his face and his spit his water everywhere.
Yeah. Scott looking a little like Chris.
You do. Absolutely. I can see that.
You say walking. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, my wife.
I always remember the wedding crashers.
I get, when my hair is shorter, I get Elon Musk. When my hair is a little bit out like this, I get Phil Mickelson. And now I'm getting Christopher Walken.
I've definitely seen Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, I'm gunning for Blaine Gabbert though. That's what I want. I want people to say, "God, you look like Blaine Gabbert." I'm like, wow, that's a hell of a good compliment there.
That's gonna happen. All right, well, the Bucs are getting close to being on the clock here. 2 minutes to go until round 3 gets underway. And remember, a lot faster pace today. There's about 5 minutes between picks, I believe, right, on the clock. And so I expect it to get from 33 to 60 pretty quickly today.
Yeah,
there'll be a lot for us to keep track of, obviously, but that's the fun of this day, to be honest with you. And so, I'm excited for them to get on the board here. If people are just tuning in and jumping in here for the pick, first of all, if you could like the show and give us a thumbs up, that helps us a lot. Gets us in front of more eyes. But also, I would say that if you don't know, Logan Hall is the player that we expect to be the pick here. Travis Jones is another name out there for consideration that we've talked a lot about as well. There are obviously other players, but it does feel like the board is narrowing down a little bit to those two, or it would be anybody else would be a surprise, I think, for a lot of people at this point.
I totally agree. And it is 6:59. So in exactly 1 minute, we'll have the official start of the draft. And then a couple minutes into that, we'll have the designation that the Bucs are on the clock. So,
it looks like Andrew Booth could be a Viking. There's some talk about that going on the timeline right now. That would not surprise me at all. Same team that took Mac Alexander.
We're getting ready to start day 2, folks. This is the day 2 draft show, Pewter Report draft show, sponsored by and presented by Beef O Brady's Good Food, Good Sports. But, John, we're not done today. We got some draft picks tomorrow to talk about. This is a good time to plug tomorrow's show, 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. The draft starts at noon. We'll be on for an hour to do pregame, and that's tomorrow, Saturday, April 30th at 11 a.m. Eastern time.
Absolutely. That's a long day. We're on for every single pick, and the Bucs have 2 at the back of the 7th round right now. So we'll see if there's any
2 4th-rounders as it stands right now, a 6th-rounder, and 2 7s. I think we're going to see Jason Light take a couple of those picks and move up into the second
consolidation,
round.
A little late day 3.
I think so.
He's not gotten much out of those 7s, but Grant Stewart might be the shiny. I mean, to get a player like that with the last pick in the draft, if he does continue this special teams legacy, he looked like an excellent special teamer last year.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, that continues.
Yeah,
awesome.
and actually, there's people in the front office that believe he is a Matthew Slater type special teams guy. What I mean by that is the Patriots Pro Bowl special teamer. So he's got a
stable
very
special
good
teamer, future captain, or who knows, this year captain. I guess Kevin Minter was the captain, right?
Yes, Kevin was. Yeah,
like jobs up for grabs if Stewart.
I could.
Or KJ Britt, maybe.
I could see Grant Stewart becoming a special teams captain.
Co-captains.
Yeah, right.
Interviewing together.
Yes.
Stepbrother style.
Devin White, and then 2 special.
That's true. Yeah. Matt Matera is saying that the entire linebacker room could be a room full of captains, right? Because you got Levante David and Devin White as captains on defense, and if Britt and Stewart share that duty on special teams, I think Stewart's a little bit better special teams coverage.
No question. Just I don't even know if he tested faster, but he just plays faster.
Yeah. So we're inching closer to the Buccaneers getting ready to. Boy, I just got the butterflies, man. I just got it right now.
I've got some.
I just got it. So
they're not actually on the clock yet because they don't actually start these things when they say they're going to start. So we should have been prepared for that.
There's things called commercials and all of that good stuff. We understand that. And listen, while we're waiting for the Buccaneers to be on the clock, folks, if it's dinner time, right? It's 7:00. It's Friday night. And if you haven't eaten yet, well, I've got a very, very good suggestion for you.
So they said in the other room that
wings and beer, beer and wings. Nobody combines them like Beef O Brady's. Start with their award-winning wings, traditional or boneless, in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Next, pick the cold brew that's perfect for you. Beef's has all your faves on tap. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you count all the flat screen TVs playing game after game. Beef O Brady's, where game time meets beer and wing time all the time. Drink responsibly.
Beef O Brady's, 45 Tampa Bay area locations. Find out where when you go to beefobradys.com. You can check out the map and find the Beef O Brady's closest to you. You can also look at the menu and maybe place a to-go order. Or if you want to have a draft party tomorrow, if you're going to watch some NHL playoffs, why don't you get some catering to Beef O Brady's as well? Wings, burgers, nachos, and if you're going to any of those 45 locations, they've got a fantastic selection of beer. It doesn't get any better than Beef O Brady's, folks. Good food, good sports.
All right, so the Bucs are about to be on the clock at pick 33 here, starting the second round, starting day 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft. They will also start, as of now anyway, day 3 of the NFL Draft. They have the first pick in the 4th round after their trade with the Jaguars. The Bucs moved from 27 in the first round back to 33, the first pick in the second round, and they added picks 106, the first pick in the 4th round, and pick 180 in the 6th round, bridging that gap they had between 133 and 250, whatever that they have at the end of the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
So bridge that massive gap in a couple rounds and give us a 6th.
Yep.
Maybe if they had a 5th today, we have a pick at every round of our coverage. That'd be fun, obviously, but giving us more picks. So 8 picks now. This will be the first of the 8 picks that they have between 33 and basically the penultimate pick in the draft. So there's going to be a lot of Bucs players added over the next 2 days.
There is, and John, you and I were talking before the show started. Wouldn't be surprised with so many additions in free agency, re-signing their own players, adding guys like Keanu Neal, Shaq Mason via trade, Logan Ryan, that Russell Gage from Atlanta, that Jason Light might pare this back down to 6 or so because it's hard for 8 rookies to end up making this team. There's only so many open roster spots, even
get rid
for
of
the
those
depth.
7s.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Okay, so the Bucs are still not quite on the clock. Are they about to be on the clock? Is this getting close? 7:05. Get them on the clock.
Let's do this.
On the clock. All right, let's think about surprise picks that could blow our mind here. Running back, we don't think a tight end will go this high. There would be some surprise there, but not much. We've talked about Trey McBride. I don't.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like
I think Nakobe Dean would be a little bit of a surprise. I mentioned him in today's Bucs Insider as a possibility just because of the fact that he is a very good linebacker. And you look at Levante David at age 32, production kind of fell off last year, got hurt last year. He's in the last year of his contract. At some point in time, you're going to have to say goodbye to Levante David. Would you like to have a guy like this waiting in the wings? The reason why he's here, John, is the injuries. And he's a smallish linebacker at 5'11", 229. They're not scared of drafting linebackers that size. That kind of fits their physical profile as long as they're fast. There's no 40-yard dash time on Nakobe Dean. He didn't run it at the combine due to a pec injury. He did not run at his pro day. He looks fast on film, right? But there's no 40-yard dash time, and that might be hurting him a little bit, or certainly not helping him.
Yeah, I mean, that in the injury situation that I just talked about last night, on the end of the show, I was kind of like, hey, what about Nakobe Dean? I think this could be a legit option. Did some conversations today, and you heard what was a Breer, I think, that just reported about him. I just don't think it's going to happen. It would be a real surprise to me. Now, last night I was thinking, oh, this could be a sneaky one. Yeah. And then as I talked to more people, it was like, not there, not for the Bucs.
Select JCL
and I think that will make a difference here too. So we'll see as 33 gets set to get on the clock here. The Bucs are, if they got some circus show going on right now before I don't know, trying to watch on my phone and see when that's about to happen. But.
The other surprise pick, I don't think it's going to be 33, but in the second round, Christian Watson. They brought in three wide receivers that we know of. Now, this was a local visit because he's a plant kid from Tampa. But you look at Chris Olave, Traylon Burks that they brought in. How high is he on the Bucs radar? How high on the pecking order is he? Is he one of those top 5 players that the team likes right now? I think that could be a surprise. Another one is Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State. I don't see edge rusher being more of a need, certainly, than defensive tackle or tight end. Just from a positional standpoint, you've got Shaq Barrett, who's your $17 million man. You've got Joe Tron-Shoyinka, who's your first-round pick last year. We did have Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State in our first mock draft back in January at number 27. That could be a surprise. Another guy that you like, I think even better, John, I do too, is Boye Mafe from Minnesota, who really had a fantastic senior season, really came on 7 sacks, and then went to the Senior Bowl and showed well there, especially in the game.
Yeah, I think that there's the edge rusher situation for the Bucs. A lot of people talked about edge rusher pretty early on in the draft pre-draft process. Then obviously that process went on, and it feels like we kind of phased out of that. We mentioned David Ajabo. You've written about how he's a top 10 to 15 player in the draft in their opinion, but then the Achilles injury happened, and I think that's where things started to maybe go the other direction for him. And so the Bucs are now officially on the clock per Ian Rappaport, and so we will be getting that pick very soon here. Some of those would be surprises that you mentioned, Scott. Obviously we talked about, we can get crazy surprises, or we can go, Malik Willis, Sam Howell, some of the, the quarterbacks obviously would be just total stunners. And I don't think that's going to happen. So trying to think of realistic ones that would be shocks. We mentioned Perion Winfrey would be one. So I think it's going to be a defensive lineman. Okay. So there's 7 minutes on the clocks for these.
Yeah. 7 minutes in the second round, and then it drops to 5.
5 in the third. Yeah. Okay. That's what it is. All right. They changed that a couple times. I wasn't
Correct.
Sure. But the Bucs are on the clock, and no report of them trading down yet. They are about 1 minute into their
through a lot of time. We're expecting Logan Hall,
Houston, but
we will see in just a few minutes if that's going to be the selection.
Yeah, this should, or if there's an opportunity for them to bump down a couple spots. We've talked about that a lot early in the show. If people are jumping in now, we did talk about that a little bit more at the beginning of the show, but. Lots of quarterback needy teams right below them, or teams that could be looking to select one of these quarterbacks. They could be jockeying to jump over each other to get in position at 33. And that could impact the Bucs' decision to say, okay, if all these teams want quarterbacks, and there's 4 left because Pickett, the top guys, if we move down 2 spots, and there could be those kind of thoughts happening right now in the front office.
Yeah, it could be the case. Jason Light, certainly no stranger to trading.
Yeah.
Pulled one off last night. Again, if they're going to trade down, it's only going to be for a few spots. It's not going to be anything crazy. It's going to be literally a couple picks just to get an extra pick or two. And it's going to have to be something that's really a substantial value. I don't think that it's going to be trading down for a 4th-round pick. It would have to be something, I think, pretty substantial to have Todd Bowles and Jason Light want to go down and risk losing some players that they like. And I think Lewis Cine was one of those players that was in contention. And that's just the gamble that when you have a pool of players and you slide down a couple spots even, you're going to lose a couple of those players in your pool. And I think Lewis Cine was one of those players. Was he ranked higher than maybe a Logan Hall or Travis Jones or another player? We don't know. Maybe we'll find out down the road, but
right. I mean, maybe we do. And I think if he were the pick, I think if he were on the board, he would be the pick at 33, but I don't know that either. And so, it could have been he or Hall, but obviously there was nobody they believed in at 27 enough to take him. And so what they did, they just felt like they were comfortable moving down the board and seeing what was there and then assessing their situation from there.
Exactly.
So we continue to wait as the Bucs still on the clock. It says on TV anyway. So we continue to kind of wait to see who this pick is going to be at number 33, or if they decide to move back here. Bucs Worm was shown there, and I believe Bruce Arians was in it.
Yep.
No surprise.
Bruce Arians next to Todd Bowles and Jason Light.
Bucs are using up this clock.
They've had plenty of time to think about this pick, that's for sure. So
that's right. They're using up this clock to see what
it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to be able to nail a Bucs best bet right here, John. And
Jason's on the phone right now. Todd Bowles looks a little giddy.
Yep. He could be on the phone with the draft pick, not necessarily.
Correct. Yeah, it could be on. That's us. Yeah. Todd Bowles looks a little bit giddy right now. Okay. We keep refreshing Twitter. Trust me. Somebody said, keep refreshing Twitter, guys. We are.
We're doing that. There's not much more we can offer outside of naming the pick.
What do you think? Give us who you think is going to be the pick here before it comes in. Drop it in the chat. Let us know who you think the Bucs are taking here at 33 overall in the draft. Defensive player we feel very confident in.
Yep.
Defensive tackle, I'd say we even feel pretty confident in.
Yep.
It's just a matter of which one is going to be the real question here. So Bucs still technically on the clock for the TV. So
this room isn't the best with the Wi-Fi.
Somebody wants a trade. Jelani Woods, somebody's going with a surprise.
Wow.
That was the pick.
Now they're all fighting over who the pick is.
The pick is in for the Bucs.
Oh, the pick is in. Okay, so they're not trading. About to see who this pick is. Big moment.
Ready?
Oh, I'm ready for it. The Bucs are selecting Logan Hall with the 33rd pick. Let's go. Again.
We do this for a living, folks. That's why you
Jordan
turn to
Schultz
us.
with the report. And Albert Breer says it as well. So Logan Hall going to the Bucs. Pewter Report best bet in the first to be their 27th pick, and then or via trade down to be their first day 1 or day 2 defensive lineman off the board as well. Was the player we were putting the money on, obviously, for that to happen. And now Logan Hall is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. What do you feel? How do you feel about this fit, Scott?
I like the fit. I think that he's a versatile player with his size, that he can not only play 3-tech, especially on nickel rush situations next to Vita Vea or next to Ndamukong Suh if he resigns, but he can also play that Will Golston 4-eye, 5-eye defensive end position with his length and with his size there. And so I think that he's even more versatile than Devontae Wyatt. He's younger. He's 22 as opposed to Wyatt being 24. And I think he's just had more production. He had 6 sacks last year as part of Sack Avenue with the Houston Cougars defensive line. They obviously like the Cougars. This is now back-to-back years. As a matter of fact, the last Buccaneer pick, John, was Grant Stewart from Houston. They're going back-to-back Cougars, John. Back-to-back Cougars.
Grant Stewart officially helped make this pick. No, we don't actually know that, but I'm sure there were conversations had along those lines.
Yeah.
But here's some things I want people to know about Logan Hall. He's listed as an edge defender some places.
Yeah.
We even used him as a Bucs best bet as an edge defender because there's the possibility he would play outside in certain situations.
And you got to remember,
but
too.
he played almost all
Right.
3 technique for Houston. He is not an edge rusher moving inside in the NFL like Will Golston was, for example. He is a defensive tackle, and he did it at a lighter weight. Now he's up to 283 and tested like one of the best athletes in this draft at his position. So there's a lot of good things with Logan Hall to work with. And early in his career, he's going to be used probably as a designated pass rusher. His PFF grades have been steady the last 2 years, 85.6 grade in 2020, 83.4 this past year. He played well against tough teams. Memphis, Dylan Parham, they had some battles. He had some great pressures and tackles for loss in that game as well. So lots of good stuff from him. There is explosiveness. There is bull rushing ability to knock guards back after plays, all of that kind of stuff. Here's what it said in Dane Brugler's draft guide about Logan Hall. Quiet off the field, but highly aggressive nature on the field. His coaches say he routinely outworks his peers, was 235 pounds when he enrolled at Houston. His versatility allowed him to play every position on the Houston defensive line, got better each season, and led the team in tackles for loss as a senior. And a quote from an NFL scout, the coaches say no other player on the roster made a bigger jump than when they arrived than Logan Hall. Josh Capo, you're on the show with me, man. Logan Hall, I know you weren't crazy about this pick necessarily. You've watched him. You've studied him, obviously. This would not have been your pick for the Bucs here, but you do see the value and where the pick might make sense for them at least.
Absolutely. And, I said, I think when we were going through our love it, hate it, or live with it podcast that I didn't love it at 27. I certainly like it a lot better with the trade down, with the assets that the Bucs were able to get in the trade last night. And I absolutely love the trade from a value standpoint. So taking him in the second round, and then a lot of what you just mentioned in terms of the character fits exactly what the Bucs are looking for in an individual. And I think that's one of the things that we oftentimes lose track of is who is this person and how are they going to fit into the locker room, right? We've seen people who don't fit into the locker room very well and how that can cause some issues. And I think that Logan Hall's demeanor and his personality is going to fit right in. Then on the field, he certainly brings exactly what the Bucs have been looking for, which is somebody who can play on the interior and add some pass rush ability. He's going to need some development. He's going to need to add some bulk, most likely. But I think that with some time that he can provide a really good impact this year, and then long-term, he can definitely be a starter for the Bucs.
13.5 tackles for losses, 6.5 sacks last year, 48 tackles, a huge breakout year for him. He played his best football last year, and he just turned 22. So we are talking about a young player, especially for this class. Again, Scott and I talked about this a lot. We thought one of the reasons Devontae Wyatt wasn't going to be the pick over Logan Hall was because one of the reasons was his age, 24 years old. We felt like there was going to be a priority for them to go younger with that player. They have done that consistently for a couple of years now. And so they need to continue to draft players that have their best football at them, that can be developed a little bit more and that aren't overly mature already for that point. So that's where they see it right now. The downside to me with Logan Hall is this. He's not going to play every snap. The Bucs don't need him to right away. Right. I don't think there'll be a huge downside for this season, but I wonder what is his involvement to a full-time player in the NFL. That's where I really have a lot of questions about him. Does he evolve into becoming a 70% snap count guy? Is he long-term Vita Vea's like full-time running mate? Obviously there's backups and I get that. And he's not going to play 100% of snaps or anything like that. But does he become that guy that replaces what Sue was early in the Bucs career? Now his snaps have come down a little bit. Does he replace that kind of workload? I know Scott has drawn the comparison between Will Golston and Logan Hall a lot. I don't necessarily see that comparison. Physically, they look the same height and weight. But there's not, in terms of the way they play, Golston played outside in college, had to learn a new position, come to the NFL. Hall already knows the position. He's played the position. He's a hard worker. He's put on weight. So I don't necessarily see him as being as raw as Golston was. It took Golston years to even be able to be a competent pass rusher. Hall already has a lot of those things going for him as an interior player. So that learning curve won't be as steep as it was for Golston, and the ceiling is a lot higher than it was for Golston. So I just personally don't see the connection that Scott sees there maybe. But man, listen, this is an interesting pick for the Bucs that is going to require Casey Rogers to keep the ball rolling with him and keep developing him.
Yeah, and I think like if you look at the different outcomes for a player, if you talk about Logan Hall's maybe his 75th percentile outcome, right? A good case scenario, but not necessarily best case scenario, would be almost the exact opposite of Will Golston, right? Will Golston is often in on their base sets, right? Not in the nickel package, not necessarily rushing the passer a ton, and that keeps his snap counts low. I think somewhere around 50% of the any given game. What you hope with Logan Hall is that he's going to be in on most of the nickel sets.
Yeah.
So that means he's in 60 to 65% of the Bucs snaps on defense, and that's probably a 75th percentile outcome. Hopefully, if he hits his 100th percentile outcome, now you're talking about somebody, working 80, 85% of the snaps, and he can be in on base sets. But he certainly does bring exactly what Bruce Arians had mentioned at the NFL Combine in terms of adding a different element to that room. Yeah. And so it certainly gives them a little bit more versatility that they can now go with all sorts of different personnel settings. I think that's going to be something really big, especially when you look at Todd Bowles and he really likes to interchange players into different roles.
Yeah. Oh, listen, the trade just happened. The Packers moved all the way up. They gave up number 53 and 59 to go up to number 34, and they drafted Christian Watson.
Wow.
And I know Casey Hudson likes him, and shout out to Kayotti who's watching somewhere. She's down bad. She's hurting right now from all the cycling she's been doing. But I don't like this trade at all for the Packers. I mean, you have created this trade calculator, Josh. You know about this kind of stuff. This value feels – we'll get back to Logan Hall in a second, but this value feels totally off. 53 and 59 for a wide receiver whose best season in college was 800-some yards and who runs 2 routes?
I was going to say in a very limited route tree.
Jeez,
absolutely.
Man.
And the rest of that wide receiver room still isn't that great. I mean, that's your number one.
Yeah.
That is a very limited number one. I honestly thought a better fit for the Packers in terms of replacing that Devontae Adams role would have been like a Sky Moore, precision route runner who you can play right away. Exactly. Put him in motion and create touches and opportunities for him. I thought that would be something that they would go for. Obviously, he's a little bit smaller. Christian Watson, I think, has all the upside in the world, but you're going to have a long time to get him there. And the Packers, apparently, they say they want to win now. It's going to be really hard to do with him being your alpha.
It is going to be hard to do now, no question about it. And we'll get to some of these super chats here in a second. I want to keep people caught up on the picks. The Titans selected Roger McCreary at 35. So he was that close to the first round, Josh. I don't know if he was that close to everybody, but I don't have to eat a hat. He wasn't a first-round pick, but I almost made a second-round pick today. I didn't think Christian Watson or Roger McCreary would go this high. The second round has a tendency to get totally drunk. This has been a consistent theme on my board. The first round goes pretty much how I expect it to go and pretty much in line with my board relatively in terms of how I see players and how I think teams will see players. The second round gets totally whack for me. Like every year, it's like totally whack.
I think it's an overcorrection and an overreaction to what happens in the first round. And I think Christian Watson's a perfect example of that. Yeah. You saw a ton of wide receivers go off the board. You saw a ton of wide receiver trades. And all of a sudden, Green Bay, who has no wide receivers, none worth mentioning, now they need one. And so now they have to overpay to make sure that they get one. So it's certainly interesting. That's incredible.
So other trades are happening too here. Let's get you caught up here on what some of these picks are as the second round is underway now. There have been some movement and there's been a couple trades. Mentioned Roger McCreary going to the Titans as well. The Giants, I believe, did the Jets just trade up? I think the Jets just traded up, and the Jets traded up a couple spots to the Giants pick from 38 to 36, and they traded up 2 spots and gave up the 146th pick for running back Breece Hall. So Breece Hall is off the board. He's a Jet now. Again, the Jets continue to add really good players, and Joe Douglas and I continue to see the board basically exactly the same way for several years in a row now. Breece Hall is my number 1 running back. They obviously need a running back. I would not have given up any assets to go get a running back.
I think the pick that they gave up, 146, I think that's decent value for it. And especially for me, Breece Hall was also my number 1. And for me, there was a big gap between him and 2. So I can see that I could get down with that pick. I think it's a pretty decent one, especially when you start to look at their roster. And I think Breece Hall is going to hopefully take some pressure off of Zach Wilson and give them an extra element that could potentially, it's like a force multiplier, and make everyone else around him better, especially running behind that, revamped offensive line.
Right. And, this is obviously we're going to get back to Logan Hall here. Just want to make sure you're caught up on all the picks that have happened so far. And they're coming in so fast, obviously, because of the the trades and the teams coming up know their picks.
Exactly.
So they're getting them in right away. So it's faster than it even normally is. The Jets obviously felt like they needed to jump the Texans to make this pick as well. Like that was the key staple where the Texans were. They let it leak. They let it leak that they were interested in Breece Hall was out there. And if they were, I mean, I think it's probably true. And the Jets knew what they had to do, and they did it. Now, you can argue whether they should have for running back or not, but I don't have a second round. I do have a second round grade on Breece Hall, but everybody else that's been taken so far, it was lower than that for me on my board. So interesting. A lot of good players, in my opinion, are still falling down the board, including some good DBs. So let's see if it stays that way. A long way to go before pick 60. But Logan Hall, let's get back to Logan Hall for a second. And I want to get to some of the comments and some of the super chats. So hopefully I didn't miss too many. I apologize if I did. Thanks, PR. John says, your best bets just won me a few dollars. Going to miss you, John. Use this 20 for gas in that U-Haul. Trying to get the PA. Thank you. Appreciate that, John. Yes. Hopefully y'all bet just like a bunch of you did last year and won a lot of money on Joe Tryon Chewinka. Hopefully you used our information to do that. I appreciate everybody who did putting their faith in us. If you are into that sort of thing, we have gotten this pick right for many years in a row. So we'll see what happens in round 2 and later. But is there a guarantee with these trades that the team you trade with doesn't take your player? $5 super chat from Joe. A lot of times there's conversation between the team that's moving up, and they basically kind of say, hey, we're coming up and we're taking this player. And it's a courtesy. You don't lie to the teams, and otherwise they won't do business with you in the future. And you say, hey, we're come up, and you might say, I don't want to say who we're taking, or you might say, because you think they're going to leverage it, but you might say, hey, we're coming up and this is who we want. And they could say, okay, yeah, we'll move back 2 spots. We know we're going to get a guy we like too. Probably was a very easy decision for the Giants to make right there with the Jets, for example. So this does not mean to me, and by the way, the Texans are taking Jalen Petrie here at 37. So Jalen Petrie's going off the board as well here. Good fit for Jalen Petrie. Texans, do so. I think this is one of the schemes that, again, Patriot-style schemes use 3 safeties on the field. That's the right fit for Petrie. There were so few teams that run that type of defense that it was hard for me to value him a lot, because for most teams in the league, I don't know what he would do. But this is a scheme that does. And those kind of players have a tendency to get to the teams that need him, that would use him. And so I do think that'll be a good fit for him. He'll be sort of another Patrick Chung option. They do have a lot of players there, though. They've he'll be that kind of player, though, I should say, like the Patrick Chung type of option for them. That's what they'll want to do with him in Houston. So, all right, let's roll through some of these other super chats here if we got some more questions. But Logan Hall's arrival does not mean the end of Ndamukong Suh in Tampa Bay. In fact, I think Suh will be back. This may give them some leverage in those negotiations, but I think Suh understood that going in, probably knew how they wanted to play it. And if he wants to play, it's going to be in Tampa Bay. And so,
Yeah, from a roster spot position, I think this probably means McClendon isn't back. Steve McClendon.
Yes, right away for sure.
Yeah,
He'll be waiting in the wings, stay in shape. We'll
exactly.
That kind of thing.
He may end up on the practice squad, but in terms of like on the final 53, I think Logan Hall takes that spot off of not Ndamukong Suh's, and that Ndamukong Suh can easily be put back into this roster.
Yeah. Okay, so the Falcons have traded up. They have pick 38 is now gone to the Giants. The Falcons are at pick 38. Pick 43, the Falcons gave up, and they gave up 114 as well to move up 5 spots here in the second round. Again, these trade ups, man, if you're not taking a quarterback.
It's interesting is all offseason and as we started to look at this draft class, and especially with the quarterback class being a little bit weaker, and we continue to see that, right? We're 4 or 5 picks now into the second round, and we still only have 1 quarterback off the board. And I think it was most people, not their consensus number 1. There was a lot of talk about there may not be a lot of trades this year, right? Because who would want to come up if there aren't those quarterbacks there? And we're kind of seeing the exact opposite of that. Now, a lot of those trades did involve established players, AJ Brown, Hollywood Brown, a lot of receivers and things like that. But you're seeing a ton of movement, and a lot more than I think any of us really predicted. So it's been an interesting thing, and I think that's going to go into every draft class is kind of tiered. John, you do it with your big board. I did it this year with mine. You've got these are the guys who are in this tier, and then here are the guys that are in this tier, and the teams do it as well. And so you're seeing that a lot of teams are saying there aren't many players left in this tier. Let's make this happen before there's a big drop off in talent in our estimation.
Right. And the Falcons, by the way, traded up and they took Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State. So He's off the board. The edge rusher goes to Atlanta. They've been looking for some edge rushing help for a long time. It's funny, his comparison from a lot of people, including in some ways. I don't do one-to-one comparison necessarily, but with Shaq Barrett. So it'll be fun to watch them both in the NFC South for a while in terms of the way they win. There were some real similarities.
I don't love that fit with Atlanta because I really think that Arnold Ebiketie will be at his best when he's not the guy, when he's a good 2 to another established edge rusher. And in Atlanta, they have no established edge rushers.
Yeah.
So I think, with him being immediately, he's going to be their top pass rusher and he's going to get keyed in on. You still have Grady Jarrett there. They'll have, teams will have to account for him up the middle. But I think it's going to be hard for him to really establish himself in that role immediately right off the bat.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for Atlanta because I think he's ready as a pass rusher, but not as a run defender. And I think he could get pushed around early on the field in that capacity. So there will be certainly opportunity for him to play very early on there because they are a train wreck when it comes to edge rushers. They don't have anybody at all that can rush the quarterback. So it's a problem.
Yeah, but you can see Atlanta is very much drafting for a need. And I'm not saying that Ebiketie isn't a good player to go in this spot. I think this rate is right around where most people had him. So I think that's good value there. But their first 2 picks, wide receiver and edge rusher. And those were 2 places that they were devoid of talent on before yesterday.
Right. No question about that. They have a long way to go in terms of rebuilding that roster, and they're hoping that this is the beginning for them, obviously. But Logan Hall is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. If you're just jumping in here, playing for Houston, has really evolved over the last couple of years, added weight, and just kept getting better every year he was there, basically, and went to the Senior Bowl and had some really good flashes there as well. Combine was terrific in terms of the testing at the Combine. Ran a 4.88 40 at 283 pounds. Physically and athletically, there's very little you wish were better about him because he's very good in those ways, especially for his weight and his height. But his arm length, it did come in his pro day. He did get to 33-inch long arms, but it's not a great trait of his yet in terms of his arm length. That means that if that's the case, pad level is important. Okay, he plays with good pad level, even though he's 6'6", but he's 6'6", so there's going to be some science to things in terms of he's going to face shorter guards that are going to be able to get underneath him a little bit. The other important thing will be his first step. If you're not going to be able to reach people, you have to be able to be first into their pads. Yep. That's going to be a big thing for him. Can he improve his first step? In college, there was a lot of square stance or some square stance. I think that in the NFL, that's very rare. He will be able to change his stance some and be more explosive off the ball. I think they will probably start with training him as pass rushing in a lot of ways. He already has moves. That's one of the things I most liked about him. He's got kind of like swipe moves and slap moves. He tries to work to the edge of guards. One of the biggest issues with interior pass rushers in college football is they rarely try to get to the outside of their guy, whoever's blocking them in pass protection. There are a lot of bull rushes, and they try to work everything off of a bull rush. Mm-hmm. In college, you can bully people. In the NFL, you can't bull rush everybody. No. You have to be able to beat them with athleticism on their outside hip. That's how every good interior pass rusher is able to win. Hall already understands that and tries to win that way as a pass rusher. That's probably the thing I like the most about him. Thing I like the least is just, again, I think for a first step needs to be more explosive. If he fixes that and becomes more explosive off the ball, he'll be a greater threat. But every game tape I watched, there were 3 or 4 plays that I was like, that was different. And then there were also a couple plays. I wouldn't say he ever gets bullied around, to be honest, at least not in the tapes I watched. But I could see it his weight against if he isn't able to, if he has to play every down and double teams in the NFL, those are definitely going to move some, I think.
Yeah. What I think will be really interesting, especially with Todd Bowles, is how is he going to be used? Like, what does that personnel group look like? Because you've got a lot of different options.
Yeah.
So I think that could be a really fun thing. And you obviously have a lot more experience with this, and Scott will have a lot more experience on this. So I'll kind of pose that question. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. And then I'm sure Scott's going to jump in just a couple minutes here, and he'll have his thoughts on what type of personnel packages is that going to look like on 3rd and long or 3rd and medium?
Yeah, I think, honestly, he's probably going to play 3rd and longs, I would say, in a rotation. Not all of them, but I would say that's the role for him early on. And then you're going to have Golston, and we'll see about Sue, obviously. But if Sue's there, you're going to have that a decent number of players, I think, who are going to be able to occupy early down snaps. Obviously, Nacho will rotate, but he'll be in the rotation. And they wanted pass rush juice. They said it. Logan Hall, it's one of the most telling quotes of the offseason now is Bruce Arians at the Combine saying, no, we don't want another type like Vea. That's why we never thought it was going to be Travis Jones. We want somebody explosive, athletic, who can penetrate, who can get into the backfield. That's what we want. Athletically is all those traits. Fix his stance a little bit and his get off, and you could have something. I think definitely was the best defensive tackle in this class left on the board for the Bucs. But it doesn't mean that would have been the pick I would have made here.
Right.
If the Bucs were picking, like I love the fit of him with the Bucs better than I like any other defensive tackle in this class that was left on the board. I just don't see necessarily the every down player right now. Yeah. And it'll be fascinating to see how they develop them. Get to a couple more picks. The Bears are taking Kyler Gordon at 39. So Kyler Gordon, the Washington corner, comes off the board right after Arnold Ebiketie. So
I think Brad Spielberger was high on Kyler for the Bears.
Oh, he's probably really happy.
Yeah, I think he's going to be ecstatic about that one. I think it's a smart pick. I loved Kyler Gordon. He was one of my favorites. So I think one of the other things, just kind of getting back to some of those personnel groupings, I go back to week 1 of last year with Dallas, where the Bucs really showed off something really new with Vita Vea off the edge. I think Sue was off the edge. And then they brought Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and JPP into the middle. And I remember correctly, they even had Devin White lining up in the A-gap on that. And it was just a completely new look. And I'm really interested to see how they can do that with Logan Hall in there. Mm-hmm. You put Logan Hall and JTS on the interior where their length, their athleticism, their explosiveness can really give some guards trouble, and then have Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh on the outside really trying to bully tackles and crash down the perimeter of the pocket, and then Devin White just kind of running around like a madman as he is wont to do.
Let me ask this for people, and some people are really excited about this pick. This is a very polarizing pick. I'm just going through the chat. Some people hate this pick, and some people really like this pick, and some people are just like trust Jason Light, which, by the way, is a pretty smart decision. Considering dude hasn't messed up many picks, to be honest. That have been his fault anyway. Jason Shaw says Geno Atkins years back as a potential Logan Hall comp. That I don't see at all, Jason. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy.
Geno
was
pretty
unbelievable,
strong,
and strong, and also totally different body types.
Yeah.
Geno was like the shortest. He was like Aaron Donald, size, more defensive tackle. So different body types, but hopefully it's that kind of
similar
in the NFL. Yeah.
Hopefully,
if it's that impact, that'd be sick.
That would be the 100th percentile outcome.
Geno Atkins in his prime, probably the perfect player to pair with Vita Vea.
Oh yeah.
So supply and demand. Thank you with the $5 super chat. Say something nice to calm me down about Logan. Not happy here. I need double-digit sacks. I think we have said a lot of nice things about him. There is basically no way. I mean, it would be shocking if a rookie defensive tackle came in and gave double-digit sacks. There's not many defensive tackles in the NFL.
That's what I was going to say. I think the thing there, supply and demand,
realistic.
is to maybe lower the expectations. This is not your 2002 Bucs defense or even the 2002 NFL, where that's an expectation of an interior pass rusher. If you're looking for double-digit sacks, you're basically looking for Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
And then that's about it right now.
Yeah. So why don't we ask this? If you have questions about Logan Hall in this pick, what are your questions? Because he is not a perfect player. I already said this, what they picked at 33, and I'll tell you in 1 second where he was on my board. Where was he on your board, Josh? Do you remember?
I want to say he was low 50s.
Okay.
My board is like 10 feet away from me, taunting me right now.
He was 40 for me on my board. So this is very close to where I would have considered in the range I would have considered him, especially since they're already traded down. Positional value and need. So I have no problem with the value here. It's pretty in line.
Yeah.
And again, I thought he was the best defensive tackle for the Bucs at this point.
And I think the big thing to think about here is we all knew that this was a bit of a need for the Bucs. Mm-hmm. And then you start thinking about, okay, where are the rest of their picks? And then what would be the options there?
Yeah.
You move, the next Bucs pick is 60. And I guarantee he would have been off the board by then, as would Travis Jones. And again, we were talking about those tier gaps. When you talk about interior defensive lineman tier gaps, you had tier gap 1 that went in the first round. Mm-hmm. These 2 are basically your tier gap 2, at least in my opinion.
Yes.
There's a big drop off from them to your Matthew Butlers, your Fedarian Mathis, and then a lot of guys who are just more of that run stuffer. Pharrell out of LSU. Trying to remember the guy out of was it Oklahoma or Nebraska. So there's a big jump off. So the Bucs had the opportunity here at 33 to get one of those 2 guys. It sounds like obviously they went with the guy they liked, and they wanted to secure this positional need before the talent level really fell off a cliff.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. So ask away, though. I mean, questions are valid. There are weaknesses in his game for sure.
Absolutely.
And so ask away in terms of what did you want in terms of what Logan Hall, like, what do you want from Logan Hall, and what are your questions about whether he can provide what you want or not? So we'll happy to answer that. Let's see. Ryan says Get-Off was a similar criticism of Tryon coming out as well, correct? Kind of felt meh about that pick, but early return seems it was a great one in hindsight. We'll see with JTS. Certainly the fact that he was able to get on the field, get his body right, play to the level that he did, play roles that weren't even pure edge rusher for a lot of the year. Needed him to be, not necessarily what he was necessarily best or most skilled at, or will be long-term best and most skilled at. So that's the question with JTS. But in terms of the ability, yeah, I think it's all there. I think he's going to have a huge second season would be my prediction there. Logan Hall, the Get-Off was a criticism with JTS. It was more of a criticism because he false stepped so much out of his stance. With Hall, I don't see that. I just think the way that he stands in his stance, because it's a lot of square stance stuff, which is common in college, that is, when he has a staggered stance, I think he's going to have a little more success with his Get-Off in the NFL. But it's a good question for sure, because that's important for him.
Yeah, and Get-Off, I mean, there's two elements to it. There's an athleticism element in terms of how explosive can you move forward, and then there's a technique standpoint. I don't think there's any issues with Logan Hall's athleticism when it comes to his Get-Off, and I think that the Bucs will be able to work with him on the technique portion to hopefully improve it, shave some tenths of a second off of it, and really allow him to, as you said earlier, get into players' chests and really start to bully them around.
Yeah. Somebody asked if he ever dropped into coverage. It doesn't matter. He will. And Tampa Bay, we know this. He's a D lineman in Todd Bowles' system. He will play in coverage. It is just going to happen. So we'll see how much. I'm trying to look. Did he ever play? I don't think he ever dropped in coverage. I don't see anything here in his PFF breakdown.
I don't think there were any passes defensed or interceptions in his college career. I do remember a forced fumble and a fumble recovery, but nothing in terms of maybe coverage type splash plays.
Yeah. So let me just give you an idea here in terms of where he played per se. But that'll help you. It'll help you kind of get an idea for what he is as a player, I believe, in terms of where he'll fit in the NFL. Could be a number of fits for him here. There he is in the middle of your screen, making a tackle there. But in college, 283 pounds, that's wrong. BFF has him at 6'2" there. 6'6". That's all right. Here he played there last year. He played 24 snaps in the A gap, 376 snaps in the B gap, 85 snaps over the tackle, head up or 4-eye inside shade of the tackle, 21 snaps outside the tackle, and then 7 off the ball. So they did bring him as kind of a walk-up 3 technique, a walk-up interior rusher as well. So they did move him around some, but primarily, and this is true every year. In fact, in 2020, it was even more decisive. Almost every snap was in the B gap. The most snaps he had anywhere else were 16 snaps over the tackle, 321 snaps over the B gap. So he was basically a B gap 3 technique player the vast majority of his career. Yes, Todd Bowles is going to move him around because he moves everybody around. There's no question there, Scott. Yep. But primarily, we're going to probably see him as a 3 technique, which, by the way, interestingly enough, I was telling you this the other day, looking in research and snaps. Will Golston plays more 3 technique than Ndamukong Suh. It's actually Ndamukong Suh that plays outside or head up on the tackle more than Golston. I thought that was interesting, given how Golston's perceived by a lot of fans.
That's true. And so we just got back from the Todd Bowles press conference, and he did say that he will be starting off at 3 tech and then going from there. Once he gets that position down, Todd Bowles says, I do like to move guys around. That's pretty common with this front. So he will be a 3 tech. That looks like it's going to be a situation where, and he even said he'd love to have Ndamukong Suh back to help mentor him, but he's not on the team right now. But this certainly is a pick that Todd Bowles was very happy about. One of the most interesting things that Todd Bowles shared, John, about the pick was the fact that when they traded back from the first round, there was a handful of players that they felt comfortable trading back from 27.
Yeah.
Logan Hall was the last player left.
Oh, wow.
In that group.
Is that what he said? And guess who went off the board in the 5 that we had? Lewis Seen?
Yes.
Devontae Wyatt?
Correct.
We had him in that group of 5. I'm trying to remember who else that we had that was on that board. Burks was gone at that point in time. Dax Hill was probably one of those players.
Correct.
So he said a group of players, and then Logan Hall was the only one. So we kind of had the board probably If they said a group of players,
Yes.
I'm guessing he means at least 3, maybe more. And the players that went after him were Devin Lloyd, Devontae Wyatt, Cole Strange was not one of those players.
Correct.
George Karlaftis was not one of those players. We know
players.
that. Dax
Jackson
Hill,
and
Lewis
Lewis
Cine.
Cine. Yeah,
So Hill might have been one of those guys. I'm guessing it wasn't Lloyd because they probably didn't even expect him to be there.
correct. Yeah,
Wyatt, Hill, Cine. In our top 7, we had Hill and we had Ajabo was when we extended it out to 7.
Correct.
The 5, 3 of the 5 there. So
yeah.
had the board pretty well figured.
Matter of fact, when you look at this, Devontae Wyatt was a Bucs best bet. Lewis Cine was a Bucs best bet. Logan Hall was a Bucs best bet. And Cole Strange was a Bucs best bet.
That's true.
Although it was the
Later in
round
the
4
draft.
through 7 selection at the interior line position.
Yeah.
So this was, it would have taken a lot for the Buccaneers to trade out of this because
they
Logan
felt
Hall
like-
that was the cutoff of the first pool of players that they liked.
And fascinating stuff, absolutely great stuff from Jason that he even revealed that. That's
Actually, that was Todd Bowles. We didn't hear from Jason.
Todd
Yeah.
Bowles, that's what I meant to say. That he revealed that. That's cool that Todd said that because
Yes.
we weren't sure. We got great info from Bruce Arians for a long time. We're
Yes.
unsure if we'll get great info from Todd. Bruce Arians basically gave us this pick.
Right.
He said it at the combine.
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
obviously the visits and other conversations we've had as well. But yeah, this is the Seahawks pick, by the way, and they took Boy Mafe from Minnesota, which
Right.
is such a Seahawks pick.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
hilarious.
Yeah.
And they pick again at 41.
Right.
So they didn't pick a quarterback at 40. I just like to say this, we can get back to Logan Hall because I
Yeah.
want your thoughts on him too, Scott. But what do we hear going into the second round? All these teams want to trade up for a quarterback. The Vikings are interested. Seahawks are interested. The Falcons are interested.
No trades
All
yet.
these teams,
No quarterbacks.
no
taken yet.
quarterbacks taken.
Yeah.
It's like 4 trades, 3 or 4 trades so far.
Yeah, but
all for
but
non-quarterbacks.
not for a quarterback. Exactly.
So not only are teams don't care about the quarterbacks at all, despite what the media is trying to continue to tell
Right.
us, the national media continue to get wrong, but they are aggressively trading up for other players
That's right.
other than quarterbacks. That's how much they just don't care about it at all.
Yeah, this is not a good quarterback class at all.
Teams
Yeah.
are out on it, man. It's
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah.
I got so the second one is Kenneth Walker for the Seahawks at 41.
running
So
back.
2 running backs, Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
We didn't think the Bucs necessarily had either of those guys super high on their board.
Correct.
Spiller and some other guys. We think later in the class. Hopefully, they don't get pushed to take one at 60. But we are about 18 picks from the Bucs' next selection, and we'll see if there is a trade up at some
And
point.
listen, there's not a running back that the Seahawks don't love. They draft a running back every year. And we've seen them
That's true.
draft one as high as the first round with Rashard Penny, and we've seen a big time contributor in the 7th round to Chris Carson. This is a team that just believes in running the ball. Maybe it's because Pete Carroll's old, and it's their philosophy. They're a running team, and you know what? When your quarterback is Drew Lock, you better run the ball, John, because you're gonna suck.
That's very true. And, again, another good fit. And the Seahawks I think the Seahawks are honestly later in the draft one of the more predictable teams. Early,
Yes.
no, but later in the draft because they tend to take players that do very specific things. They don't care about receiving for running backs.
Right.
They haven't. And so the fact that Kenneth Walker's big question marks are, is he a good receiver? Won't matter to them. They want to run the football. They've got and they've got Rashad Penny, and that's what they want to do. So I think that's how it'll factor out. Let us know, Bucs fans, again, what do you see as Logan Hall? What are the question marks you have for Logan Hall? Or the question marks you want to know about his evaluation? I've scouted him in depth, and I'm going to do a write-up.
It was
Pewter Report as
interesting.
well.
Todd Bowles said, his height reminds him of Will Golston. He says, but he's more athletic than Will. And he said, apologies to Will. He didn't say apologies, but he said, I'm not slighting Will, but Logan Hall's a more athletic player. I mean, Will Golston was a 4th round draft pick. And so now you're seeing Logan Hall being the 33rd overall draft pick. So even coming out of college, there's that separation just in terms of athleticism and the type of player. But Todd Bowles said that he got to meet Logan Hall at the combine and then follow up with him at the top 30 visit here at the facility. And he just said he's a Buck defensive lineman. And it's a great fit. He said that they didn't really rely on any scouting reports from Grant Stewart, but they did talk to Grant this past week after they had done all the work on Logan Hall, so they wouldn't get influenced. But obviously Grant, being a Cougar, was given the double thumbs up for sure. So I'm pretty excited about this pick because it is a defensive lineman with Ndamukong Suh. If he does return, he's 35. Is probably his last year. Now, John, this might mean that the team does not have to re-sign Steve McClendon, who's 36, because you've got a younger player, not first round, but your first pick, filling in that depth chart spot. And the other thing too is it's another Bucs best bet. It's another first round draft pick that we've hit, and we do an awful lot of work on the draft. It's not just watching the college all-star games and reading up on these guys. It's watching. It starts for me with a highlight reel. Does the player have the traits?
Yeah.
Does he look like a Buccaneer player on a highlight reel? Then you go to the film and you look at the highlights, but you also look at the lowlights. How high are the highs, how low are the lows, and then you start looking at free agency. And as the Buccaneers are filling their needs, where do those needs kind of end up? And sometimes, we start off with Devin White and we end with Devin White. Sometimes we start with Jameis Winston, we end with Jameis Winston. Yeah. But the last 2 years, we've ended up with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and we've ended up with Logan Hall,
right?
Because we put in the time and the work to kind of get to this spot. And we do it for you guys out there at Pewter People. We appreciate all of our Pewter Report readers and listeners and followers who not just follow us during football season, but also follow us from our first mock draft in January on to the culmination of the Bucs pick.
How many years in a row is that? That's 2 years in a row, right? Where we had the pick right in the final mock and the Bucs best bet.
Yeah.
But then also Tristan Wirfs was the year before that.
Yeah, we
did not have that.
Correct.
Nobody thought he would fall.
We got Devin White the year before.
Devin White the year before that, obviously.
We had Vita Vea in a previous mock, but we went with Derwin James in the final mock.
The craziest thing, honestly, we've done is the prediction. I'm getting nostalgic here just thinking about it. The prediction before day 3 of the Tristan Wirfs draft, when I wrote the day 3 mock draft for the Bucs and had Tyler Johnson and Khalil Davis's picks. That was wacky because they didn't pick till the end of round 5 that day. So I know who's going to be on the board. And that was more luck, but that's pretty crazy stroke of luck as well. But it's been some fun things in the history. It's always a blast for us. We honestly look forward to so much to seeing if we'll get it right. We never know 100%.
We have no control.
Jason tells us or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. We just accumulate a lot of information and study a lot of the tendencies. So anyway, don't want to toot our own horn too much, but obviously it's fun for us when that happens, and we're not going to shy away from that at all. Supply and demand. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Funny how the most explosive players I've been propping for months go back-to-back Watson and Brees Hall after our worst of all-time pick. Supply and demand is out on this pick. He wants no parts. He wants no parts of this. So the Vikings have traded up, and they traded up to 42 and selected Andrew Booth, the corner. So I know Bucs fans were talking about him. We said many times, we like Kyler Gordon and we like Andrew Booth. We just didn't think the Bucs were going to take him at any point. So I don't really think that. I know Bucs fans are going to be like, wow, we missed out on them. They weren't taking him. They didn't miss out on anybody. They drafted at 32 and they didn't take him. So
that's right.
The Josina Anderson said, hearing Tampa Bay liked Kenneth Walker too. Maybe that's true, but that's a story, by the way. But that would be a surprise if Kenneth Walker was atop their board, in our opinion. The receiving ability that he does not have at this point in time, and the pass protection ability he does not have at this point in time, would make him very unlikely, in my opinion.
The other thing too is and I'm not discounting Josina Anderson's reporting whatsoever. She's a fantastic reporter. Sometimes though, when the national people go with something, is it coming from an agent? Mm-hmm. Is it coming from another team, or is it coming from the actual team? Right. Yeah. So sometimes, and that's the downside with going with anonymous sources, right? Is we don't know who that is. We don't know how much stock and credibility we can put in there. Obviously, it's worth reporting, and she certainly felt obligated to do that. It just does not fit at all, especially after the Ronald Jones miss, where they had a very small sample size of his receiving ability at USC. Well, we can coach him up, John. We can get him better. Look, he had 20 catches out there at USC. He showed he could do it at his pro day, right?
Right.
It's different when you got a linebacker bearing down on you in the flat, right? It's different when you're catching a swing pass and you got a safety coming up to take your knees out. Are you going to catch the ball? Are you going to alligator arm it, right? What's your level of concentration? Are you good in pass protection? It's one thing to go there on a pro day and have a position coach hold up a bag as a blitzing linebacker, and it's really some 55-year-old position coach coming out there, and he's not in pads, and he's certainly not an All-American linebacker, right? So much of this is a projection, and when you don't see it, I've talked to too many scouts in Tampa Bay and just around the league. When you don't see it on film, it scares you because you got to make a projection, and that's why too. When you look at a player like Trayvon Walker, he didn't get the sacks, he didn't rush the passer from an edge position. He didn't do it. There's no evidence that he can rush the passer from the edge position and be effective. It's a complete projection. Not saying he can't do it, but when you're a scout, you want to be able to see what these players can do. And I think they got burned with Ronald Jones and his ability to be a running back that could be a 1, 2, and 3 down player. And with picking him in the second round, they expected him to be that. He never grew into that role, and he got passed up by a free agent they had to bring in Leonard Fournette. And so I think that's probably why they wanted no part of Kenneth Walker, especially in the second round.
Yeah. So, by the way, the Giants just selected Kentucky wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson. So this is vibes.
Yeah, it really is.
In terms of being a reach and this being a player that I didn't scout. I'll be honest. I did not think he was going to go this high or close to this high.
I looked at his highlight film, and I didn't see the highlights.
Yeah, I don't know. Josh, did you scout him? Did you get that deep?
Wide receiver 21.
Wide receiver 21 for Josh Capa. So he did get to scout him. But, that's Giants. Okay, I've liked what the Giants have done. I've liked the new regime. This is an interesting one for sure.
$5 super chat from William Butler. Appreciate all the super chats we've got, folks. They're awesome, and keep them coming. No way McBride is there at 60. I agree. And from what it looks like, Light is not inclined to move up. I wouldn't necessarily say that. We shall see what's going to transpire here in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah,
we're kind of blazing through this.
I mean,
this
no
round.
tight ends have been selected yet,
right.
So we'll see. And as we get closer, I'll look at probably about 10 picks out. I'll look at kind of the board and see what teams actually could take a tight end that's ahead of the Bucs, and that's likely for. But we'll see, William. It's a decent thought. Let's go to Romero here. Dustin says, John Scott, do you think if Tariq Woolen is there in the second, we'll take him? God, I hope not.
I hope not.
I'd really like to see that with 6'4" and that speed as a Buck corner. Yeah, 6'4" and that speed, but watch him at the Senior Bowl, and it wasn't great.
Yeah. The transitions, when you're 6'4", you're almost too tall, right? I mean,
and his agilities were not good.
Yeah, the Bucs like tall corners, but a tall corner for the Buccaneers is 6'1", John.
Yeah,
right.
I would not be crazy about that pick. I don't know that it'll go that high, but the second round, like I said, is a breeding ground for just absolute crazy selections.
Yes.
And so we've got, let's see, the Giants taking Wando. So the Browns are on the board here. We're still about 16 out from the Bucs. So there's going to be movement. So no point in looking at what teams want just yet. Somebody asked about Logan Hall compared to Chris Jones and Eric Armstead. And that is an interesting one. I think Chris Jones is on another level of explosiveness. Yeah. So I don't think that's even a fair comparison. Plus, he's huge.
Yeah, for Eric Armstead, he's almost kind of like in the Calais Campbell type, where he's just a massive human being from top to bottom. Yeah. I think you see the height there. One thing that Todd Bowles did say is he's 285 now. By the end of next year, he'll be 295, maybe 300 pounds. So he does have the frame to add more size, and so I think that it's going to take some time. Listen, folks. Warren Sapp, as great as he was, and he was an absolute dominant player in college, right? If you go back in 1995, I think he had 4 or 5 sacks. He did have a nice gimme pick 6. Mm-hmm. He intercepted a shovel pass as a rookie against the Falcons. But Warren Sapp wasn't Warren Sapp in 1995. Warren Sapp wasn't even really Warren Sapp until 1997. That's when he became a double-digit sacker. He showed some flashes and glimpses in 1996. It just takes defensive tackles, especially inside, a little bit longer to develop. All right. It just does. There's grown man strength is real. And when you have a guard in a center that's going to be double teaming you, and I would say that's 600 pounds of beef, John. Yeah. In this day and age, it's about 700 pounds, right? Yeah. These guys are not 300 pounds anymore. They're 325, 335, 340, etc. And he's going to have some growing pains and struggles, but you're going to see some flashes too. I think where he's going to help the Buccaneers, John, is in two big ways. Number one is his interior nickel rush. Him coming in is going to be key on the nickel rush situation. The other thing is, by him being the nickel rusher next to either Vita Vea or Ndamukong Suh, JTS is going to stay outside.
Yeah.
That's going to help JTS become a better edge rusher rather than having to kick him inside to bring some speed and athleticism. Now, I'm not going to say that JTS is never going to get a rep inside. That's not the case.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be used in that role with the frequency that he was as a rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now we've got a situation where I believe for a few minutes now, the Browns have been on the clock here for a little bit. So we have a trade coming at 44. I'm not sure, but the Bucs' next pick is at 60. We said that we believe the positions they'd be looking to address in their first 4 picks would be defensive tackle, tight end, safety, cornerback, and running back potentially, but definitely those first 3. And so that is going to be one of the question marks in terms of what's next for them and what they prioritize next coming off the board, given the way that their roster is constructed right now. We would, if we're just going off need, obviously it would seem to be tight end. If we're going off best player available, perhaps it could work differently. If there is a run on tight ends, you cannot reach for a tight end. It's just, again, it's one of those positions. Cannot reach for a tight end. Like it's just, it would, you can for positions of greater value, but
here's what happens, right? And I know we've talked about Trey McBride being a player that they're really interested in, right? We have him as a Bucs best bet. We have him as Tampa Bay's 2nd-round pick. The thing about McBride is
trade, and the Texans are going to take it 44. Go ahead.
Okay. The thing about McBride is he probably out of the tight ends maybe has the opportunity to be a number 1 tight end. But this draft is full of number 2 tight ends, John. And so if McBride goes off the board, if Dulcich goes off the board from UCLA, now you're looking at a bunch of these guys that are really number 2 tight ends, right? And maybe one's a little bit better than another, but you're still getting that same caliber of player.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the point where you pick the guy that falls to you rather than going to get the guy. In Jelani Woods, I'm intrigued by him. I would not mind seeing Jelani Woods in red and pewter.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't mind it at all. The Texans, by the way, are taking John Mechie, the Alabama wide receiver.
Why?
So, again, I actually kind of like Mechie once I got around to watching him, but this is still higher than I would have thought. So this is good for the Bucs.
It is. What does John Mechie do that is special?
I think he's a really good route runner. By the way, want to do one thing he did that was special? He made Roger McCreary look just about undraftable when they faced against each other. He cooked Roger McCreary pretty good. I think he's a really good route runner, really good tempo and agility in his routes, but he's not big. He's not going to win contested catches. He does have good speed. The biggest concern with him, in my opinion, is that he's hurt as often as he is. And that's a question mark, I think. But, man, one of the guys Nick Saban has absolutely stood on the table for. The offensive version of Minka Fitzpatrick. If you remember Minka coming out, Nick Saban was like, this is like my son, and the players would say that's Mechie in a lot of ways. So got a good review from a guy like Nick Saban. That'll go a long way.
The other thing too is we have not seen Travis Jones come off the board, who was another player that was rumored to be in the same category and discussion with Logan Hall. And pretty much Todd Bowles came out and said that wasn't the case without saying it wasn't the case. Right. But when he said we had one guy left, Travis Jones was not in the conversation.
Yeah, you're right. And we kind of predicted that. I mean, we thought they would be interested in him, but again, we were of the opinion if they were going defensive tackle, it was going to be Logan Hall. Yeah. Even over Travis Jones and Devontae Wyatt, who are more commonly mocked to the Bucs than Logan Hall.
Interesting that Nakobe Dean's still on the board.
Nakobe Dean's still on the board. The medicals Albert Breer talked about, and I think that's the big reason why one of the smallest linebackers in the league he would be immediately, and his body's been through a lot. So we'll see what happens with his draft stock. The Texans traded 68 to get to 44, but they also traded 108 and 124. That's terrible, right, Josh? Second round value they gave up to move up to get John Mechie. I like Mechie. Wow. This is still too high for him, even if he was just there. That's just a horrible trade. Again, the Texans, in my opinion, just continue to be totally lost in what they're doing. Really can't. Not a big fan. Now, I did compliment the Petrie pick because Petrie went to the Texans. I don't know if you saw that while you were
unfortunately.
Well, it's interesting because Patriots style defense, like it's one of the teams I think it could work for.
It would be a good scheme
Patriots
fit.
style defenses, I shouldn't say, but Patriots front office people, like in terms of knowing how to
Correct.
they're going to run things. And
Yeah,
how Lovey will probably
Lovey will ruin him. But
You
yeah.
think?
Come
Lovey.
Come on.
I shouldn't have asked you that.
One
I don't
thing
even
was,
opinions.
Houston had a lot of picks to give up between the Deshaun Watson trade and then trading back yesterday.
Mr.
Houston
Engel.
did have a lot of picks to give.
3-3-3. Lovey gonna Lovey. That's a fact.
Lovey gonna Lovey.
Easily one of the worst head coaches I have covered here.
A second
Just
crack at this
awful.
thing years later. Did so well in Illinois. Baltimore Ravens are on the clock at 45. Could this be Travis Jones? Because a lot of people thought Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
This could be Travis Jones.
Yeah, it very well could be. The Ravens, they need to, they always seem to draft defense pretty well too. I mean, the Queen pick wasn't that great, but the players that they have drafted, Sky Moore, that could be a good pick
they
there.
lost Marquise Brown and haven't replaced him yet.
Or did they go Malik Willis here? And
that's
and
what
then
you
just
floated
trade,
up. I think
trade
that's
Lamar
crazy.
Jackson
That's
instead of paying him.
Wild. That's
If,
wild.
listen, I took a prop bet. If Malik Willis goes to, I think I've got them. The Vikings have already made a pick, right?
Yeah.
So this is my last chance.
Yeah.
If Malik Willis goes here, I win $350 on a $5 bet. But
Not bad. Not bad.
otherwise,
45. We've had one quarterback in the top 44 picks. Will that continue? Can we get to 50 with one quarterback in there?
yes,
That's
let's do
wild.
it.
Quarterbacks literally just sitting on the board. And where is I'm going to go? The Saints, by the way, could be a team for looking for a tight end that could get Nab McBride, I think.
Yeah.
They're at 49. That could be an option for them. I'm trying to think.
Trotman.
Yeah, Troutman, I don't know that they would feel like at this point in time that they feel super confident he'll be their guy. And that's a team that's always obviously prioritized the tight end position. Probably going to be similar offensive personnel minded. So they could, we'll see what they end up doing if they end up addressing that position at all at some point in the draft. That's just a massive trade for the Texans.
It is. Yeah.
Don't know why that went down that way that it did. But
When Logan Hall just spoke with the local media here via conference call, we're working on that story right now for you on pewterreport.com. When that story is complete, we'll have Matt and Tara come in and give his reaction to interviewing Logan Hall. And then I would imagine maybe tomorrow morning or maybe Monday, we'll get Logan Hall. Hopefully not on Sunday. I need a day off. I don't want them to bring him in on Sunday, but if they do. And then,
so he won't be here physically, I don't think, tomorrow.
He could be. If they can get him in here, they would have him on before the draft started, maybe at 11 o'clock when we're on, but that might be the case.
Somebody asked if Logan Hall was a run liability.
Yeah,
and
appreciate the super chat.
No, I do not believe that he is. He had actually none of his grades from PFF would indicate a liability. And
Right.
none of the tape I saw. I studied 3 games, all 22 of him, and I did not see any liabilities. There are certain times where he gets caught and consistencies, and he, getting stronger will help. And there's some things like that will be better. But yeah, I mean, his pass rush grade was an 84.9 for PFF. That's excellent. The run defense grade was a 78. He had a 16% pass rush win rate, which is excellent. A 9.2% run stop win rate, which is even better in correspondence with what typical run stop rates are for defensive tackles. So all the grading was good. All the testing was good. Senior Bowl was good. And so what was that?
Good job with the Ravens.
Jabo goes to the Ravens
Wow.
here.
Wow, that's
So-
a fantastic pick.
Yeah, so I like a Jabo. Maybe less than you guys, but so it probably won't happen this year. But long term, they want to put Adafe away and a Jabo together, obviously, which is going to be pretty cool for away, I think.
It is. Logan Hall is the Bucs pick. We have Logan B as our super chat pick right now. We're going to read $10. Appreciate that. As a longtime Michigan Brady fan, I appreciate it how everyone at Pewter Report, especially John, no question about it, Ledyard, has
Did I
covered
say that?
the athlete that made me fall in love with football. Best of luck, John. So I'm just obviously talking about Tom Brady.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Logan. We appreciate that. Here's a cool thing about Ajabo. I want to get the details up, but Ajabo, so Ajabo was raised in Nigeria, West Africa, until the age of 7 when his family moved to Scotland for his father's job. He grew up playing basketball, soccer, and volleyball in Aberdeen and wanted to maximize his opportunities in those sports. So he left his family and moved to the United States at age 15. He enrolled at Blair Academy, a private boarding school in New Jersey, lettered his sophomore year in basketball and soccer. he saw his Blair basketball teammate, Odafe Jason Owe, who was a year older, make the transition from basketball to football and went to the football coaches to also make the switch. Ajabo played football for the first time as a junior. And so Ajabo followed Owe into the sport.
Yeah.
Both from similar backgrounds. And now, obviously, they will be teammates in Baltimore. That's a pretty neat story going back to when they were in high school.
Ian Rappaport says that Ojabo is recovering nicely from his torn Achilles. He should be ready by October if all goes well.
Yeah, I'm sure he has no clue. It's been a month.
Yeah.
There's just absolutely no way. But yeah, eventually he could be a really good player, and obviously they're a good place to develop him for sure. So Ravens with Kyle Hamilton, Ty Linderbaum, and David Ajabo.
Yeah, speaking of the Ravens, longtime Pewter Report follower and reader, Jason De La Torre says, I think NFL Network just showed the Ravens draft board on the War Room cam. Oops.
Oh, if you got a screen. I love when that happens.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often, but definitely show it to me. I would love to, if somebody could DM that or email to me, john@pewterreport.com, JON@pewterreport.com. I'd love to see that. See if they catch the board. That'd be awesome.
No doubt about it. I just did a John Ledger there for you.
There you go.
No doubt about
No
it.
question about it.
Oh, yeah, no question about it.
Yeah. Supply and Demand said, John, that Pat's video of Strange Call in the War Room was priceless. I got chills about how morbid it was in there. That was an unbelievable conversation with Cole Strange. They literally sounded like they were just like telling him that he's off their board, and they were telling him they were picking him. Did you see it yet?
I did not.
The Patriots on the call with Cole
uh-uh.
Strange. It was like the most morbid. They were just like, yeah, and here's Bill Belichick. He just wants to talk to you.
We're
we're
picking,
we're gonna make it a pick here at 29.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put you on with. It was like a 1 second conversation.
Yeah,
it was yeah. I don't think they believe in joy. Oh, sorry, Jason. I don't think they believe in joy there. That's.
Joy gets win championships. 6 of them.
That's right. Bill only cares about the rings. That's it. Okay,
glad
so
to hear
who's on the board
SR
here?
still say Lovey was one of the worst. He absolutely was. Yes. When you go 2-14 and you don't win a home game, right? You go 0-8 at home, and you're replacing Greg Schiano, and you can't do any better. Yeah, you're absolutely one of the worst. I mean, I nothing against Lovie Smith, the person, but just that was some brutal football watching that in 2014. And I was happy when Jason Light fired him the next year. I was.
This is
I'm not gonna
crazy.
lie.
The Lions just took Josh Paschal from Kentucky, the
What?
edge rusher. They already have both the Okwaras.
Right.
Who else?
And
they have?
Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Right.
How many of these guys do they play?
Maybe he plays inside. He's
Yeah.
kind of a tweener. That
He's 262 pounds, though. That's a
he's-
huge
He's got
projection.
more
He's
room
very
to
powerful.
beef up than Logan Hall.
Wow,
does.
they are serious about the trenches. Somebody's getting traded, though.
Yeah.
Who else do they have there? They have another guy there, too. Charles Harris, they just re-signed. Pass rush specialist, but
Right.
man. So the Aguara brothers, are they out? Are they going to trade Romeo? I bet they trade Romeo. I mean, Paschal is Romeo. They're the same type
That's
of
true.
player.
Yeah.
They play the exact same way.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Beefing up on that line.
Beefing up on that line.
Beefing up on that line. Did somebody say beef like Beef O Brady's?
Wings and beer, beer and wings. Nobody combines them like Beef O Brady's. Start with their award-winning wings, traditional or boneless, in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Next, pick the cold brew that's perfect for you. Beef's has all your faves on tap. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you count all the flat screen TVs playing game after game. Beef O Brady's, where game time meets beer and wing time all the time. Drink responsibly.
Look at those wings. Holy smokes. I mean, you're talking about bone-in or boneless wings. Beef O Brady's has got them. Plus all the sauces that you want and need to make your wings as mouth-watering as possible. Don't forget the ranch and the blue cheese. Folks, where are you going to go to grab a bite to eat? It better be Beef O Brady's. Why? It's good food, good sports. 45 different Tampa Bay area locations. They got wings, they got burgers, they got nachos, they got beer galore. One of my favorite places, Beef O Brady's, they've got a location near you. Find out where by going to beefobradys.com. And when you're there, click on their menu and take a look at what they've got going on right now. In terms of their entrees, their apps, they've got a wide variety of great American pub fare, and they do it like it's nobody's business. Beef O Brady's, visit beefobradys.com. You can also place a to-go order. And if you're having a draft party, if you're going to have a lightning watch party coming up, make it beefs with catering. Beef O Brady's, 45 locations in the Tampa Bay area, beefobradys.com.
We have another player off the board, I believe. Let's check. The Commanders are taking Fedarian Mathis here, the Alabama defensive lineman.
They
Fedarian
love
Mathis over Travis Jones.
They love
Alabama
defensive line.
Payne, Allen, Mathis.
Yep.
How do they not come away with Dalvin Tomlinson? Did somebody trade up ahead of them for Dalvin Tomlinson? I mean, they don't even care. They don't even scout it.
Yeah.
They just say, give me that guy. That guy.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I mean, they just took him over Travis Jones. Fedarian Mathis over Travis Jones is insanity to me.
Yeah.
Insanity. I mean, they were on the same field at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
And one dude wasn't even, you didn't even know he was there. And the other guy was a beast.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's going to be interesting to see where Travis Jones ends up going.
Yeah, it is, because I don't think he's Saints. I mean, they have a lot of different body types, but he'd be just an early down guy for the Saints, I think, probably. Chiefs next to.
Appreciate the comments on the segue. I learned from the best, Mark Cook. Still not as good as Cookie was, but that guy could do segues into commercials like nobody's business.
Yeah, that's true.
This Mark Cook, man, he was a fixture on the draft show for several years, even before Trevor. I mean, it was him and I doing the draft show. It brings back a lot of memories. Coming back into this building, John, we haven't been here for a couple of years because of COVID. And when I came in here for the Todd Bowles press conference and the Bruce Arians press conference, last time I was in the building was with Mark Cook. So rest in peace, Mark Cook. He was 50 last year when he passed away in August. It's coming up on a year, in a couple months, and we just love that guy. Yeah,
absolutely. That's been something we've thought about and talked about for sure.
Yeah.
As we've gotten back in here. So the Bears are on the clock right now at 48. Bears are on the clock at 40. We are getting close.
Yeah.
Closer to the Bucs pick.
And
we do think it's going to be a tight end. We've talked a lot about Trey McBride. I don't think there would be any other tight end. It would surprise me if there were another tight end. We've talked about other ones they could be interested in later, but I think here it would be McBride.
Yep. Rich has a great idea, folks. You know what that is? It's making sure that you subscribe to our Pewter Report TV YouTube channel and then hitting like on all of our videos, including this one right here, our Pewter Report draft show. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button. What that does is it helps our algorithm, and it helps us get our content, our YouTube content, in front of more Buccaneer fans. So that's where we want you guys to come into play. We appreciate every single one of our 8,100 growing subscribers to our YouTube channel. And we're now going to be joined by the one and only Matt Matera, who is going to be talking about the latest Buccaneer, and that is Logan Hall. And whenever Matt and I are on the podcast, something happens. It's a transaction. It's a trade. It's a signing. Something happens. Something good happens. So as John Ledger steps out to get some refreshments, we're bringing in one of the freshest guys here at the Advent Health Training Center, and Matt Matera. And Matt, you had the chance to talk to Logan Hall. I couldn't wait. I had to get in here and tell all the Buccaneer fans and the Pewter people about Logan Hall from the words in the mouth of Todd Bowles, the new head coach of the Buccaneers. But you were able to talk to Logan Hall via video conference.
That's right.
What was your takeaway?
It was a pretty just interesting setup in the first place. Obviously, we had Todd Bowles in person. We were able to speak to him face to face. But with Logan Hall, it was a big screen TV. If you saw, we tweeted it out on Pewter Report's Twitter. But it was funny. Like, we just passed around a mic and we're looking at him like that. I think he's going to be. He seems like a very humble kid. Maybe not as descriptive and gave too much insight like Todd Bowles did, but that's what you got to expect from a rookie.
I wasn't blown away by Vita Vea in his first press conference.
Exactly.
He was a little shy.
There's a long way to go, but I think one of the biggest takeaways for me was, and this was Scott, you and John, you guys were talking about this when it comes to Logan Hall. I actually asked him, I was like, who's a player that you either model your game after or, want to take some moves as a pass rusher? And he said Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner. But the reason why he further elaborated, he said, they are both guys that I have a similar build to.
Yeah.
They're tall and long players. And that's one of the big things that we talked about with Logan Hall is that he's got that length and he's got that versatility. You heard Todd Bowles talk about it too, where, he's 6'6". He's about 275 now. Or at 285, he's going to grow to 295 and 300. He ran hurdles in high school. So I thought that comparison was very interesting. And it seems like a lot of.
How did he run hurdles with those massive, long legs?
Unbelievable. I like too that Bowles said that he was deceptive. Like, how's a guy that big deceptive? You could see him almost anywhere.
Coming a mile away.
Yeah. Hall spoke about his versatility as well, too. He just said he feels comfortable lining up anywhere, whether it's 3, 5, anywhere along the defensive line, he feels pretty good about. It seems like they really hit it off. Bowles mentioned that they first met at the combine, but it was really the 30-30 visit, Bowles said 30-30. I was just transcribing that, so it's in my head. But the top 30 visit, and Hall said that after he just felt like that the team liked him. He said they hit it off well, and that was essentially he had a good feeling about it. You never know with this draft. So many different things can happen. The Bucs already traded, so it can go anyway. But he just sounds like a guy that's very excited to be here. I think he's going to learn from a veteran group along the defensive line. Another fun fact too: when he was on that visit, he actually met up with his old pal Grant Stewart. Yeah. So that was a little funny that
special
they got to go
teams
see each
ace
other.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think he's going to bring a lot of fun and variety to this defensive line that's already very talented. And again, just the length, the comparison to Armstead and Buckner, I think that's an exciting thing for Bucs fans when you get to watch them soon enough during Bucs rookie minicamp, which is coming up around the corner.
Matt, you were in the press conference with me for Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
How surprised were you that Bowles actually admitted that there was a group of players at the end of the first round that the team liked when they made that trade at 27, and that Logan Hall was the last one left out of that group? Yeah. That was kind of revealing, was it not?
It's very fascinating, too, because, again, going back to the time when Bowles was the head coach of the Jets, he was and the biggest thing I took away from him, just in terms of press conferences and everything, is Bowles was very, in my opinion, Belichickian. Very
guarded.
Very guarded, very all business. He's just going to get you straight to the point. But I think being around Bruce Arians more and more over the years has really let Todd Bowles express more of his emotion.
You were there at the combine with John. Bruce Arians says, we're going to draft a quick defensive tackle. We did a pass rusher from the inside. It's like, okay, thanks for whittling down the draft board selection for us at Pewter Report. It's going to be Logan Hall.
The best bet was almost a slam dunk at this point.
I know.
That was one of the funniest things when Bowles was like, he was asked, how was the first day of the draft as a head coach? He's like, well, we didn't make a pick, so it was pretty freaking boring.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I really come to appreciate the quipster that is.
He is for Bucs fans
Todd Bowles.
That only see Todd Bowles from afar. You're going to see a lot more of him now. Obviously, now that he's the head coach. Todd Bowles is really funny. He is so funny, but you don't see it a lot. Obviously, he's defensive coordinator. He was a defensive coordinator, so you only hear from him once a week. But he's got just a very good, dry sense of humor, and you never know when it's coming. But he's always got like one good one-liner per press conference.
He's got some quips. There's no doubt about it. So it was no surprise that the Buccaneers win defense there. Your thoughts, though? We know what Todd Bowles was thinking. I mean, look at the smile on his face.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's happy that he got a defensive player, B, a defensive lineman, right, at a position of need at the 3-tech spot. Pewter Report had him as a Bucs best bet in our mock, but what was your thoughts specifically, Matt Matera, about the pick?
In terms of the Bucs having a need at defensive tackle, and we all thought that they would probably go that direction with their first pick, second-round pick, with their first pick of the draft. And you guys were already talking about it's either going to be him or Travis Jones or Perrion Winfrey. If it's out of those three, I think Hall was absolutely the pick. And that's not this, take anything away from Travis Jones. It's just he's not really a defensive tackle that was necessarily the right fit for what Tampa Bay is looking for with another defensive lineman if they don't get Ndamukong Suh back. Even if they do get Ndamukong Suh back, they want a quick guy, that quick first step that we've been talking about, and that's just not really what Jones does. I think John's about to say something.
Brisker to the Bears at 48.
Yeah, we've got Brisker, the Penn State safety, to the Bears. That's another safety off the board. The Buccaneers will be drafting a safety, we believe, here on either with their second, third, or fourth pick remaining. That would not surprise us. So that means that the Saints are now in the clock. We've seen, Matt, we didn't have a chance to talk about it, you and I, but Arnold Ebiketie, who was in our first mock draft, the Penn State edge rusher to the Atlanta Falcons. Your thoughts on that?
I think he's a talented guy. He's got a lot of length. There's not too many players in this draft moving forward that, again, are going to scare me in terms of playing against the Bucs. I could totally see him being – I could see, why he would be a fit for the Bucs when we had him in a mock draft, just in terms of the need for the Bucs not an immediate need, but in terms of depth and need at the outside linebacker. But certainly a player with length, talent. I think he's very energetic, has a good enough motor that you're going to enjoy what he can do. The Saints defense was already he didn't go to the Saints. He went to the Falcons.
He went to the Falcons.
Yeah, sorry.
But the Saints are on the clock.
Yeah, sorry. I was
Right.
getting that confused.
Yep.
The Falcons, of course, Falcons need help all over the place. So at this point for them, I think it's just all about picking whoever the best player available is going to be.
Alontae Taylor, Tennessee.
Alontae Taylor.
Struggled at the safety.
Wow.
Might have to move to
That's
safety.
a reach.
Yeah, there weren't really too many players in the secondary that I thought were, really stood out at the Senior Bowl. I thought Jalen Petrie was actually one of those, but John also hates Jalen Petrie in terms of his fit for the Bucs, not as a player. In terms of his fit,
A lot of people, Dan Burglar had to move to safety.
really.
And he never played safety at Tennessee. He was strictly a corner.
I wonder what
That's
the
wild.
success rate of that is. I mean, we see linemen move from tackle to guard. We see
Later.
veteran players like when Rondé did it late in his career, going from corner to safety. But when you play your whole college career as a corner and then you have to move to safety in the NFL, how does that conversion rate is it ever really that successful? I don't know. I don't have the examples in front of me, but
I
can't
don't think Alontae Taylor is a second round caliber player though, at all. Yeah, I think he's a day 3 guy.
Yeah. Wow. Well, you see it. I still remember, I think this might have been maybe my first draft show with Pewter Report a couple years ago when the Raiders took Cleveland Farrell. And I remember you specifically, Scott, was like, that's a bad pick.
That was
that
was horrible.
That's an
Really
extreme
bad.
reach there. So for whatever reason, I always remember those. But, every year you get some of those, what are you doing? We're going to need a new player that's like, what are you doing on the Bucs? Because obviously Leonard is way past it.
That's true. Yeah, Leonard stepped up and Ronald Jones is gone. So interesting, right? I mean, we've talked about the premise of the Bucs possibly trading up in the second round if it gets close for Colorado State tight end Trey McBride. Jason Light, that's not a live picture, by the way. That's
No.
he may or may not be working
is
the
Jason
phones.
Light a lefty? Let's go. All right.
Yeah. Either that or he's ambidextrous.
Yeah,
right?
could be. I mean, he's a very talented guy. He's a evaluator.
Yeah.
And is able to re-sign players as well, too. Let's go.
Who would you like to see, Matt? I mean, you've studied this draft enough where you've got a grasp of some of the players. Is Trey McBride, is that somebody that you're comfortable with them taking either at 60 or trading up a little bit, maybe surrendering that 4th round pick that they acquired that's a little bit of house money to get?
I would like him at 60. I don't know if he's necessarily a player that is worth giving up another draft pick for. Because again, sure, drafting Trey McBride as a future investment for a potential starter in a year from now and everything, I totally understand that. But again, the Bucs are in win now mode, and his immediate impact on this team, if Rob Gronkowski comes back, and I think we're fairly positive that he's going to come back, I'm not as confident as I once was about that. Again, I would still put it at like 85%. I'll say 87% because Gronk is number 87. But McBride, I think he's a player that obviously would be a pretty good fit in the Bucs system. And if they were to draft him here in this round, I mean, I think right away he could compete with Cam Brate as the number 2 tight end. And even if he was the number 3 tight end, it wouldn't shock me at all if we saw a couple of packages where McBride, get some playing time. I'm not going to say a lot of playing time, but a couple scenarios where you could see him on the field. He obviously comes from a blocking first program at Colorado State where all they did was run the ball. And that's why, his receiving touch. I'm sorry?
Patriots trade up to 50.
Okay, Patriots trade up to 50. But that's why we didn't see too many touchdown receptions. But still, as a receiver, he racked up the yards. So there's no questions about him as a receiver. And the Bucs, all they ever wanted in a tight end is a tight end that's willing to block. So I think his fit with the Bucs would really be great in terms of his versatility. He's able to do both things, not just having a receiving tight end or having a blocking tight end. I think he's probably he's the most complete tight end in the entire draft. And I think that would be great for the Bucs. They absolutely could use a player like that. As much as we love Cam Brate, we look at him more as a receiving tight end, who can block a little bit, but not favorably or what exactly the coaching staff would like. So, I'm all for McBride.
It would be interesting to see, too, Isaiah Spiller, the running back. And John just ate. I'm probably giving him heartburn right now, but even mentioning a running back in the second round. But Isaiah Spiller might be a guy with a couple of running backs already off the board. When you look at the fact that Breece Hall was gone, then Kenneth Walker was gone, the Bucs really weren't in on either one of those players, at least to our knowledge. Mm-hmm. But then you look at the fact that, you've got Isaiah Spiller, who might be the universal running back 3, RB3. Again, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, especially at running back position. But I wonder when the next running back comes off the board, given the emphasis on the passing game. And let's face it, Breece Hall was the consensus number 1 running back. Kenneth Walker from Michigan State is an elite running back. He's not an elite pass catching back or all around back, but for what Seattle likes to do, which is run the hell out of the ball, he's a really good fit. But I wonder when the next running back comes off the board and if it will be Isaiah Spiller, if it's going to be another player.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I'm just looking at it through the lenses of the Bucs.
Whoa.
Oh,
the Patriots are drafting Baylor wide receiver Tyquan Thornton. That is a reach.
By the way, Alontae Taylor was 112 on the consensus big board.
Alontae Taylor 112 on the consensus big board.
82 experts boards compiled.
It seems like
Tyquan Thornton is a very, very fast Baylor wide receiver.
55 on the consensus big board.
The Patriots are just right now making a lot of so-called head-scratching picks, and obviously
traded up for Tyquan.
Yeah, Belichick used to be lauded for like he would bust in all of his first-round picks, but it was the middle round and late round guys.
But that's only because he had like 13 picks, right? I mean, that's what he'd do. He'd trade down, acquire more picks, like the Jimmy Johnson approach. I'm going to screw up half these picks, but the other half might be hits, So
that's true. I mean, a lot of times they say that the draft is a crapshoot anyway. I think to a degree. You know what? The only issue I have too is people that, for example, there's a couple of years where it's like, okay, this quarterback is the clear-cut number 1 quarterback. Everyone has them going number 1.
Yeah.
Or another player, different position. And then they don't end up working out. 2 or 3 years later, everyone's like, what was that team thinking? It's like, what are you talking about? Everyone had this player going to this team. So, you can't play Captain Hindsight there.
That's right.
Being like, what a terrible mistake. There's certain picks where you absolutely can do that. But I think people need to understand that you can't. This is so in the moment. You can't look back years later when everyone had this guy pegged as the number 1 pick, and it didn't work out. But okay, well, what would you have done in that situation?
Yeah, and a lot of times the consensus says, well, they would have taken the guy, right? And then it all depends on not just the player, but the environment he goes to, right? I remember talking to Mark Dominic. One of the players he drafted for the Buccaneers was Brian Price. And one of the reasons why Brian Price did not work out as a second-round pick, defensive tackle out of UCLA, was, yes, he did have hamstrings that were literally had to be surgically repaired to his bone. They came off the bone. So he did have some medicals. But what really kind of sunk Brian Price was the fact that he was born in LA. He went to school in LA. The only time in his life that he was not even out of the state of California, Matt, but out of LA County was when he was going to play Arizona State or going to play Oregon State. Road games, exactly. So then, and this is part of it too, because you're not just drafting the player, you're drafting the person. But Brian Price was a fish out of water in Tampa. He was a West Coast guy that all of a sudden at the young age of, I think he just turned 21, moves to the East Coast, right? I mean, as far away from LA as you could get, to Tampa, Florida. I mean, the only place that's further is Miami.
Yeah.
And, he was homesick.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. I
And
think
it
environment
affected
is so important.
Yeah.
People have
And he went to a bad team.
Yeah, that too. I mean, people have different comfort zones, personalities. Like, not every single place is meant for every single person.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes the problem is you can't really figure that out until you experience it in the first place.
Yeah.
Because it's just a matter of, I don't want to say like trial and error, because obviously when you draft the player, you're taking a big risk on that. But yeah, it's all about, I mean, that's why these meetings, whether it's a Senior Bowl, Combine, top 30 visits, they are so important. And that's why no matter how many mock drafts you make, there are so many variables that you still can't really account for, because you're not in the room when a player's meeting with Todd Bowles and Jason Light or whatever head coach and GM it might be. There's so many different scenarios that, it's like Doctor Strange. He goes through every single one, and there's only one in which they defeat Thanos. But
well said, Matt Matera. I love it.
Yeah,
I marveled at that analogy.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a good one.
We've got another draft pick to talk about. Eagles drafting Nebraska center Cam Jurgens.
Oh, Jason Kelsey. He's literally like little Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Small center going to a team with a small center. So a little bit of a head scratcher, literally and figuratively. Well, let's see. We are closing in on the Buccaneers' second pick. Boy, isn't it nice that they've already drafted Logan Hall? I mean, imagine waiting all this time for see who the Buccaneers' second round pick is. They've already made one. Now they have another one. At least we think.
Yeah, I like to. They doubled up in the second. They're doubled up in the fourth. Obviously, they can move.
Yeah.
If they want to. I think the fourth is really maybe that second, fourth round pick is when we might see a running back. If the Bucs decide to go with a running back, see them come off the board. Maybe Rashad White.
Yeah.
I'm a big Rashad White fan.
The Pittsburgh Kenny Pickett's are on the clock right now. We're going to be getting John Ledyard's reaction to the Steelers' second pick in this draft. Mr. Ledyard was not exactly thrilled with the selection
John refuses to come back
of the backyard kid, Mike Tomlin. We went all around the world looking for the guy who's in our own backyard.
Yeah, that's
a big eye roll from John there.
Now is Pickett? I mean, he's a first round pick, but you got Mr. Trubisky there.
First round suck. George Pickens to the Steelers.
George Pickens to the Steelers.
A wide receiver who fights people on the field and is drama.
Yeah. Imagine that, right? A dramatic.
Well, the Steelers have never
wide
had dramatic
receiver, right?
The Steelers have never had guys that are dramatic or flashy or in the limelight all the time.
Yeah,
that's just not the Steeler way.
That's such an on-brand pick.
Wow. Baltimore is again killing it in the draft, and Steelers are just not.
Every national media person is saying, like, man,
George
the Ravens,
Pickens
they're so
to the Steelers.
patient. Does anyone let the board come to them like the Baltimore Ravens do?
So the Indianapolis Colts are going to be on the clock next with the 21st pick in the second round. That's the 53rd overall pick. The Buccaneers are picking 60, so we are within striking distance now of the Buccaneers' next pick. If it's not Trey McBride, who are some of those other players that it could be, right? I mean, John and I were talking earlier. We feel like they're going to get a defensive back.
Yeah.
Maybe a safety. We've already seen some safeties come off the board. Lewis Seen, Jaquan Brisker. Could it be a Nick Cross? Could it be a Brian Cook? Is that a little early for those players? Are they second round picks? Are they more third round picks?
It's just a question of, and I guess I can get your opinion on this as well too. And we know Todd Bowles is a safety guy, and
Yes.
he loves the safeties. But would drafting a corner or safety first be more valuable? Because if you look at, you're in a similar situation with both, where it's like, okay, safety, you got Antoine Winfield Jr. for
Right.
a while. He's a stud. We all love him. Corner, they just signed Carlton Davis. He's
Right.
going to be there for a while. He's your lockdown guy. But again, safety, look at Mike Edwards, things you like, but he's on the last year of his deal.
Right.
I don't think the Bucs still trust him to be a full-time starting safety. And we've talked a lot about, Jamel Dean and Sean Murphy-Bunting. So in a weird way, secondary, they obviously play hand in hand. And you're looking at corner and safety, and it's two positions where it's very similar, where you have two guys that you trust, and then
Right.
a lot of other players on the last year of their deal or one-year contracts with Logan Ryan and Keanu Neal. So I think it'll be very –
Alec Pierce at 53 to the Colts.
Alec
Sky
Pierce.
Moore is
Pierce.
still on the board.
Wow. Alec Pierce to the Colts.
We've had like 15 wide receivers drafted.
Yeah. So
pour one out.
Yeah.
Reaches in this round.
yeah. Well, this was the unpredictability that everyone was talking about with the draft, was that there's no elite players, or there's only a handful of elite players, and then it's just kind of a free for all. It's who do you like better, and then go get your guy. And that's kind of what we've been seeing with all these trades, with some of these what we think are outlandish selections. The Patriots leading the way in that category, but it's if you like your guy, go get your guy, and we'll find out on the field, right? I mean, that's the thing. If everybody can sit there and I mean, listen, Rondé Barber was a third round pick. Okay. And I'm sure there were plenty of people that disagreed with that selection, that maybe thought, well, Rondé, due to his interception total in college at Virginia, should have gone higher. Other people said he's kind of too small, too slow. What a wasted pick in the third round. I mean, we'll find out in the field. That's you got to get these guys, get them in the building, coach them up, and see years later, and sometimes maybe a year later, like Micah Parsons, we can pretty much say that's
Scott, that's a great
pretty
point
good
too.
fit.
Like obviously Micah Parsons was a player that immediately essentially burst onto the scene and became a great player. But other guys have to develop and become a great player. And,
Yeah.
and I think we're all guilty of it at some times. We just want things right away. We live in that society where we want it now. We don't want to wait for stuff. So if you see a player that doesn't
It's
immediately
even worse
make an
now
impact,
than it was in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
no,
we're talking about
100%.
Rondé Barber. Rondé Barber played in 2 games his rookie season. He was
Mhm.
benched after the Cardinals game. Rob Moore killed him early in the season, and he looked like such a bust in 1997. They spent a second-round draft
That's what I
pick
was
the
gonna
next year
say.
on Brian
Was-
Kelly.
It was almost the best thing that happened to him.
Yeah.
They put his feet to the fire and obviously made him become the player that he became today, which should be a Hall of Fame player. I still
Amen.
think he's going to get it. I mean, come on. All the touchdowns, like all the plays that he's made
Yeah.
as a defensive player.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. All right, I got to stop talking with my hands. So I will leave my hands down.
Are you getting critiqued for that, or is
On
it
the-
just self-awareness?
On the podcast,
Do
well,
it.
a little
You're
bit of both.
Italian. Just live it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
On the podcast, I forgot who it is. I apologize. They're probably watching right now. But
I don't apologize. Be yourself,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Be your true
well,
self.
I threw up the birds there, but that
from
wouldn't
New
be.
York. Quantity.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Using my hands.
It's
here.
Fugazi. It's Fugazi. It's a,
Still have not seen Nakobe Dean get drafted.
yeah, right. I mean, people had him as like the top
Yeah.
player off the board to start the second round.
I think the pick for the Buccaneers, it's shaping up like it could be Trey McBride here. If it's not, though, I would not be surprised if it's Isaiah Spiller, because we're almost getting into third round territory. We're at the kind of the
Yeah.
end of the second round here. I don't think that would be too outlandish. I also think too that Nakobe Dean, maybe this is where you take a chance on him if you're Todd Bowles. You're getting a first-round caliber player when you look at the production and you look at the guy when he's healthy. The problem is he has had a hard time staying healthy. He played with a torn labrum. He's just had a litany of injuries, but he's played through them. But then you wonder about the cumulative effect of those injuries too.
No, of course. And I think if this were the first round, it's something where you might stay away from. And we all know, I've already talked
Sky
about
Moore
it.
to the Chiefs, by the way.
Oh, so all right.
Nice
They get another receiver there as the draft of the receiver continues. But yeah, obviously, and I've said this before on this show, that and everyone knows that the Bucs are in a win now mode. So it might not be a player that you would maybe take a chance on in the first round. But let's remember too, in the second round, the Bucs took Antoine Winfield Jr. A couple seasons ago, and he had a little bit of an injury history as well. Maybe not to the effect that Dean had, but he certainly had some issues when it came to injuries, and the Bucs took a chance on him, and obviously it is extremely paid off. I'm not saying every single time that you should bet on a player with that injury history, but given the situation where, again, first round talent, he drops to you in the second round, and you could essentially bring in your future starting linebacker.
Peter Schrager just texted out, Cardinals getting Kyler another weapon coming up soon. And the Cardinals are on the clock right now.
Okay.
I wonder which weapon they're going to be getting.
Yeah,
Sky Moore.
Yeah.
It's just Cardinals, they need a tight end? John?
What's that?
Cardinals need a tight end?
Yeah, they've got Ertz and
that's right.
Traded for Ertz,
and they re-signed Max Williams.
That's right, Max Williams. Okay, so it looks like Trey McBride would live to see another day. Buffalo, Dallas coming up. Dallas, Buffalo, Atlanta, and then the Vikings, and then the Buccaneers are picking at 68. So we're closing in on the Buccaneers' second round.
I mean, I forgot who Dallas's tight end is, but they have Schultz.
They just took Trey McBride.
The Cardinals did, that's what I said. Yeah, Trey McBride.
All those write-ups.
I was gonna say Atlanta might have been a barrier because Arthur Smith likes to run 12 personnel.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking too, because the Bills coming up, like they have Dawson Knox,
Trey McBride. To the Cardinals.
The juice.
So our hopes of getting back-to-back first mock draft picks were dashed.
We hardly knew you
by
Trey McBride,
by Jason Light's former team and Bruce Arians and Todd Bowles' former team. But I kind of figured that when Peter Schrager texted that out, I said I think it's going to be a situation where they're going to grab him.
That's all right though. I mean, I think now it's a situation. Oh, John's freaking out here.
Brian Cook, let's do it.
Yeah, or it could be a tight end, Jelani Woods, still there. The Buccaneers had some interest in him. Still a need position.
Yeah, I mean, he was such an interesting player to watch when I was doing the
Is
tight
Jelani
end
Woods at 62 early? In this year's draft, come on.
Well, that's the thing. Initially, my answer would be yes, it is too early, but we've seen so many oddball picks that now I don't know what's too early, what's too late, what's the right pick, what's not. Woods, I thought, was so interesting to watch because he's still kind of learning the tight end position. He went from strictly being a blocking tight end to letting loose a little bit and actually being a receiving tight end. And he's a guy that can move. He played quarterback in high school, but he's still kind of learning how to be a route runner. But he's tall. He's got length. Solid making catches in traffic. And I really thought he was impressive once he got the ball in his hands. It was one of those things where he had to figure out how to get open, or almost was surprised when he got the ball in the first place. But once he had it, he's definitely got some skill there. And I think, of course, too, with the Bucs in their tight end room, this is assuming that Gronk is back. The Bucs love using a player as like a developmental project, and I think Woods could. I know it's a second-round pick, but he could fall into that situation a little bit where you bring him in, he gets that proper coaching that he needs from the Buccaneers coaching staff, and you could really mold him into a solid player that could be a future starter.
Yeah, another player the Buccaneers had in for a top 30 visit was Cade Otton from Washington, who I believe is our Bucs best bet for day 3.
Yeah,
as rounds 4 through 7.
Barehanded tight end.
Yeah, exactly. No gloves, no nothing.
Yeah, we weren't as high on him. Or, I don't know, John and I, and I want to say JC, we were all on a podcast and we were talking about the tight ends. And None of us were like extremely high.
Yeah.
On Otten, obviously the Bucs like drafting Washington guys, but usually it's
JC likes him.
what's that?
JC likes him.
Maybe he did. I remember we did like a whole podcast. It was strictly just about like tight ends.
Yeah.
And
It'd be wild if the Buccaneers came back and got another defensive tackle and just short.
yeah, why not? Flood the position.
You know, flood the position.
Double up.
Exactly.
Will the Bucs double up? Yes. Defensive tackle. Boom. Not technically a best bet, but a best article bet.
The interesting thing is Raheem Nunez Roches. This is his last year. He's been a valuable backup and a great locker room guy. But
100%.
you just wonder if it's such a hard position to find guys and to get a Travis Jones as another player that can come in and play, to be a nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to also come in. I don't think they're going to be drafted a defensive tackle. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to find some logic and some reasoning to it.
Curb everyone's enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Shout out Larry David.
At this point, I think Travis Jones is the best player if they went defensive tackle again. I mean, Perrion Winfrey, I'm not a fan of the player. And
I liked him at the Senior Bowl.
I would almost rather have Matthew Butler there because I think he's kind of a workman, guy that he would be a 3-tech. You could put him at nose in a pinch, and I think that he in a nickel situation can help you out.
He flashes some traits too.
Yeah, he's got some tools. So, but I still think safety, tight end. I think this is probably going to be a one of those picks, or it could be an early running back again with Isaiah Spiller. We'll see.
Yeah, we shall. The beauty is there's a number of options, but it's also sure, the Bucs have needs, but there's no defensive tackle was the one situation where it was okay. We're not sure about Ndamukong Suh.
Mm-hmm.
We could use another player that you could plug in and potentially be a starter. They addressed that. Along the rest of the offense and defense, there's not really too many positions where, okay, this guy's going to play right away, or we absolutely need this because we have no other options or so little depth.
Yeah.
Obviously, tight end is there. If
the one position we're not talking about that we probably need to circle back around on is kicker. It's kicker. I'm going to leave that one alone. Scott Federico says Dylan Parham. Yeah, you might see. Right, Dylan Parham. That's a player that they have some serious interest in.
I like him more as a third-round guy.
Yeah,
but again, this year's draft, who knows?
I mean, we're almost there, right? I mean,
I keep forgetting that. I think second round,
I know.
Second-round value versus third round.
I've seen so many.
Yeah, once you get to 25 on, it's essentially.
I've seen the Buccaneers pick so many times in the top 10.
That's
scarred.
what it is. That honestly,
and so when I think second round, I'm thinking this is a premium pick.
Yeah.
But lately, the Buccaneers have been doing really well in actually playing January football, right?
Yeah. Oh,
and,
I love it.
And even on occasion of February football.
That's right. They will be this year. It's going to be awesome.
It should be awesome. But the thing is yes, the second round, it's a later pick now. I mean, when John and I were picking Kyle Trask last year, people were saying, I can't believe they drafted Kyle Trask in the second round. It was literally one pick away from being a third rounder, right? So you got to kind of wrap your head around that too.
Bucs fans, it's how would you feel about drafting Kyle Trask in the third round? I think it, maybe it'd be 50-50, 70-30, whatever it may be. But it's a one pick away.
Logan Hall's wearing number 90.
Logan Hall will be wearing number 90.
Oh, well.
So
that's Jason Pierre-Paul's number. So
the disrespect.
Yeah.
This is like Ndamukong Suh and Gerald McCoy all over again.
Yeah.
Not as much.
I mean, we told you they were moving on from Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, and this seems pretty clear cut.
Yeah.
Maybe will go to the Jets, be a rotational guy.
Let's see if
Cowboys are taking Sam Williams, edge rusher.
Sam Williams, Ole Miss edge rusher, comes with some character questions a little bit, but boy, the Cowboys, they need an edge rusher. This guy has some straight line speed. I don't think, honestly, he plays as fast as he timed. I was a little blown away by how fast he actually ran. I tried to like him. I do like pass rushers, but that was a little tough. Leo, Bucs don't get McBride. That's bad. Tight end is need. That's true. But listen, this is a pretty deep class of tight ends. It really is. It's just that with McBride, that was a player that I think could really help them out on the offensive side of the ball, catching and he's versatile enough to be in there as a run blocker as well. I think he was one of the few tight ends that they were pretty complete and kind of pro ready. When you look at like a Jelani Woods, the upside I think is very intriguing. 6'7". I mean, he's a giant out there. He's got some deceptive speed. He blazed a pretty good time at the 40-yard dash at the combine. He really emerged as a receiver last year at Virginia after transferring from Oklahoma State.
Yep.
But his blocking is okay. It just needs some work. He just, it's one thing when you're bigger than everybody else and you can bully around college players, but what he was doing in college is not going to translate into the NFL. He's got to work on technique and get lower. That's one of the things that O.J. Howard struggled with too, being a 6'6" tight end, is the pad level. You can be aggressive, you can be physical, but low man wins in football at the line of
that's
scrimmage.
one of the things that really concerns me when, like, at a tight end position or defensive, any person that's rushing the passer really is. I look for people that rely a little too much on just their strength and don't have secondary techniques. If you're a blocker or pass rushing
counter moves,
because you can't just at this level you can't just win with a straight bull rush. Only a couple of people in this entire league can really do that. But in terms of tight end too, I think now again you want to talk about someone that the Bucs can get later on and has the complete package in terms of I think. Is a solid blocker and has some receiving skills.
The Buccaneers
as well.
have traded up.
Oh, the Bucs traded up. Let's
the Bucs
go.
are on the clock.
They are ready to go. Let's see what it is. I was going to say Jeremy Rucker later
a
on.
couple spots. Let's see what they're.
The Bucs have made a trade.
3 spots, right?
The Bucs are on the clock.
All right,
let's pick 180. So the 6 that they got, so no more 6.
Yep, they've
They
given
traded
up
the 6th round pick to move up a couple spots. And
Luke Gadecki,
from
Central Michigan.
All right, there you go. The competition at guard. I mean, it was already exciting. We already had a battle royale. Now it's a Royal Rumble at this point.
It's interesting that they get Gadecki over his teammate Bernard Raymond.
Well, John would have flipped out with that.
John would have eaten a hat.
Yeah, true.
So with
Gadecki
Gadecki,
ranked higher than Raymond.
yeah, I think I liked him as a player.
That's true.
Well, that's something Joe Gilbert actually spoke about at the when he was at the Bruce Arians Family Foundation. He said, he likes the players that they have there. With Robert Hainsey, Aaron Stinney, obviously, and Nick Leverett. But he said, it wouldn't rule them out at all for bringing in another offensive guard. He said they like guys, again, in the middle of the rounds. That's kind of been the calling card or the theme of the Buccaneers draft of there's value in the middle round. So see that right there with Gadecki. Central Michigan, so that's another Central Michigan.
Wait a minute, is that legit? Are we sure about that?
Gadecki?
Yeah.
Greer and Jordan Schultz.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I see.
It's like
Yeah.
Carmen Vitale says
Yeah,
it a lot.
okay.
Why did you see that?
So, another Chippewa on the roster. Of course, Sean Murphy-Bunting and, Antonio Brown last year as well, too. So they replace AB with an OG.
6'5", 312, Central Michigan. He's a senior. Was projected to be a 2nd and 3rd round pick. This was a guy that started off as a tight end. He grew into a tackle, and what you're seeing too is you're looking at a player, and Jason Light has this track record, Matt, of going from the outside and possibly playing inside and being a factor there. We saw it last year with Robert Hainsey moving from right tackle to being a center.
Center, yeah.
And then
competing for guard this year.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I just wonder if they view him more as a guard, or if they say with his size, 6'5", 312, is he going to compete for a backup tackle job too? Is he a guy that down the road might be in line to possibly replace Donovan Smith?
Right, because Tristan Wirfs isn't
going anywhere.
Exactly. Or they're just going to say we're going to move him to guard. Right. That'll be interesting to see.
That will be something we'll obviously have to find out from Todd Bowles and Jason Light. Interesting move for sure. I mean, we've obviously talked a lot about how
and it's interesting that
before some of the moves that interior offensive line could be.
Yeah, and they had talked to Dylan Parham, and I just wonder if the size there was an issue, right? Because he played at around 285. He bulked up this offseason to 311 pounds. How much of that was like real weight as opposed to the artificial weight that you put on?
Yeah, it's funny you say that too, because I remember speaking to Parham a little bit at the combine and just being there for his whole press conference. And he talked about how much he had to bulk up over all the seasons. He's another player, just like Hideki, that started out at tight end and then became an offensive lineman. So obviously going from tight end to O-line, you already got the footwork. And we all know how important footwork is, that first step for any offensive lineman. So seeing that with Hideki here, maybe that's something that the Bucs were really interested in, was the just the overall mobility, of course, with him being able to get out in space. I said this before, and I love bringing it up because it's so much fun. But you look at the Leonard Fournette touchdown run in the Super Bowl, and you look at the Leonard Fournette game-winning touchdown
against the Colts.
Yeah. Both of those plays, you had a pulling offensive lineman on the play that essentially was leading the charge and got Leonard Fournette into the end zone. That's obviously, I like when linemen get out in space.
Troy Anderson to the Falcons.
And Troy Anderson goes to the Falcons. Had a billion tackles at Montana State.
Yeah, he did.
Hideki's a converted tight end, so that goes to
Yeah, the athleticism is there, and again, played tackle. We'll see if he's just going to be one of those versatility guys that will, as he develops, maybe move to tackle, maybe move to, or I should say, stay at tackle or move to guard. But it's a little bit of a surprise here in the second round that they would go this way. He was actually a guy that I was thinking Bucs best bet, like third, fourth round, but
71 on my board, 76 on Dane's.
71 on John's board, 76 on Dane. So a little early. And remember, they traded up for him too. So this is a player that they didn't want to wait for. They wanted to go up and get.
Someone tweeted at us, so what happens to Hainsey? I don't think much changes. I mean, he's still the backup center. He's still in that competition for guard. I don't really see too much changing for him there. Again, it's just competition's going to bring the best out of everyone.
Yeah.
Carmen tweeted that the Bucs are committed to Hideki starting.
I'm sorry, that's just not a thing. You're not going to say that. There's just no way.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to come in and earn it. I mean, you can sit there and say he's the second round pick. He might have an edge from a organizational standpoint, but I'm sure Aaron Stinney, being in a contract year with some experience under his belt and knowing Bruce Arians' offense, has got something to say about that as well. And at the end of the day, when the coaches are going to be the ones who decide who starts, the personnel side, they can want, whether it be due to draft status or paycheck, whoever they want, but it's, can the guy play? And, as a second round pick, the onus is going to be on him to prove he's worth that.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty high on Aaron Stinney too. I mean, we obviously all know what he did when he got to start in the postseason on the Bucs on the Bucs Super Bowl run. He got a little playing time last year when a couple players were injured. So, and never really had any complaints about him when he filled in last season as well too. So in my opinion, this is obviously such a long way to go before we get to training camp in late July and the whole month of August. I would say, if I were betting right now, I would say Stinney is probably the leader in the clubhouse for that guard position. But that's why it's a competition. Anything can happen. It's going to be open. Like we said, it's a battle royale. So a lot of things are going to go on. And the Bucs are pretty much just making sure that no matter what, whoever's starting at that guard position next year is going to be, may the best man win. I don't think they're going to really have any concerns about who's starting there. It's not going to be, people from the outside might think it might be a weakness because they lost so many talented players at that position. But for me, it's not really even a concern at all in terms of going into next year.
I think the thing too is when you look at Robert Hainsey, they obviously like him as a center. That's where he was. I wonder now if they just say you're just going to be a center, and we've got too many options now with Gadecki, and they're Gadecki and Leverett and now you've got Stinney, right? So those are the three guys. I wonder if they just say just focus on center, and you're going to be the eventual replacement for Ryan Jensen, we hope.
Ed Ingram to the Vikings.
Wow, LSU guard.
Yep, which means there's really only one team left in the second round who may take a quarterback. That's the Broncos. It's
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's right.
This quarterback class,
Yeah.
so
absolutely.
overrated.
Fall into the third now.
Yeah, and the thing too is Malik Willis, right? Is he still in the green room? Do we know that? Is Malik
Ooh.
Willis still in Las Vegas?
I'm sure you
Is he leaving Las Vegas? Or is he staying in the green room? I want to know.
Buffalo, 49ers trying to give away quarterbacks.
guys want me to rotate in somebody else finish this story?
Sure, whatever you want. I mean, Scott, I don't know if you.
I'm
Lots of
cropping
break.
some pictures here, and I'm going to get ready to show everybody Luke Gadecki.
I can talk about Gadecki.
Okay, yeah, pop on, Joe.
Oh,
You want to finish the story?
yeah, sure.
Great. Okay.
Luke Gadecki, everyone. This is a surprising pick, but for what it's worth, I like Luke Gadecki, and I've liked him the entire process pretty much. Scott, I think I first mentioned him to you around the Senior Bowl, and I said, hey, if the Bucs don't do anything at guard and they lose these linemen, I was on the phone with you, I believe it was, and I said this is a guy that they could consider. And then they did all make all the moves, and we kind of thought they weren't going to take an offensive lineman, to be honest. And so this is a little bit surprising that way. Doug Kyatt of Pro Football Focus said he'd heard the Bucs in connection with Cole Strange.
Yeah.
That was our Bucs best bet.
That was, yeah.
If he hadn't been the stunning pick at 29, I bet he would have been a Buck here in the second round. And I think that's one of the reasons for the move up. They felt like there was 3 offensive linemen probably that went in the first round that a lot of people didn't have going in the first round in their mocks. And Tyler Linderbaum was one of them. Cole Strange was one of them. And Tyler Smith, the Cowboys, was the other one. And so because of that, I think, and then because of some of the movement, and even in this first round, the Bucs wanted to make sure they got their guy. Now, Gadecki is an interesting player. He's already 23 years old. He'll turn 24 in November. So he's an older rookie. The one position group that has mattered a lot less for
Is
in terms of
offensive line.
studies, is offensive line. That typically doesn't make any difference for offensive linemen.
It actually can kind of help sometimes a little bit. We talk about that grown man strength, and you still see quality offensive linemen playing as long as they're healthy. 32, 33, still at a Pro Bowl level.
Right. And he started as a tight end at University of Wisconsin Stevens Point.
Yeah.
So this is Jason Light going to the well there. He's from Wisconsin. Then he transferred to Central Michigan, sat out 2018, started every game at right tackle in 2019, missed the 2020 season due to injury. He hurt his knee on the last play of training camp that year, I believe, and then started every game last year at right tackle. I thought watching him that he was better than Bernard Raymond, who I watched.
The left tackle.
And he played right tackle, and he was out of position at right tackle.
Yeah.
There are battles against longer players who can get into his pads that he does not win because he only has 32. He has 32 and a quarter arms at tackle. That's hard to do.
That is.
I think moving inside will make him look a lot better in the NFL. He's a very good athlete, I think, just watching the way he moves. He wasn't able to do anything during the pre-draft process in terms of training or exercises or anything because he has a hamstring injury.
Mm-hmm.
He did do the bench, put 26 reps up at the combine, one of the better numbers there, 27 at his pro day. He is strong, physical, aggressive. That's what I loved about him. He gets after people like crazy. Brugler writes in here, never concedes, often finishing defenders to the ground, works well in tandem on doubles, self-made player who added almost 100 pounds since high school and put himself on the NFL's doorstep thanks to hard work and determination. His personality and football passion are both genuine traits. Pretty easy to see him as a Buccaneer, just reading that and knowing that he's coming from a tight end, being a tight end at the Division III level, and has added the kind of weight that he's added. Now he's 312 pounds already, and he's 6'5", so his body is ready to go. It's not like Hainsey where we felt like they would need some work. Obviously, everybody gets stronger, but across the bench, like this is a strong, pretty pro-ready type of player. And so I think that there's a lot of traits, obviously, to be excited about with Gadecki. Like I said, the big thing is going to be what happens when he faces bigger, stronger, longer guys.
Right.
Those are the things that I think need to be addressed. That's when he got in trouble in college, when guys bull rushed him and got into his pads. It was kind of the same thing with Hainsey in a lot of ways, playing right tackle. Then that's going to be the question moving in, if that happens or not. And I think that'll be one thing we have to kind of watch with him in camp and everything. But honestly, he's a lot more pro-ready than Hainsey probably was, and I think that it's going to be a smoother transition for him than it was maybe for Hainsey, although we didn't really get to see Hainsey, so it's probably unfair to say that. A very interesting pick. I like the player fine, especially – let me just look really quick and see, trying to think who was on the board at that position. Parham, but again, I think the size there could have been an issue for them with Parham.
Sawyer from Georgia.
Yeah, Sawyer. I like Gadecki more than him.
I was not a Sawyer fan. I watched a lot.
Yeah,
of
I like
Georgia.
Gadecki more
Couldn't
than
get on board there.
Yeah, more than the Georgia guys, more than Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma. So yeah, I mean, this was probably the best guy, I think, probably for them. I like Parham as well. I could have seen Parham potentially being a fit as well. So yeah, Gadecki is, if they want another player at the guard. The thing that most surprises me about it is that they took a guard.
Yeah,
that's the part that I am shocked by. I did not think they would take a guard this high.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would take a player that would push. This is Stinney with an opportunity here, like Leverett, and obviously Hainsey as well. So now what becomes of Hainsey? Well, he'll be your backup center, which is value. He'll compete for this spot, which is value as well. So we'll see. By the way, the Bengals took Cam Taylor Britt, the Nebraska corner.
Oh.
Yeah, those
He's gonna be a
medicals.
third-round pick as the medicals.
It seems like it, and all the quarterbacks are still on the board as well. So we've got the 49ers on the clock here at 61 with their first pick of the draft. So at 61, the Chiefs at 62, then the Bills at 63, the Broncos at 64. So doubtful that any of those teams take a quarterback. So it looks like they're going to keep staying alive. We got a couple Vikings maybe at 66 take one of these guys. We'll see. Quarterbacks are sliding. Not a lot of quarterback needy teams in the NFL this year, at least not a lot that are going to admit it. So, this is a totally interesting pick with Gadecki. If they hadn't made the moves at lineman, I think that would have been maybe more of a concern. Gadecki's 23, by the way, Ed. I see your question there. He is very nasty. He's very physical. Yeah, if you're watching his highlights, you're going to definitely like him. Again, the big question for me is when you watch him at right tackle, you just think, okay, like I like a lot of things about him, but he clearly needs to move inside because like the freaks he'll face athletically, but also with the length he'll face on the edge are an issue. Inside, what's going to happen? Is that going to be an issue? I think that's what we have to figure out.
I think one of the things he struggled with was oversets, which you won't have to worry about.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not as much at least. And Josh says he overset at times, and he did a tackle for sure. He wanted to, again, not the longest guy, so beating him to the spot helps. And I think he's not going to be able to push guys wide if he undersets them. So he overset at times to compensate for them, allowed rushers to kind of forklift and get back inside of him at guard. That won't be as much of a concern. So a fascinating position switch guy, but absolutely, man, he is nasty and physical. And
he's a Jason Light kind of offensive.
Exactly. And I'm very excited to get into more of his tape and to dig in on him a little bit more because there's a lot of really good traits that I saw just in a little bit of tape that I watched that I said, man, this guy's got a nice base skill set. So I'm glad it isn't a player I totally disliked and a player that I actually kind of liked. I didn't think he'd go this high, but I kind of liked him the whole process and thought he was pretty good. I'm pretty sure I'm not remembering wrong, but it was the first practice. Yeah, he only was there for the first practice at the Senior Bowl. And then that's when the hamstring injury happened. And I believe he actually was shedding tears. That's what Dane has in his thing, that he couldn't participate because of the hamstring. He wanted to compete that week that bad. So kind of known as one of those fanatical dudes for sure. I'll pull up some numbers from Pro Football Focus on him as well for people who are interested. Luke Gadecki, he'll be a guard convert. So PFF is very high on him. They had him as the 4th ranked guard in the class.
Interesting.
They said he reminded them of TJ Lang. I loved TJ Lang. 62 overall on their board. So right where the Bucs took him at 57, pretty much in line with that. Here's their pros and cons on him. I would agree with some of this. Outstanding and consistent hand placement. Very much agree. Quick to establish leverage and reset. Yes, I think it's really big deal that happens. Eyes work in unison with his feet. Quick to recognize stunts. He uncoils his hips into contact, can deliver and absorb blows. True. Length issues on the edge. Defenders lived in his pads. Yes, we'll have to kick inside. That's true, and that some of that could be mitigated inside. We'll see. Took advantage of the competition. When he faced better schools, they took advantage of him at times. Didn't give up any sacks last year. Gave up 3 hits and 4 hurries last year. Big improvements from his 2019 numbers. Obviously tore the ACL in 2020, so missed the season that year. Just played left tackle, 1 snap at right guard. Other than that, he's just been a tackle in his. And
that's just something Jason likes to do. He takes tackles and moves them inside to guard. We saw that with Alex Kappa, and when you look at last year's starting offensive line, every single one of those players played left tackle in college. Mm-hmm. Donovan Smith, obviously left tackle. Tristan Wirfs played mostly right tackle, but also started some games at left tackle. Ryan Jensen was a left tackle at Northern Colorado before he became a center in Baltimore. Ali Marpet was a left tackle at Hobart College before he became a guard. Mm-hmm. Alex Kappa, a left tackle at Humboldt State before he became a guard. So this is very much in line. Matter of fact, we're not even picking a damn guard next year for the Bucs Best Bet. We're looking at tackles only. So we're going to have tackles, Bucs Best Bets, and then tackles that will convert to guard Bucs Best Bets.
Yeah, that's the way to go for sure. It doesn't seem like they'll need a tackle, one would think, at this time. So, I just thought they would go another position. That's the biggest thing. The biggest thing to me is not the player. I think Gadecki, we find he'll factor in. But again, now it's a deep competition. Is levered out of a job. They're not feeling highly about him. Where is he going to be a practice squatter? Maybe that's the case, and that could be fine. Obviously,
and the thing with Stenny is he was signed for 1 year, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there's going to be some movement there, and we'll see how the whole offensive line battle shakes out. 2 biggest things for me: you trade up, you gave up 180. It's a 6th-round pick. Yeah. I'm not that worried about it. That's all you gave up, but it's something to consider. Now, Josh, you said when you ran on the trade calculator, of all the trades in round 2, no surprise because this was one of the last ones near the end of the round 2. The Bucs, in terms of value, gave up the least. Yeah. So what was it the equivalent of? It
was the equivalent of like the 171st pick in the draft, which is like a 5th rounder.
Okay. So they gave up, like a 5th rounder in terms of surplus. So, I mean, you give up something. Okay. Like it's not, I don't love trading up for players I don't believe will be premium players, especially at certain positions that I didn't really feel like the Bucs already had some good options at this position. But there's definitely a chance Gadecki's better than all the guys on the roster. Although I'm very intrigued with Hainsey to see how he does at guard. So watching those guys fight it out is going to be really fascinating. They clearly believe in depth on the offensive line, and I am excited for a real training camp battle competition. That's not something that we've seen. Really. Yeah, we kind of saw fake ones, but the other thing is, Scott, they didn't take a safety, and I thought that was surprising to me.
Yep.
And they didn't take a corner at this point, and they didn't take a tight end. So those positions all found on the radar.
Yeah, that's a fact. What's on my radar, John? Food. And the food I'm looking for is Beef O Brady's burgers.
You want beefy? Nobody outbeefs beefs. Try the O'Brady burger, made with premium Angus, perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's. You want
Beef O Brady's, 45 locations all over the Tampa Bay area, and some of the best food that you can get as well. I'm still pretty hungry. I grabbed a sandwich real quick, but Beef's, man, they got some good food I've eaten since I've been in Tampa, and I really enjoy it.
I had it last night. As we've talked about on previous podcasts, I live in the Atlanta area. It was on my list of things to do when I was down here this week. I grew up on Beef's growing up in this area. And I just remember like Little League games. That's what we did after every game. And I enjoyed the wings last night quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Their wings look outstanding. And I definitely am going to need to sample some of them. I had some of their sandwiches. I don't think I've ever had their wings. I'm going to have to sample those before I head back to Pennsylvania for sure. But yeah, Beef O Brady's definitely the place to go as you're ordering food. If you're watching the draft, all that, they're the place to make sure you're getting it from. So make sure you check out Beef O Brady's. this weekend. Josh, we've been talking a little bit about this Gadecki pick that I know has people surprised. It would not necessarily somebody that I think all these people watched, all the fans watched,
Yep.
and somebody we watched but didn't really think, again, the Bucs were going to go this direction. I think that, the fact that they are doing this means that they're a little more comfortable maybe with safety than I thought, or they didn't love the safety group here. And now a long way to go to get to 91 to see a lot of the top safeties stay on the board. Brisker off the board. So Brian Cook, and Brian Cook just was selected. Actually, the Chiefs took Brian Cook, and so he's off the board there. So I don't dislike the Gadecki pick. I would have selected another player. I would have selected a safety. And with Cook going a couple spots later, it'll be really interesting to see how that position group, how he fares and whether he would have been a good fit with the Bucs.
Yeah, I think for me, I really like the safety position this year. I think that it's got a lot of depth. There's still some guys on there that I personally like that I think will be available at pick 91. And then as far as Gadecki goes, I didn't see him as well as you did, but I definitely saw some traits there. I think Matt and Scott really hit on some. He does move well in space on traps and loops and things like that, counters. So that makes me wonder how much more is Byron Leftwich potentially going to open up the running game and do different things than just power and gap schemes. Are we going to see more outside zone plays and things like that, which Gadecki would be fantastic on. And I really enjoyed him as a run blocker overall. I think he really got his lower half involved and he could drive guys right off the line.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed those parts of his game. And I think the other parts of the pass protection stuff where we talked a little bit, you guys talked a little bit about where there were some shortcomings. I think moving into guard is really going to help a lot of that. So I think it's a really cool pick. And then as far as tight end and safety go, and even corner, I think that there's some really good talent to be had later on in the draft, especially where the Bucs pick next at 91, where there are still some really interesting guys with cool traits that are potentially there. I personally love Dane Belton. I thought he was an extremely fun watch, and I really think that he could be a Bucs fit. He's got some versatility, which I think could help unlock Antoine Winfield. I believe I wrote an article about it in the last week, saying that I really enjoyed him, and I think he could be a Bucs fit.
Yeah, no question. And Drake Jackson was a 49er, was selected by the 49ers, by the way. Then the Chiefs selected Brian Cook, the safety from Cincinnati. Then the Bills selected James Cook. So back-to-back Cooks at 62 and 63, no relation. James is related to Dalvin, and so Dalvin's brother. And so now he's a Buffalo Bill. And we're at the end of the second round. Is that right? 64?
We're getting there,
Broncos on the clock. So after all that talk about quarterbacks and the buzz at the top of the first round, none of the national media knew what they were talking about at all.
and I don't think the Broncos are going to go with one.
Yeah, we've got Jacksonville, Minnesota, the Giants, obviously not Jacksonville, but Minnesota, the Giants. Starting idea, the Titans at 69, going to be on the clock. Then, so there's some teams that could take one.
Yeah, I think even in the third round now I think there's some value to these guys, even for teams that have established starters. I think that the third round, I would think that this is where you're going to see Malik Willis come off the board.
Seahawks are down there at 72 as well, so it seems like there's a pretty good chance that one of those quarterbacks will be drafted soon. Still no Nakobe Dean on the board. Let's just run through really quick. Let's go actually to the consensus board. This consensus board, by the way, when you hear me reference it over the next couple of days, is a board of the top 80 or 82 draft experts that have submitted their boards based on their evaluations. And Arif Hassan of The Athletic has averaged out those boards to find a consensus ranking of players from among the experts. Great way, and has been a great forecaster of success for players in the NFL. Teams that draft well outside of the consensus board in terms of the disparity between where his players ranked in consensus and where they take them. The Raiders, for example, have been some of the worst drafting, most disastrous tenures in the NFL. So things to keep in mind here when you're listening to me talk about the consensus board. Top players left on the consensus big board as we roll through it. Now that Sky Moore's off the board, obviously Nakobe Dean is number one.
While you look for that, just speaking of the Raiders and their poor drafting, it was reported, I want to say earlier today, all three of their potential fifth round options for their first rounders from, 2019? They declined all three options. So they're not moving to a fifth year with any of their three first rounders from that year.
Yeah. Let's see. 28 was Malik Willis. So he's still on the board. Jabo's off the board. Pickett, Steen, Nabakiti. Mafe, Kyler Gordon, Brees Hall. Oh, Bernard Raymond's still on the board, 25-year-old tackle from Central Michigan. He's 39th on the consensus board. Travis Jones still available?
I don't think he's been selected.
I don't think so either. Yeah. So 40, Travis Jones.
And Jones was talked about in the first round a
He's
lot.
a late first rounder. Yeah. 40, he's still available. Desmond Ridder, 42. Matt Corral, 44.
I think you got to be getting in the Drake Jackson range, right?
He's off the board now. So Perion Winfrey at 53. Drake Jackson went to the 49ers.
That's right.
Chad Muma at 54, linebacker from Wyoming. DeMarvin Leal at 55. Sam Howell at 56, the quarterback. Christian Harris at 57, the Alabama linebacker. Nick Benito, 58, Oklahoma edge rusher. So you get into the 50s, and there's a lot of players. Drake Jackson at 59 just went off the board. Daniel Faalele from Michigan or Minnesota, the tackle, is the 60. And after that, you've got a good number of players on the consensus board who are still available. So it looks like Malik Willis and Bernard Raymond and obviously Nakobe Dean are some of the big outliers so far in terms of players that are still available. Travis Jones as well. That's a surprising one. Desmond Ridder. And some of the quarterbacks are obvious, I guess, at this point.
So with the Bucs next pick not being till 90, what position groups do you think they might target right there at the end of the third round?
Safety, maybe.
I was thinking somewhere in the secondary. I could see a
corner?
corner as well, yeah. And then tight end.
Tight end, obviously, yeah. I mean, at some point they got to get a tight end. So I would put a lot of money on it being a tight end.
And this was really where you talked about on the kind of the tight end preview podcast. This is where you think the value is at tight end. If you're not going to get McBride at in the maybe late first was kind of where a lot of the discussions were, or in the second, then you said don't reach, right? Mm-hmm. And then let the board come to you. And there are a lot of guys with similar value who end of the third, into the fourth, that's where, you'd be comfortable with the Bucs taking someone. And who are some of the guys that you were potentially in on?
Yeah, I really was hoping Brian Cook would last longer. That didn't happen, obviously. I think that if you're looking at just tight end at 91, you would hope Jelani Woods could make it there or Jeremy Rucker could make it there. I hope it's not Cade Otton. You like Cade Otton,
I do
so
like
you hope
Cade
it is Cade Otton, probably 91.
Yeah, actually, I have Rucker ahead of him.
Okay.
But I think you and I both see eye to eye on Rucker. And you brought me around on Rucker. I went back and took a second look after you brought up some really good points.
A couple of plays where he's chasing.
Yeah. That was really cool to watch. You could see the athleticism. It's a little bit hard to see schemed at, his athleticism within scheme. But you got me to take a look at a few things which were really fun to watch and kind of show what he potentially could be. Mm-hmm. And I think that comes back to something that I know I've seen a lot of draft analysts talking about this year, especially with this draft class, the difference between they can't do it and they weren't asked to do it.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing. And that goes into kind of what Scott had talked about earlier tonight. You've got to project some stuff, but if they weren't asked to do it, doesn't necessarily mean they can't. Mm-hmm. It just means they haven't yet. And you've got to look at kind of the fringes of their game to see, will they be able to, is this something you think they can do if you start asking them to?
Right.
So, and Ruckert, I think, is a perfect example of that.
Yeah. When he was asked to do stuff, I mean, he looked pretty good.
Well,
Nick Benito went to the Broncos as the last pick in the second round, the edge rusher from Oklahoma. Then the Jaguars took Luke Fortner, the center from Kentucky, at 65. That is also one that I don't think many people thought was happening this high in the draft. Where is he? Somebody asked where Logan Hall was on consensus. Great question. He was 48th on the consensus big board. So Bucs went up 15 spots there, and I believe
half a round.
Yeah, about half a round, and then I'll find where Gadecki was here on the consensus board. Gadecki was 100 on the consensus board, so he was lower in the consensus board. He was higher for me and higher for Brugler.
And that's kind of where I had him.
You had him more.
I had him at about, I think, 109. So like I said, I was a bit lower on him than you were. I want to just double check that. Yeah, I did have him at 109.
Yeah, it's going to be very. I mean, again, this is just. So far, I think it's just kind of a B- draft for the Bucs.
Yeah,
I don't know. This is a bad draft class, so I always temper it with that. But I have been underwhelmed, I would say, so far. I think Logan Hall fills a need. He could be a good player. I mean, Gadecki could be a good player. I don't think you'll see Logan Hall in long and late downs. You'll see make an impact as a pass rusher, I think, this year. And I think he could be a valuable asset this year. I've said this. He could be a valuable asset this year. Long term, I don't know if he'll be Like, what's he going to be as a full-time player
Right.
when he's the guy? I don't know that question yet. That's the one I'm still hung up on. He can help this year. Gadecki, if he starts, obviously that's great. If he wins that job, I guess. Maybe I was wrong to put that faith in Stinney or Hainsey. I don't know. It's just kind of a curious draft to me so far. Not that I was surprised by the Hall pick, but I think we just, let's see how round 3 goes here at 91. I think it's been fine, but there's been nothing that's, wow, like the big impact player, like this short or long term to me.
JC brought up a great point on Twitter not too long ago, but with Gadecki, not only is it the third time that Jason Light has gotten a small school tackle to potentially kick inside, it's the third time he's traded up to do so. So when he sees these guys and he likes them, he will go and get them. He doesn't wait for them to potentially fall to him. Ali Marpet, Alex Kappa, and now Gadecki were all trade-ups to grab small school tackles to move into guards. So I thought that was a really great point that JC put out there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he definitely is a type. There's no question about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quarterbacks obviously are still on the board, and that is going to be what drives the discussion. Kenny Pickett, the only quarterback in the first 2 rounds selected. That is mind-boggling to me.
It's got to be the first time since the 80s.
By it. Yeah, it has to be. And even though I was not high on this quarterback class, and I had nobody in this first with a first or second round grade as quarterbacks, I would have still said positional value. You're going to push these guys up the board. Yeah, that's without positional value. You take that into account. I could have understood a couple of these guys in the first round, even though I wouldn't have been crazy about it for my team. But man, the fact that we're in the third round, nobody views these guys as starters long term. Even they hope when they take them that they could develop into that, but nobody is counting on them being a starter in the NFL.
I wonder how much Baker Mayfield and Jimmy Garoppolo also play into that in terms of their proven starters who are still available. Do they both have their individual red flags? Baker with his salary, and then Jimmy with the recent surgery. And I think people understand Jimmy is a limited quarterback, but he has won in a system that catered to his strengths. Well, I don't even want to say catered to his strengths because that the Shanahan system does ask him to do things that his skill set isn't designed for.
Well, Jimmy, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they were able to ask him to do a lot of those things because I don't think he showed that he had those skills really a lot of the time. And I think they'd love to be able to do more. And hopefully Trey Lance allows him to be able to do more. Just don't know yet. I mean, Trey Lance just hasn't – he's got to play quarterback. Like, he's going to play the position. So I can't wait to watch him this year. By the way, Brian Asamoah, the linebacker from Oklahoma, went to the Vikings. So the Vikings did not take a quarterback. They continue to be out of this class. Wow. It's really looking like – I mean, we got to get through whole round 3. But when you pass on quarterbacks this many times, there's just not that many teams that even need one. That's where this thing starts. I mean, Baker Mayfield, that's what's hung up the whole thing. Only like 2 teams could potentially need a quarterback, Seattle and Carolina. So there's not even suitors. So now you talk about drafting a guy instead of assets that can help your team where you are now, and it just doesn't seem like teams are that interested. So
it almost seems like they're in a staring
Giants
contest
on the clock. Yeah,
and
it's crazy.
Now, one of the things, if you don't mind, I just want to kind of go back to with James Cook coming off the board recently. He was the 3rd running back, right? It was Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. Nobody else has come off.
That seems right. Yeah, I'm trying to remember now, but not Spiller. Yeah, the Giants took UNC guard Joshua Azuda.
I like
Azudu?
Azueda.
Azueda?
Yeah,
Azueda.
I like him a lot.
You were a big fan.
I thought he was really good. He was guard 8 for me. I had him above Ed Ingram. I'm sorry, not above. I had him above Gadecki, but I did like his game quite a bit. But going back to Hall, I just thought it was interesting. I would not have bet that he would have been the 3rd back off the board, just because, with his size limitations, is he really going to be an every down back?
Yeah. Interesting. It seems like Brandon Thorne really liked Luke Gadecki, and Brandon Thorne's the O-line expert, in my opinion.
I will defer.
He did a preview of his film room with Gadecki, what he defines what finishing really means and why it's so important for O-linemen. Obviously, the Bucs are all about finishing. He called him one of the best under-the-radar O-linemen in the class, Luke Gadecki, one of his quote-unquote, my guys in this class. He's pretty new to offensive line still, tackle experience, power, contact balance, strain, and finish is all over his tape. Shades of TJ Lang to his game. He said it as well. So PFF on that as well. So I have a lot of hope with that one. And honestly, to be totally just straight up with you, because I didn't think the Bucs were going to draft an offensive lineman, and because it takes so much time to watch offensive line tape, I had to cram a lot of the offensive linemen in before the draft to get my board out on time, obviously. And so I was watching a lot of these guys, but I wasn't watching as much as I'd like to feel really comfortable about it. I saw him in the Senior Bowl when he was in there for a little bit and liked him and had him on my radar. Then he didn't come back and play the rest of the Senior Bowl, and he kind of fell out of my radar. The Bucs felt like with the moves that they made on the offensive line that they had a pretty full room. So I didn't expect them to take an offensive lineman. So it was one of the that and quarterback were like some of the last positions that I got to, and now they end up taking one. So I need to watch him more. That's all that to say. I need to watch him more and hopefully be able to find some good tape of him as well. But that was a shock. It surprised me for sure.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Brandon Thorne brought up that's a really good point is he only has really 2 years of experience as an offensive lineman. So you talk about projecting, what can he do with more coaching and more time and more reps at this level? That presents a pretty high ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally love high ceilings. Like, what's your 100th percentile outcome? I want that to be really high.
Yeah.
And so I think that definitely happens with him. One of the things I think a lot of guys have really described his game, he doesn't quit. And, that you see that in terms of how he finishes, like Brandon Thorne mentioned there. But you also see that if he takes an immediate L on a rep, he does not give up on the rep. And that allows him to potentially I saw it on his tape, he was able to reset, he was able to regain leverage and stop what could have been a really bad rep for the entire offense by recovering. And so that I think is something that the Bucs really, really look for. It is, do they have any quit in them? Not just in terms of how are they going to finish guys and get those pancake blocks that you see in terms of highlight reels, but more importantly, do they make sure that they do everything they can, even when they take an early L on a rep, to make sure that it doesn't blow up the play?
Yeah, that is a good point. And I think that's the thing about him. When Brandon says strain, that's what he's talking about, like just strains to finish and stay on blocks and all those things. The fit is really good, no question about that. Somebody asked the Bucs draft grade so far. I give it like a B-. I just probably would have gone other directions. I would have gone secondary, maybe with both picks. Yep. But I get going Logan Hall. It's not like I think anything has been egregious at all. I want to watch more Gadecki before I really give a strong opinion on him. I don't want to go watch him and really, love him and then be like, oh, I can't believe I said that on the show.
Yeah. With the Logan Hall pick for me, and I mentioned, it's lukewarm on it, I think is the best way that I could have described it. I'm really glad they didn't do it at 27. The more I keep thinking about it, I come back to something that we talked about earlier in terms of the fall off in talent level. Were there guys at 27 I personally like better? Yes, but they were at position groups I also tend to like the group overall a lot better. So it was one of the better defensive linemen, Logan Hall. And then you can still get a quality, traitsy, secondary piece later on in the draft, whether that be safety or corner or both. Same with tight end. Or you go with one of those positions with a guy, I would have liked more at some of those groups. Kyler Gordon comes to mind for me. I really liked him. And then you come back to defensive line later on, and that well is going to be pretty dry. Mm-hmm. And there were 2 guys that I liked later on in the draft who showed some flashes. But would I be relying on them to contribute to the Bucs defense next year like we can probably rely on Logan Hall? No, neither one of them would have hit that spot for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So Logan Hall meeting with the Bucs media right now. He's called himself a glass eater and said he gets after people, and he's nasty on the field. He's from Wisconsin. He said they had to bring your tractor to school today where he's from. So yeah, he's a Midwest dude for sure. He's going to be out there finishing, and the physicality is not going to bother him. He's going to play with that Bucs level energy. And so, I think this is going to be one of those picks I'm going to have to go back and watch a little bit for sure more of. But what I did see, I did end up being high on him. Like I said, I thought that he would probably go in that early round 3 range. And instead the Bucs move up for him, and you'd love to have stayed put and gotten him at least, but at least they didn't move up too far or give up too much. So I think it's been fine. I think it's been fine. There's not like a instant impact guy. I'll be curious to see how like Kyler Gordon and Brian Cook and some of these guys play out and how the Bucs do in the secondary. I did think secondary would be more of a priority, not necessarily corner. I didn't think corner would be, but I thought safety would be more of a priority with that 60th pick And I'm a little bit surprised that they're probably going to, I mean, they have to take a tight end at some point. And
Yeah.
I can't imagine they won't take one at 91 unless there's just nothing left at the position. And
I don't see that being the case.
Yeah.
I think you go back to something that Jason Light said not too long ago, which was when asked about the secondary and bolstering it, he said, well, our guys are healthy now, and it shows that the team is high on the players that they have. Those players just need to be on the field, and they seem to have a high, I don't want to say high confidence that that's going to be the case. And the Bucs secondary had unprecedented injuries last year that I don't think. So you never want to say an entire position group isn't going to be injured, but to say that the rate of injuries that they had last year would be repeated this year would be a low probability outcome. I think is definitely the case. Now, one question, I've asked you off camera, and I think it would be kind of cool to talk about for the viewers, is you've mentioned, Logan Hall he's probably gonna have to put on some weight, and you said he has the frame to do it. Can you just talk about that a little bit in terms of when you look at a player and you say, okay, he's got the ability to put on more weight versus other players where you say they're more physically maxed out. I think that's an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah. I mean, some people who have background in physiology would probably be more qualified than me to speak about it. But Brandon Thorne and I have had lots of conversations about it because his background is in that stuff. And so body type, you look at like muscle belly length in terms of like are they small? And if so, the frame may be closer to being maxed out.
Gotcha.
Because there's less room to add some of that. So typically that also means shorter arms, shorter body types, in general, like not longer body types, shorter legs. Typically you can add more to the lower half than the upper, good weight. And so, that's a part. Can you add weight to his legs? And I think clearly with Logan Hall, you could. Not that his legs are skinny, but I think you definitely can. He's 6'6" plus. So, I mean, there's a frame there to be able to add to it. All his arms aren't super long. His arms look like, to me, again, I'm getting really technical and weird here, but he's longer muscle bellies in his arms. Like, it looks like you can add bulk to his arms, in my opinion. So I would just look at his frame and say, yeah, it's probably, we're talking, if he was 260, no way. If we're talking,
has taken Martin Emerson,
Scott
cornerback.
liked him. Scott liked Martin Emerson from Mississippi State. There were lots of opinions. Dane has him in the 5th round. Other people have him in the 5th round. Lance Zierlein also has him super late. Scott liked him. PFF has him in the 3rd round, I believe. Let's see where he is on consensus. You did not?
No.
He was 102 on consensus, so that's not too late. But variance was good on him. 116 on the board of the forecasters and 100 on the board of the evaluators. So decent little variance with that.
I had him as a 5th rounder, and overall, where did he come up for me?
By the way, while you're looking at that, we mentioned Emerson to the Browns. Nicholas Petit-Frere, the tackle from Ohio State, who I was not a big fan of, went 69, nice, to the Titans. And so he's off the board. And Chad Muma to the Jaguars here at 70. The Jaguars have now taken Devin Lloyd and Chad Muma and signed Foye Oluokun in free agency. This is an interesting strategy by Jacksonville. I don't know what they're going to do with all those guys.
I had Martin Emerson 139 on my overall board.
Okay, so you already had it lower. Austin Gale, PFF, our boy, said, per source, Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder, and it's now a major concern and / medical red flag. So big injury concerns, recent injury concern, no athletic testing, already small for his position and doesn't play a valuable position. Big reasons why Nakobe Dean is sliding down the board pretty good here. So, there's a lot of concerns medically there, and that is no question a huge, huge part of this because as a smaller linebacker, you're already going to be probably more at risk, and teams just don't want to take on that risk in a position that frankly is just more replaceable than other positions.
Definitely not on day 1 or 2. At a certain point, will somebody take a flyer on his talent level? Absolutely, but that's not going to happen most likely tonight. Now
really, you think he'll make it out of the 3rd round?
What's that?
Dean, you think he'll make it out of the 3rd round?
Give him that report, from Austin Gale.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about at 91? If he's there,
the Bucs.
Would you pull the trigger? I'd pull the trigger. And I don't know his medical.
Well, okay, all right. So
we don't know his medical.
Based on that report, would I Probably not.
It's great value.
I don't disagree there.
And that's your Levante replacement. You don't even need him this year if you need surgery.
I get that.
But I don't know his medical, so I can't
Right.
say. That would keep me.
For me, and I think I even put it when I put out my big board, the players that maybe had a higher talent level, but there was public information about medical concerns, those I typically had more of as a 5th round value. And then when it came to the big board, that would probably fall into the 4th round for me in terms of just, the actual pick. But I was going to say we are 1 pick away from a team that could potentially take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Seattle, Chicago's on the clock right now. Seattle picks after them at 72. What do you think? Malik Willis finally comes off the board, or one of the other quarterbacks, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, any of those guys? Do you think Seattle finally pulls the trigger, or do you think that Pete Carroll just thinks Drew Lock is my guy?
I think they pull the trigger.
All right.
I think they pull the trigger. Bears are on the clock, and then we'll see Seattle. I think they pull the trigger, and I think they take Malik Willis.
Okay.
I'm going to go with it, 72.
I mean, in terms of –
and I think you might see the Colts take one at 73.
In terms of traits, I mean, I guess Malik Willis would probably be the most similar to a Russell Wilson. Would you say out of the ones that are available? I'm going to get you to make a player comp.
Oh, man, that's tough, dude. I can't go there.
If there was a roadmap from where we are to Russell Wilson,
I am not sure.
Which landmark quarterback that's in this draft that's still available would be the closest to that destination?
Closest would be Willis. Sure. Closest
right.
in this draft out of the 4 guys. But it also could be Howell.
There you have it.
Actually, hold on. Let me. I think it might be Howell.
Yeah.
He literally drops his eyes and won't throw to wide open dudes in the middle of the field. He runs around and throws outside the structure. It's Howell. Yep.
So are you
Howell's
then
more
saying
like
that Howell will be the pick?
No, I don't think they even want Russell Wilson as a prototype.
No, that's true.
I don't know what they want, to be honest. Maybe they'll just use Malik Willis as a rusher and they'll just run the ball every single snap. So.
That sounds like a Pete Carroll game plan.
Yeah. Jordan Schultz said, text from an NFL GM about Nakobe Dean and Malik Willis not being drafted yet. Quote unquote insanity.
Wow.
NFL GM, take him then. Bears just took Velus Jones, 25-year-old wideout, just went at 71.
Wow.
He is a great athlete. I'm telling you what, it's hard for me because I believe in breakout age. I believe in production profile in terms of you have to be at a certain age, have produced in a certain way for me to believe you're going to be good in the NFL. But Velus Jones, and he's not a fake athlete. He's a real athlete. We saw it at the Senior Bowl. He's an unbelievable athlete. And he showed off that he can run routes there too. Can he catch the ball well enough? Those are all factors as well.
I don't think I got a chance to watch him. So I'm interested to now take a look. So that'll be interesting. And now the Seahawks are on the clock.
So Mark Everson.
Mark Everson, bounds. Yeah, we were saying he's big variance on the board. The consensus had him, what did you say, 10?
I'm not sure where consensus
100 something.
Yeah, they were low. And then you said
but
a couple.
PFF was higher.
But then you said, I think somebody had him in the 5th. I had him as a 5th round value. I was not very high on him. I think he can tackle. I know you like that, Scott.
I do like that. The corners that can tackle.
Oh, the Bears. Velus Jones. Who else have the Bears taken here? I'm trying to remember.
That's not their first wide receiver.
Yeah, they had they took secondary, didn't they? Let me see. Oh, Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker and Velus Jones. I like those 2 secondary picks. Absolutely. I like them. Eddie Jackson's still there. Amos is still there. Wait, not Amos. What did I say? Who am I thinking of? Who's the other safety in Chicago? Oh, it's slipping my mind. Actually, they have a Gibson. That's right. That's who it is. If he's still there, let me think. He might have been a free agent and not re-signed. And yes, I'm correct. He was not re-signed. He's a free agent. And so right now it's Eddie Jackson, and they needed a strong safety to pair him with. So that's Brisker. DeAndre Houston Carson will be their 3rd safety there.
Yeah.
And then Kyler Gordon, obviously a corner, is exactly the type of player they needed as well. They have he and Jalen Johnson now will be their corners of the future, and Tavon Young will be their slot. So coming together a little bit for them, honestly. Coming together for Chicago, new regime. Obviously, Matt Eberflus, the head coach there, and building on the defense, and then able to get a speedster at wideout to hopefully help out. They have done basically nothing for Justin Fields. Now they'll Velus Jones, Equiminius St. Brown, Darnell Mooney, Byron Pringle, who just got arrested. David Moore's there. It's just a hodgepodge of different players, and their O-line is like a right tackle and right guard you never heard of. And it's just, I have no idea how Justin Fields will have any chance at success there with that group.
Well, it's interesting because, with most of the young quarterbacks, I think consensus opinion is do everything you can to build around them. You see a lot of teams that are doing that. It's interesting to see that the Bears have decided we're going to start in our secondary, but, they are starting to find some offensive weapons. I'm not sure how much of a weapon Velus Jones is. Again, I didn't get a chance to scout him myself, but they're now starting to turn their attention there. I think it's interesting, in terms of strategy and whatnot. Ryan Poles, their new GM, I think he came from Cleveland, from their think tank, and they've had quite a bit of success in roster building themselves. So again, I really like Kyler Gordon, and Brisker was a pretty solid pickup too. Yeah,
Brisker, again, it's the mentality, right, that you add when you two physical guys in your secondary like that. So I think that that's what they wanted to build off of. I just wish they just had done more for Justin Fields. It's going to be impossible to evaluate him off year 2, and 2 years in this train wreck. It's just going to be hard to come back from. So hopefully they can make it work with literally, I don't think there's another player on that team, on that offense. I think that
and
Montgomery's okay.
I was going to say David Montgomery. He's done a decent
Maybe
job.
Tevin Jenkins will be good. Cody Whitehair's an all right left guard. There's just not much. Tight end, wide out. It's just Martin Mooney's okay. He's be good number 2, number 3, but there's very little there. Seahawks took another tackle, Abe Lucas, and the Colts just selected Jelani Woods. So Jelani Woods off the board at number 73.
Now we're starting to see tight ends.
2 tight ends. Greg Dulcich has not been off the board yet. We don't really believe he's a Bucs fit, and I think that's part of the reason why he's falling. A couple people told me Dulcich is probably going to be the first tight end off the board, and I was skeptical about this because I just didn't feel like he was a fit with that many offenses. Most NFL offenses ask their tight end to play in line and block still, and there's still a few, Arizona being one of them.
Right.
Ironically, Arizona took the inline blocker and not Dulcich, which blew my mind. I didn't think they'd take a tight end, but I thought they were one of the few places that probably liked Dulcich. Now they've gone all in on blockers, apparently. I don't know whether Kingsbury is changing some stuff up or what's going on.
Well, I think the big knock on Arizona has been both on offense and defense that they've been light and soft in the trenches. So they're addressing it, and that's what you want to see from your front office is, can they self-evaluate? Can they come up with where are we weak, and can they address that? So not bad in terms of process there. So the team that will be on the clock once the Colts pick is in is going to be an NFC South division rival. The Falcons will be on the clock next.
Yeah.
So.
And supply and demand with a $3 super chat. Appreciate this. Also, the comments in here are absolutely making me crack up. Seeing and passing on future Pro Bowlers will haunt me. He can ID the Pro Bowlers. They're haunting him. The Pro Bowlers. Think about the Pro Bowlers, Josh. Such as, yes, who's the Pro Bowlers, supply and demand? Tell us who the Pro Bowlers are.
Be interesting.
Good comment here. Hopefully Ruckert will last till 91. This would be the dream for me.
Yep.
Ruckert is for tight ends for the Bucs, because I don't really see Dulcich as a fit. Ruckert would be my top guy left. And probably Cade Otton would be for you.
I have Ruckert above Cade Otton.
Oh,
I have them with similar
so we're both.
similar
Right.
evaluations. I had them both as 3rd round values. And in terms of on my big board, how much were they separated by? I had Ruckert at 64 overall and Otton at 71. So not a big difference between the two. I would say if either one of them were the pick, I'd be happy with it. In terms of it meets a need with a good value at that point. So
Yeah, I'm not as big on Otton as you. I'd like Ruckert, but I have doubts that we're going to get this far. Hope if Dulcich goes somewhere, I just don't know how far we're going to get without more tight ends going off the board. Desmond Ridder to the Falcons.
There we
there's
go.
A new NFC South quarterback option. Desmond Ridder comes off the board. Finally, a quarterback at 74. And that brings the Atlanta Falcons. Very interesting draft. Drake London and Desmond Ridder will be the new combo, the new Matt Ryan, Julio Jones. Just kidding. That'll be the new hookup in Atlanta will be those two, and then you'll have Arnold Ebiketie and Troy Anderson defensively are the new cornerstones they're building around there. They also have another pick at 82, I believe. I think they still have that pick. So they're doing the right way at least. Hey, draft a quarterback, absolutely. At this point, no question that was the right pick for Atlanta. That's an A+ pick. I'm not even crazy about Desmond Ridder, but man, you give yourself another bite at the apple with the quarterback position.
Yeah,
smart. And they're not. Guess what? It's a 3rd-round pick.
Exactly.
If he sucks this year, they don't think he can be anything.
He doesn't have to start. They signed Marcus Mariota to I think a 2-year deal. I'm trying to think with Arthur Smith, Ridder as the fit there.
I think it works. Yeah. Ridder, probably the most pro style of the quarterbacks that were in this draft. Pickett a little bit, but Pickett was pretty much all a lot of spread too. So I mean, I think it works for sure. I mean, he's
not afraid to throw.
None of them have taken snaps under center. Like none of them are. He has a little bit, but nothing notable. But yeah, I think he gets the ball out super quick. Definitely see the fit. No question.
And he's a pretty decent athlete as well.
He's an athlete. Yep.
Yeah, 4'5",
kind of similar to
240.
Mariota. I think some people comped him to Mariota.
Well, I was even thinking similar to Tannehill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
With which Smith got a lot of success with Tannehill there in Tennessee. So yeah, I can see that fit. That's an interesting one.
National media have to be so triggered that this happened. They got told these quarterbacks are going high. Everybody's trying to trade up in round 2 to get these quarterbacks. And
I mean,
they got one guy.
There was
nobody.
Talk. Malik Willis. Inside the top 10. I think he was getting
the green room.
Yeah,
he may still.
I don't
be
know
in the
where
green room,
Malik
Scott.
Willis is, and there's been no tweets from national media about
right
it.
now.
Malik Willis doesn't even. Honestly, he's the kind of guy that would be like, "I'm thankful for this situation." Like that's the kind of guy he is.
He tweeted last night after he didn't get picked. He said, "This is a great example of adversity to overcome."
Scott thinks he's at the club. He said, "Screw it."
Got a bottle of Dom.
Oh man.
Celebrating nothing.
We are about what 20. I'm trying to do math in my head. That's always 16, 17, is it?
16 now that one. Yep.
Denver's on the clock here now. From the Bucs pick at 91 here. So okay, tight end doesn't have to make it that long, but
now Denver, they traded away Noah Fant in the Russell Wilson deal, so they could be in on a tight end here.
That's true. What do they have at tight end? I don't even remember. Hopefully it's Dulcich. Although I like Dulcich, I'd be pumped if he was a Buck, to be honest. Some people comped him to Aaron Hernandez. He who should not be named.
You caught yourself there.
I don't care. I'll say it there. But some people, have made that comparison, and I don't know whether that means anything to the Bucs, but obviously that'd be fun if they got him.
Oh, they do have somebody. The Broncos have somebody. He's kind of a tradesy guy. Albert. I'm gonna butcher this last name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's
Albert K. We call him in college.
Yeah. So he had some interesting.
He'll be
traits.
the top guy, but that doesn't mean they won't bring another guy. For sure. Yeah.
Because after that, it's
I can
Eric
see them
Tomlinson
liking Dulcich,
and Sean Byer.
I could see them liking Dulcich. Somebody said Dulcich is a Kelsey clone. Oh my, that would be sick. So would everybody love the Dulcich pick to the Bucs in round 3, 91?
I would have to be out of everyone for them to love it.
Oh yeah, you are not.
I'm lower on it.
Yeah, you don't like Dulcich.
But
which is fair. I mean,
I did look at it through a Bucs lens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't have even expected him to be on the Bucs board, and maybe he isn't. So.
Yeah, I had him as tight end 9.
Okay, Broncos are on the clock here. When does Nakobe Dean go? Would the Ravens take Nakobe Dean just to have the all?
Looks like the Broncos made a trade.
Okay, so the Texans are coming up from 80 to 75, and the Texans are taking Christian Harris. So Christian Harris comes off the board before Nakobe Dean as well.
Wait, you made up the trade?
The Texans jumped up to take Christian Harris at 75. That was our Bucs' best bet for day 1 through 3. We didn't think they'd take a linebacker, but
they say what Houston gave up.
What's it?
So Houston traded down once in the first, traded up in the second, and have now traded up in the third as well. And they are moving across
they basically
that board.
just moved. They gave up 162.
162. Yep. And what was their third round pick that they gave up?
I do not. Oh, 80. Sorry.
80.
Yep. Guards, huh? Luke Gadecki is the Bucs' second-round pick. Logan Hall, their first-round pick. Will they take a Power 5 player in this class? People are asking. People are wondering. Not that the AAC isn't better than some of these conferences.
That was a
Looking at you, ACC.
It's a decent trade for Houston. They gave up a little bit of value, but not a ton.
Okay. Punt God, yes. The people want punt God. What do y'all want? What do y'all want right now at 91?
Not at 91.
Right now.
Punt God at 91.
I think it's a joke. I don't actually even know.
What?
Feels like most people just are not serious about Matt Araiza. So let me know. Who do you want at 91? The way the board looks right now, what do you think at 91? What player would you want?
I think it might be interesting if they put
Dustin
a
Rivera
position
just
group.
wanted Tariq Woolen. Or yeah, put what position group?
Position group, and then we can look at some of the top options.
Put the
within that
position group you want, and then the player.
Running back.
Get a running back. Travis Jones is still on the board.
You know what, Scott? I will go with you on running back as long as it's a guy from just right up the road.
Spiller? Who are we talking about?
Damian Pierce.
Yeah, Travis Jones falling. Holy smokes.
Oh, that's right. Jones still isn't off.
Travis Jones is fallen. Kobe
So-
Dean's fallen, and Malik Willis. Those are the three big
There's
falls.
gotta be
And
some-
Bernard
Yeah, I was
Raymond
gonna say there's got to be a red flag that wasn't reported on
with
Travis Jones.
maybe, or Bernard Raymond's fallen because he's old as dirt. That could be why he's fallen. I don't know. Damian Pierce. I do like Damian Pierce, but come on, guys. Like, I'm not trying to take Damian Pierce over a safety or a corner or a tight end. Come on. If they take for running back and leave.
John, you wouldn't take Damian Pierce over like a
No, I like
roast beef
Damian
sandwich.
Pierce. I like Damian Pierce.
But he's a running back.
Yeah, but I would take him, but I wouldn't take him
You would
here.
take Damian Pierce if he played safety.
I wouldn't. Yeah, if he played safety, I'd take him. If he was good,
Yeah, he could
Safety
probably
tape
deliver
was
a
good.
hit as a safety.
he probably would deliver a hit. I don't know what he'd do anything else, but. So, man, people want everybody. Nick Cross, I'd be down with Nick Cross. Absolutely, I'd vibe with Nick Cross here. Sean Davis did not scare me off of Maryland safeties that much.
So there is a wide receiver who I believe is not off the board,
Lightning winning?
who I'd have no clue if the Lightning are winning. I hope they are.
yeah.
Who I would be fine with them taking at 91
Who?
because I think it's good value. Jalen Holbert, South.
Yeah.
He had
Is he
some
the best receiver left on the board?
For me, he is.
I think for me too.
I'm not sure on the consensus, but he had some really good tape.
Yeah.
He would be a bit of a project.
So David Bell and him are the
Yeah,
two best.
I'm not high on Bell. at
See,
all.
I'm not high on Bell. He was
Yeah.
fourth round for me. So, I mean,
Yeah.
fourth round value. But in this draft, that would be like the 80s.
I had David Bell at 5th round value. I have Tolbert with 3rd round value. So Tolbert, 6'3", 190 pounds, and he's a deep threat. And he plays big and he plays physical, which I really like. He's got great hands at the catch point, and he'll get some yards after catch.
Ravens just picked Travis Jones. They just letting the board fall to him.
Every
Yeah.
year.
Pretty
So
crazy.
the two knocks against I think it was Scott's. Yeah. The two knocks against Tolbert, playing at South Alabama, his level of that's not mine.
Oh.
I'm drunk.
His level of competition, you wonder how it's going to translate going from South Alabama to the NFL, and he had a limited route tree, but I definitely think he had a lot of talent, and I'd be fine with him at 91. You put him in that room with Scotty Miller and with Travis Johnson, and I think he beats them both out.
Yeah, Ravens just kind of let the board fall to him this whole draft, and Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, David Ajabo, and Travis Jones. Obviously, they need Ajabo to come back from that injury.
Yep.
But yeah, this is
Funny thing when
a pretty good draft.
when Ojabo got picked, so I was in the media room, and I look up, and NFL Network hadn't changed the chyron on who was picking, so it looked like Detroit had taken him. And I'm like, did Detroit really just get both the Michigan edge rushers?
Oh yeah,
Like that would have been like
and then
such
they
a
did
cool.
take an edge rusher.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I was like, that would have been such a cool coup. You bring them both in. You
Yeah,
don't have to send the jet out, so you
Right.
save some money on gas.
it's true. Good point.
So-
Colts are on the clock now at 77, so we are rapidly approaching this pick.
Yeah.
Colts going to try and trade. I mean, they already traded once. Pretty much always trade back. There's nothing, including winning, that Chris Ballard likes more than having lots of picks. We know this because he will trade back from good players
No,
just to get more picks?
there is something he likes better than trading back.
Carson Wentz.
I was just gonna say switching out a quarterback every year. He's had a new quarterback every single
Yeah.
year since he's been
Yeah.
there because Luck retired after Luck was there for his first year and then retired. And then from there they had he was in Miami last year as the backup. Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
And then from there they went to Phillip Rivers and then the ghost of Carson Wentz. And now they've got who'd they trade for this year?
Who are we talking about again?
The
Colts.
Colts.
Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan, that's right. So
Yeah. They always switching it out, no question.
and there's a good chance Matt Ryan retires after this year. So he's just going to be right
Really?
back
You
at it
think?
next year. I think that could
Yeah,
potentially be
good.
an eventuality.
Tom Bucks fan says Lightning will win. Empty net goal, lead 6-4. So
there you go.
Scott is happy. Scott celebrates. Big win for the Lightning. My Suns won last night. That was always exciting to see. It's good. It's gonna be a good little draft weekend for our teams.
Casey, don't hurt yourself celebrating.
That's right. Bernard Raymond with the 77th pick is going to the
Colts.
Colts.
Okay.
Or wait, somebody said that. Like, yeah, that Colts. It must be the Colts. That's a typo.
They had a need at left tackle.
Yeah, for sure,
So-
absolutely. A lot of people thought this would be their first pick in the draft. Would be Raymond.
Yeah.
So
So to get him at 77, and that's good value for him.
Sure. I don't
Even
love
if
his
you're not
tape, but
high
this
on
is
him.
fine. I mean, he was higher than this on my board, so I like
Yeah.
it here. I like it here more than I like it where he was rumored, which was late first or early
Right.
second. I like it a lot more.
I liked Tyler Smith coming off the board well before him.
Tyler Smith was clearly better. but
Yeah.
I had Tyler Smith over Penny.
And-
I don't know
and-
if he'll stay at tackle, but
Tyler Smith, I think Raymond could drink before Tyler Smith was born.
probably.
So
That's pretty much
to
how it
show
works. Yeah.
the age difference.
Drinking
there.
at 6 years old, absolutely. That is a massive age difference, though, because 25 years old is Raymond, and then Smith is 20 or just turned 21.
I think he
maybe?
just turned 21. I'll be
Okay.
wrong.
So one of the youngest players in the class. So yeah, it's a massive difference. Smith just
Tyler
physically
Smith,
managed.
he just turned 21, 21.07 according to Dane when he put out his beast.
Okay, so we're at 78, but the Browns now.
So the Browns who traded for Deshaun Watson, trying to think what their needs could be. They're set at running back.
Jacoby Dean, honestly, is
You pair him with JOK.
yeah,
That's a very light linebacking crew.
very small linebacker crew. Yeah, I
Wow.
don't think they'll do it.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll do it. That's
They addressed their secondary last year.
yeah.
Trying to think.
Man, it's hard not to love what the Ravens did in this draft.
You can say that almost every year.
Sheesh. See, I actually think they can be kind of overrated in some of their drafts, and people say it on draft day. Everybody likes them, but then when you look back, you're like, these guys didn't really all play out. Now, obviously, they've got to weather than most teams, no question. There.
Yeah. I like their process.
Yeah, their process is good. Their process to trade down and get picks is good for sure. No question there. Taking Hayden Hurst over Lamar Jackson, though, not that great. Speaking of old players, Hayden Hurst was like 26 as a rookie. Okay, so Browns are coming up here. I don't think the Chiefs are going to trade for Deebo Samuel. Sorry to disappoint everybody. If they were going to do that, they might as well just pay.
I don't think
Tyreek Hill.
San Francisco is trading him
No.
because if they were, they would have tried to
Right.
get a first rounder this year.
Agreed, but the Titans also weren't trading AJ Brown.
But the
But-
Titans
but
did
the
it
draft
in the
is
first
over.
round.
But the draft is
Yeah.
the value part of the draft is over. So.
And I think that if you look at the wide receiver trades, so Miami gave up 29, 50, 121, and then a fourth and a sixth rounder next year for Tyreek Hill. Then you look at Tennessee gave up AJ Brown for pick 18 and 101 and to Philly, right? And then Baltimore traded Marquise Brown and pick 100 for pick 23 to Arizona. Out of those three trades, which one do you like the most for the team giving up the wide receiver?
Which one? 3 was it again?
So Tyreek Hill to Miami. So Kansas City's traded him to Miami. Then you had AJ Brown going from Tennessee to Philadelphia for pick 18, and pick 101.
What
And then Marquise. What did Miami give up? Miami gave up the farm. Pick 29, pick 50, pick 121, and then a 4th and a 6th next year. And then Baltimore gave up Marquise Brown and pick 100 for pick 23.
Which trade do I like it more for the acquiring team?
No, for the team giving up.
For the team giving up the wide
Well, I guess
receiver?
that's pretty easy. That's Kansas City, right? They got a lot back for Tyreek.
I mean, it makes no sense to me if you're a team that feels like you're on the cusp of winning Super Bowl, and rightfully so. For in the case of Kansas City, in my opinion, just because they're that good, and in the case of Green Bay as well, just because the NFC is not that good either, to give up that. So, and when I take full context into account, I don't understand it for those teams at all. I probably actually understand it most. I wouldn't have done it for any of these teams, I should say, but I probably understand it most for the Titans, because A.J. Brown has been injured, and I don't believe he's played a full season. I could be wrong about that. And because they were actually in position to get a player that could be comparable, in my opinion, in Traylon Burks.
Yep.
And they knew that when they made the pick.
That one's so interesting because from a
and
process,
they're not going to win the Super Bowl. So
yeah, from a process standpoint, I mean, Tennessee is trying to pull off what Minnesota successfully pulled off, was it 3 years ago now, right? Which was Minnesota didn't want to pay Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
So they traded him. They got a first. Buffalo did need that established alpha number 1 X receiver.
Yes.
Stephon was definitely that. Worked out for Buffalo very well. I think they would say that. They gave him the bag and he's earned it to this point. But then Minnesota was able to turn around, and with that pick, they got Justin Jefferson, who has been everything they could have wanted and more. And Tennessee's basically doing the same thing because, and you've noted it, and I believe it as well, you know, Traylon Burks' game is very similar in terms of how he wins and where he's very good to an A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Not nearly as polished, right?
Right.
But definitely, you know,
but Brown, it honestly isn't even that polished to me. Like, he makes mistakes now. He just makes good, like he makes route running mistakes. He's not always like, I wouldn't call him the most cerebral player on the field or anything like that. He's just unbelievably talented. I don't mean that to say he's dumb or anything like that. I mean, he's not like this. He's not like a Keenan Allen out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, just creating different ways to get open. He just doesn't matter. Like, he can mess up and still his traits are so good that he makes a lot of great plays, and he's really good after the catch too. He's fun and exciting. Yeah, we thought about him as a Bucs best bet, but honestly, neither Scott or I liked him very much. So we kind of were like, I don't know if we want to make him one.
So
did we make him one?
Yeah.
We did, but day 3, I think it was. I can't believe he's off the board at this point in the draft.
For those who don't know who Alex Wright is, so he's an edge rusher out of UAB.
Yeah. So
I don't think I got a
and
chance.
JT Woods just went to the Chargers, so there's a safety.
I like JT Woods.
Oh, did you?
Too.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
watch JT Woods. What did you like about him?
Let me pull it up real quick. So, yep,
Yeah,
he
you're
had some
in.
speed to his game. So
Is anybody in Baylor slow?
probably not. So JT Woods, 6'2", 193 pounds, very athletic. To Scott's point, very fast. I thought he had fluid hips and he reads plays from high zones very quickly. He's a good tackler, had great ball skills, and he can squeeze routes from his zone play.
Mostly a free
his
safety?
zone. I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't great in man coverage, so I don't think you can use him in the slot very well. He can over pursue in the running game, so he can get caught up on cutbacks. He has a bit of a leaner frame, so you worry about him getting involved in the running game and whether he can hold up. And then, you know, he is susceptible to play action. He can bite hard.
Yeah. Edge rushers. Somebody asked, John, we appreciate the $2 super chat. Do you like any of the remaining edge rushers? D'Angelo Malone. Yeah, I like D'Angelo Malone from Western Kentucky. I guess we are at that range of the draft where you got to consider him. So far, here's the edge rushers off the board. Kayvon Thibodeau, Aiden Hutchinson, Jermaine Johnson, Boy Mafe, Arnold Ebiketie, Trayvon Walker, David Ajabo, George Karlaftis, Josh Paschal, Drake Jackson, Nick Benito, Sam Williams. I mentioned Ebiketie. Alex Wright just went off the board. So now the top guys left for me would be D'Angelo Malone, Kingsley Enigbari, who I was not even a big fan of.
I see. I liked him. I liked some parts of his game. Myjai Sanders out of Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess we're at that point.
What's that?
Tiny. I don't know. The weight issue is real weird with him. I don't really feel him too much on tape. Dominique Robinson is a converted wide receiver from Miami of Ohio.
Wow.
Very interesting player. Didn't really kind of a pass rush specialist build player, but didn't really have much pass rush production. I think just like 6 sacks or something.
Yeah.
But there's traits there to work with. I just wish he would have been better at the Senior Bowl. I don't know.
And then you're getting into guys like Tyreek Smith out of Ohio State, Zachary Carter out
Cam
of Florida.
Thomas from South Dakota or
Yep,
from
San Diego
State. He'll
State,
get
yeah.
drafted soon. Yeah.
Yeah, and Cam Thomas. I mean, he's a little bit different than the others. He's more of a strong run defender than a pass rusher.
Broncos took Dulcich.
Well, you called that one.
Yeah, did
They
Didn't
traded back to get him too.
I did call that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I owe you.
Forgot.
I owe you some super chat.
Do
from
I? Oh
yesterday.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Pay out. Yeah.
Oh, I'll give you a check at the end.
Not to me personally.
That's right. I'll hand it over to Scott.
Yeah, Dulcich just again one of those guys that replacing the weapon that you lost in Fan, who is a good blocker. Honestly, people don't. I think Dulcich can be a comparable blocker to him, like move blocker, split zone, get him out in space, string game, flex him out wide, stock blocks people. Like he can do that stuff. I think. I just don't think he's going to be like on. He's not going to be running doubles with your tackle. Right. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. That's what.
But fans could do that stuff.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Supply Demand who asks Josh, take me to Magic City.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't think I got the reference. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know. Z Teller says, I'm calling it now. We're going running back next pick. Sorry, John. Wow. I mean, come on. Even you do not want this, right, Scott? Over a tight end?
Oh, all right. So Supply and Demand just really made me look like a fool. Apparently, Magic City is a nickname for Atlanta.
Wow, I didn't know that either. Did
Yeah.
you know that, Scott?
I had no idea.
Yeah, Scott didn't know that either. But yeah, you live there, so
I do.
Just kidding.
I enjoy it. It's a nice place to live.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, what do we got? Who's on the board? Okay, we're about what, 10 picks? 12 picks? 11?
So
10.
the Chargers,
9 picks.
yeah.
10 picks. 10 picks. Giants on the board.
We are 11.
I've
11
literally
picks away.
I've slept 9 hours, 10 hours in the last like 3 or 4
Yeah,
days.
we're 11 picks away. So 81 all the way through 91.
It's gonna get by the time 100 and what's the end of this round? 105 rolls around today. It's gonna get pretty ugly for your boy. So
Well, it's not like you have to come back tomorrow for a long stretch.
right. I'll be ready.
It takes Jason Light and have him trade those 7th rounders.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
get rid of those 7th rounders, Jason. Some people are asking about Kobe Bryant with the next pick for the Bucs. Let me just check my corner board here.
I wouldn't hate
I like
that at
Kobe
all
Bryant.
either.
We all like Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
Would he be my top cornerback on the board at this point? I like Jalen Armour Davis from Alabama, but there are health concerns. I like him. He is tough, makes plays on the ball. I like him. After that, yeah, Kobe Bryant would be my next corner.
So what's interesting is you have 2 guys who are still on the board who were testing freaks. And there was a lot of buzz about them shooting up boards in terms of the cornerback room. So both of them, I want to say one of them had an relative athletic score of like 9.98, and the other guy literally tested 10.0, most athletic corner ever. And those are Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State. Thank you, Scott. And then Tariq Woolen out of University of Texas San Antonio. So both of them big. Tariq Woolen was 6'4", 205. McCollum 6'2", 199. I like McCollum. I really enjoyed his tape. Scott and I think we went on a bit of a texting binge talking about him a little bit a little while or a few days ago. We're both pretty high on his game. With both of those, you look at the level of competition and you worry a little bit, how does that translate? But now you're talking end of the 3rd round, and the Bucs also have, I believe, the first pick tomorrow. Potentially that could be a spot for them.
Cordell Flatt just came off the board.
Ooh. I
didn't get to watch him.
I didn't like him at all.
I mean, he is tiny. He's light, rail thin corner from LSU.
6'1", 165.
One of the worst run defense grades in the country.
Oh yeah, he gets bodied by blockers so easy, and they just wipe him out.
Wow, great athlete, I guess, but this is a Giants doing some wild stuff after a good first round.
Yeah,
I don't know, some wild stuff for
he's
sure.
fast though. Is very fast.
D'Angelo Malone off the board to the Falcons. So the Falcons, Ebikiti and D'Angelo Malone. So they're trying to build this thing. They said, we are tired. We are tired of not having edge rushers. We have to touch Tom Brady during the course of a game once. So they're going to try. 2 light edge rushers, though. These guys are smaller edge rushers. Ebikiti and Malone are probably 2 of the more troublesome run defending edges in the class.
4-4-3. But 4-3, don't they?
They play of who? Do they the defensive? No, it's still Pease, right?
Yeah, Dean Pease.
So it's 3-4. Yeah,
3-4.
yeah. I mean, it does. Who? I mean, it doesn't
You're
matter. Yeah, nickel.
So now we're only 2 picks away from finding out how the Steelers are going to disappoint you again.
Yeah, that's right. They get to do this again to me. That's cool. Yeah. No, actually, I don't mind the Pickens selection at all. I like Pickens.
That's right. I forgot about George Pickens.
It's just so funny. I mean, George Pickens fighting and maturity concerns, and it's just like hilarious. The Steelers cannot not do this at wideout. Claypool, if you want to call it that with Juju Smith-Schuster, I think it's silly different. Martavis Bryant, Antonio Brown, like the list, Plaxico Burress, Troy Edwards, like Mike Wallace, like literally every wideout that's ever. It's the most unbelievable run of. It's just crazy. Yeah, that and the Browns is the Browns thing on social media, and he's on there. He'll talk stuff about players on social media, and and his Twitch videos or whatever. Like I don't care about that kind of stuff. Claypool's a little bit like more of actual like boneheaded on the field, where Juju's like a really smart, good football player.
Right.
But yeah, the other stuff it's just unbelievable how on brand it is. It honestly feels like they can't not take.
It's like a moth to a flame.
Yeah, it's like moth to a flame. It is like they feel like their wide receivers have to have that type of personality, like a personality that is just drama out the butt. So it's just crazy. Leo with the $2 super chat. These picks are really pushing in light. We trust. I don't really feel like there's been any egregious pick here so far.
Yeah, I mean there
have
hasn't
2
been
picks. Like I think if anything, people are probably frustrated because they wanted other players.
Right.
I think people need to address it that way. Like if you wanted other players, like say that. But to rip on the actual picks that have happened so far, to me, I just don't think either of these players are like that bad in a class that's like this.
I think we sold people on Trey McBride, right?
Yeah, we got people real excited about Trey McBride.
Jason might have tried to move up, and couldn't happen.
Yeah, maybe the Bucs tried to move up from McBride, Scott's saying, and it didn't happen. We don't know. We appreciate the $5 super chat here from Thomas.
Yeah, I think I was watching the NFL Stock Exchange podcast this morning, and they were talking about yesterday, like the Jets when they got Jermaine Johnson, they were pretty surprised about it. They were trying to trade up. I want to say the reports were like 9 picks before they actually were able to get a trade partner. So that's very well could have been what happened with Jason Light in terms of trying to get up to get Trey McBride. It does take, as they say, 2 to tango. And, I'm sure the Bucs have, this is what we're willing to give up, and we're not willing to give up any more than that, much like they do with their contracts. And it just could be that they couldn't find a partner that matched up in terms of the value willing to give up. Now, we did ask a few minutes ago what position groups the chat wanted to kind of target here at 91. So did we get a consensus? Tight end, safety, corner, running back?
I didn't see any consensus. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so then, I mean, we can take a look at
people want to know if there's going to be any good tight ends left, I think, at this point.
So, yeah, I mean, there haven't been many tight ends taken. So Trey McBride was taken, Jelani Woods, and Greg Dulcich. I think those are the only 3. So you look at
some people are saying DB or tight end seem like so far pretty popular.
So
I don't really like McCollum or Tariq Woolen, to be honest. Like I like McCollum a little bit more, but to me the Senior Bowl was big for them. Like and I just thought both were pretty bad at the Senior Bowl.
And I
rewatched that tape. Yeah, I rewatched the tape is on YouTube, so I didn't get to rewatch it, and I was just like, man, I don't feel it with them at all.
Okay.
So, but I will say this: when I watched tape, I felt like McCollum was like just a more natural mover. Again, both of them, you have to accept the fact that they did not dominate the level of competition that they played in, and so there is probably going to be significant like developmental time needed.
Right.
And you were kind of banking on the personality, the work ethic, all that comes into play as well. I would rather have McCollum than Woolen.
Yep.
But I don't necessarily want if I'm the Bucs, I don't.
With Woolen, and I did like a lot of what I saw on his tape, but one of the things that really just stood out is he would trust his athleticism at the end of a route, like when the ball was in the air, I think a little too much. And when you project that from the level of competition that he had to the NFL, he's not going to be the most dominant athlete at the next level. Yeah. So if that's how he plays, how quickly can he kind of unravel that and say, no, I've got to play through with this guy from start to finish. I can't let him get a couple steps on me and know that my closing speed will take care of getting lost in coverage a little bit. Right. So if the chat was talking about tight ends and DBs, so the tight ends that are still on the board at this range would be Jeremy Ruckert out of Ohio State, who we're both very high on, very relatively for this position, I guess. Cade Otton, who I like and you don't. Some people would be putting like Charlie Kolar into this area. I think it's a little early for him there. Trying to think who else. James Mitchell out of Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
And then Chigoziem Okonkwo out of Maryland. I think those would be the kind of the five guys in this range.
Yeah. Potentially, yes. I could see those. By the way, Nakobe Dean just got drafted by the Eagles.
They do like tight ends.
Linebackers. Yes, absolutely. And DeMarvin Leal is going to the Steelers, who I liked as well. Those are two of the top players that were left on my board probably. I am probably a little bit higher than Leal than most people, but talented interior guy that I think could be a good pass rusher. Played on the edge and was very athletic there. Going to probably the best D-line development place, one of the best D-line development places in the league in Pittsburgh. So he'll fit in a good culture there. I think he could be an impact player. So good day two for Pittsburgh at least. And for the Eagles, I think to get Nakobe Dean here, man, this is pretty, like, if he's healthy, they don't even care about linebackers and they just may have gotten a good one without having to pay a premium for it. That's pretty cool that they could be able to do that.
I think Ben Solak's pretty happy with
he
that
is.
pick.
I bet I have a text from right now. I bet he said something.
With Leal, what I thought was when I evaluated.
Actually, he's sad because Joel Embiid broke his face. Apparently. He's out for the foreseeable future in the playoffs. So yeah, he's sad about that. Go ahead. Sorry. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say the two things that kind of stood out to me with Leal, as you said, they played him on the edge, even though he's 290 plus. But he would always look for the shortest route to the quarterback, which I really thought was good for his body type and for how he can win. He was constantly looking for the best angle, coming back inside. He had some pretty decent counter moves, and he had a good swim move that he used quite a bit. So
this was who?
Leal,
yeah,
out of Texas.
You liked
A&M.
him?
Relatively for
Where was he on your board?
This class. He was D tackle 9 for me. So.
I mean, where did he rank? Like number wise? D tackle 9 in this class.
I know.
You are savage. My gosh.
107 overall.
107. I had him 39th.
That's a bit of a difference.
Sheesh, dude.
He ended up 84, a little bit closer to me.
Wrecked him.
I said these were the things I liked about him. Those were the 2 things.
Who is over him?
Matthew Butler.
Oh, buddy.
I liked Kalia Davis out of UCF.
Oh, my. Okay.
Now, Kalia had amazing tape, but he's got some big red flags.
Yeah, Kalia's
he's played 3 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
so he's like a bull in a china shop. I really like.
I didn't even get to watch him. So yeah, Marcus Jones, the pint-sized corner, went to the Patriots.
He'll be a good. He'll be
5'8", 174-pound corner. Good returner.
He's a very good returner.
Yep.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, 5'8", 174-pound corner. Is there a Nickel Roby Coleman was pretty small?
Yeah.
How small was Nickel Roby Coleman? I want to say he was heavier though. Let's see. 5'8". What did he weigh? Let's even look at what he weighed coming out. Let's look at the combine. 169. Okay, so he was tiny. So he's probably the only guy I can remember. 5'7". Somebody can help me remember. I'm sure there's a couple other guys. There's just not a lot of corners that small that make it. JC just said, "My God," in all caps. I don't know whether that's good or bad. I'm guessing that's not good.
I think we're having a switching of allegiance here.
Yeah, JC. Welcome. We're Bucs fans, lifelong Bucs fans.
It started yesterday.
Oh.
It's ending today.
It's ending today, yeah. JC's time as a Patriot fan is over. Well, it started with Tom Brady left. Z Teller, $5 super chat. We appreciate that. Thank you. You guys have been awesome supporting the show, man. It's been
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys have been great. Let me see here.
Oh, my battery is running low.
Bucs are about to be on the clock.
That
The
would be
Raiders or the
battery.
Titans are moving up from the Raiders for the Raiders pick. Titans are coming up from 90. Yes, 90 right in front of the Bucs. They're
To
coming up
86.
to 86 where the Raiders are. The Titans like something here. Quarterback?
Possibly.
They're
Tannehill.
jumping ahead of the Cardinals, Cowboys, and Bills.
Yeah, Tannehill doesn't have any guaranteed salary after this year.
Okay. Browns and Panthers are negotiating. They're making progress for a trade for Baker. But the Panthers
That was
aren't the
inevitable.
only
The
team
Browns
involved in
and
the discussions.
Carolina.
The Browns have been prepared to pay a portion of Mayfield's salary to facilitate a trade. Panthers aren't the only team involved in the discussions. So Seattle, I don't know.
So functionally, what Cleveland would have to do is convert some of his salary to a signing bonus.
Mhm.
And then that stays with them after the trade.
Okay.
And then so whatever that amount is, and what they could potentially do just to lessen the cap hit is even add void years on top of that
Mhm.
to really reduce their cost this year,
Sure.
push it to next year. And then Carolina would pick up whatever's left of his salary. Because, they're paying $18.5 million to the guy that they're hoping Baker beats out.
Yeah. 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 It's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. All right. So the Titans are on the clock here
I believe so.
after the trade. On the clock at 86. I don't know. I mean, right now, as I look at the board, I think it's going to be a tight end. And I think if I'm
Yeah.
guessing right now what the pick is, I think it's going to be Kate Otten, and I'm going to be not happy. That's my guess. I'll be happier with Ruckert. If they pass on a tight end completely, I'll be fine with it from value perspective. It's just I don't know who they're going to get to play tight end for them this year. And a running back, I really have no idea. If it's a running back, I just can't. I can't even because they're just leaving the secondary alone. Then
Which round are we in?
They're at the end.
91. So 106 or 91.
Charles Sims, Keyshawn Vaughn.
Scott's talking about Charles Sims and Keyshawn Vaughn over here.
Some real winners at running back.
Oh, Jason, please don't do this.
So then, Scott, who do you think the reach is for if we're using those two as the
I think they're going to
baseball
take a tight
units?
end. I really do. But hey, Malik Willis to the Titans.
Wow.
So the Titans pull the trigger on Malik Willis.
Watch your back, Tannehill.
And now Sam Howell and Matt Corral are the top quarterbacks.
Mhm. What's funny is, they're dropping to the point where would teams start considering Carson Strong potentially over them?
He's getting medical issues.
He does,
Yeah.
but I think
I think
you're
Carson
getting-
Strong will plummet.
I think you're getting close to where you're willing to take those risks.
Yeah, I mean, and if he jumps over a Howell or a Corral, it'll be interesting too. Somebody wants Bellinger if tight end. Wow, there were really so many different takes going on. There's no consensus between what fans seem to want here. I think.
And Scott has mentioned, there seems to be no consensus this year on just about anything.
Yeah, it's hard to find it for sure.
Okay.
So we got the Titans took Malik Willis, then the Cardinals at 87, the Cowboys at 88, and the Bills at 89, and the Raiders at 90.
Yeah, so you look at each one of those teams has one of the, I would say, top 10 tight ends in the league. So Arizona's got Ertz.
The Bills did a lot of due diligence on tight ends.
Right. Okay.
So
and they also just signed O.J. Howard to
Mhm.
be tight end 2 behind Dawson Knox.
They did, but I wouldn't surprise me. I think
Right.
they would have honestly drafted McBride and not traded back if he had been there.
Okay.
But Arizona took him, and I think that's why they moved back.
And
That's just my
Arizona
guess.
now has 3 tight ends, so I think we're pretty
Yeah, Arizona's
confident.
probably not gonna
Pretty
take him.
confident. Well, though we were pretty
So
confident they were going to
considering
take it
Last year, before the Ertz trade, they were one of the teams that didn't even use the tight end.
Right,
Dan
right.
Arnold was like a wideout for them. So
Then
Then Cowboys.
They've got Dalton Schultz.
They've got Dalton Schultz, but he's on the tag, right?
Yep.
Has he signed long term? I don't think he's signed.
No, he's on the tag.
Right.
And then
Bills have Knox and Howard.
And then the Raiders have
Still
Darren
don't
Waller.
roll him out. Yeah, Raiders Waller, who will not be traded, and they have Foster Moreau as well. I think
That's right. Yep. Yeah,
so
they're
they seem pretty set. So yeah,
So
tight end should probably
if
be
the
there.
Bucs like more than one tight end, I think you're not going to see them move up.
Looks
for
like
them.
Cam Thomas to Arizona, the gangly edge rusher from San Diego State. Not a wild Cam Thomas fan, to be honest with you, but I think there are some possibilities for if you just looking at the class in general right now. If your Bucs are going edge rusher here, the board is really depleted, and not that was totally unexpected, but right now Kingsley Enagbare, D'Angelo Malone's gone, Sam Williams gone, Dominique Robinson maybe,
Kirby Joseph, safety.
So if
Runaway.
safety Kirby Joseph if they go
thank
safety.
you.
Now Nick Cross is still available here, and let me just check my board as we zero in on this pick and see who I would take here just based on value for the Bucs. Okay, value wise for the Bucs, I would take. Let's see, Trey McBride, Scott. No, he's gone. Nick Cross. Yep.
Yeah.
45th on my board. Had a third round grade on him. That's where third round grade started for me. Right around then. So yeah, Nick Cross would be the safety with a player I would take here. Without much hesitation, looking down the board, yeah. A guard, Dylan Parham's still available here. That's a little bit surprising, but they're not going to
I
take
think they're
another
done
guard.
offensive line. Yeah.
I think they're done at O-line. Yeah, I would definitely take Nick Cross here. I don't think there's much doubt about it, in my opinion. Taking Kirby Joseph over Nick Cross or Cade Otton over Jeremy Ruckert or any running back will all be things that could break my heart.
We don't want that to happen, John.
Yep, can't have me heartbroken. So Malik Willis is finally gone. The Titans will develop him behind Ryan Tannehill, and we'll see. We probably won't hear from him for a while.
That's right.
Unless Tannehill gets hurt, but
Yep.
all that much ado about nothing when it comes to his draft stock. Man, I'm trying to think who else would you like if you're the Bucs. I mean, I'd like Jalen Armour Davis, but there's been absolutely no connection there at all, so
Right.
I don't expect that.
I'm just saying Isaiah Spiller might be the pick here.
Yeah, sure. Running back, I mean, could definitely be the pick, and Spiller would be the top guy. I think if you're asking me right now, I had to bet on the pick, I would say it's Spiller or Cade Otton.
Yeah.
And I like Spiller, so at least I'll like the player there.
Right.
Jalen Tolbert just went to the Cowboys, probably the top wide receiver left, other
Yeah.
than David Bell maybe. And so Cowboys get a wide out there. Good value, I think, at 88. That's great for him. I had Tolbert. Let's see, where did I have Tolbert? I had Tolbert 80 on my board. So this is a good spot for him. I had an early fourth round grade on him. And this is where you're getting into those types of graded players for me, is in this portion of the draft. So Cowboys take a wide out. Now it's the Bills and the Raiders, and then the Bucs will be up at 91. What's your thoughts so far, Scott? What letter grade do you give the Bucs draft so far?
I do like the Logan Hall pick. I'm a trench guy, and I do understand the philosophy. I trust Jason Light on offensive line.
Sure.
I just do.
And the development they have there is
Yes.
clear.
Yes,
No
with
question.
Harold Goodwin and with Joe Gilbert, I trust them. Jason Light has told me if he could, he would take an offensive lineman every year in the draft because you can never fortify your offensive line enough. I think the offensive line was honestly, John, just as much of a reason to attract Tom Brady as it was the wide receivers.
Probably.
You know? And
Also another reason why it's laughable that he played for the Dolphins.
that's right. Exactly. Well said. So to me, I just think that he's such a big believer in trench play that you look at defensive line and offensive line. I'm not surprised because those positions, football is still, for all the skill, for all the wide receivers we're talking about, for all of the quarterbacks that are out there, the quarterback doesn't have time to throw it if he's getting hit by the defensive lineman. And the quarterback doesn't have time to throw it unless there's good protection by the offensive line. It's still trench warfare at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, no question. I like the idea of getting offensive linemen in to develop, and I really am excited to get to see more of Gadecki and his tape and see what I'm
Yes,
working
me
with.
too.
Because I've seen some of him and I've liked him, but I want to see more before I make any type of statements one way or the other about him. But Brandon Thorne loves him, and that gives me a lot of hope.
Yes, I trust his judgment.
Yeah. So a lot of people, and honestly, the Bucs develop these guys really well. Like they just do.
Yeah.
They developed offensive linemen very, very well. We've seen improvement with basically everybody who's coming to the building. Now, the one thing I'll say, again, I have less issue with the Gadecki pick and more with what they didn't take than I would have taken there.
Yeah.
Ryan Cook being one of those players, Nick Cross being a potential player too, and he's here. I don't know if he's going to be. Wouldn't put money on him being the pick here at 91, but I'd love it.
Right.
So yeah, I think that Dylan Parham, Nick Cross, Calvin Austin, there's another player here, not for the Bucs, but it could come off the board at some point here soon. So that, by the way, pairs Malik Willis with Traylon Burks in Tennessee. Could be the future wide receiver quarterback duo.
It could. The other wild card, I would say, at the running back position, I study this position pretty hard this year. A lot of running backs I like is Rachaad White. We've talked about him. We have him in our mock. I think you and I have said if they're going to draft a running back, it would surprise us if they did not draft Dameon Pierce, Isaiah Spiller, Rachaad White. Those three running backs seem to be, from the intel that we have, the three guys they've paid the most attention to in the pre-draft process.
So was it again Rachaad White, Isaiah Spiller, and
Dameon Pierce from Florida?
Right. So we do think that if they take a running back here, it'll be one of those three for sure. Spiller was among our Bucs best bets, wasn't he? Or
yes.
Pierce?
Pierce was the fourth round guy, just because of lack of productivity, right?
Sure,
he split carries, split time.
It seems like he could be going there. By the way, Terrell Bernard, who I know you liked, going 889 to Buffalo.
Yeah.
So he's coming off the board. 90. Man, I can't believe some of these guys going day 2.
I know.
We just didn't think they were like best bets Bucs best bets for day 3 for us. Although we were going round 4 trying because they didn't have anything until 7th.
Exactly.
Bills at 89 take Terrell Bernard. Now that puts the Raiders on the clock here soon, and the Bucs will be after them. So coming up here, I think Cade Otton and Isaiah Spiller are the two players that I would guess here.
Or Kirby Joseph. Not a favorite of ours.
Not a favorite of ours.
But
none of those three picks I would be crazy about.
And I think it might be a little early for Dane Belton, but he's also a safety that they brought in.
Sure, I like Dane Belton. Yeah, he's interesting.
Kirby Joseph, Nick Rapone, the safeties coach, was not only at Kirby Joseph's pro day, he was the guy running the positional drills during the pro day. So there's that. Plus, Kirby Joseph also went for a top 30 visit as well.
Yeah, right. So there's clearly seems like there's been some interest there, and wouldn't be surprised if he's the pick. Although how he fits in, they would have a team full of free safeties.
Yes,
Antoine Winfield, Logan Ryan, Mike Edwards, Kirby Joseph.
Unless this is the replacement for Mike Edwards.
Sure, but why would you be looking to replace him before you've replaced Jordan Whitehead?
Well, maybe they think
be back
Keanu O'Neal.
All your eggs in that basket.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't understand the Kirby Joseph pick at all. I'm not going to lie. That would be
I'm with you.
That's a mind bender to me. But did we pick him for Bucs best bet? I can't remember now.
Yes, Kirby Joseph was.
We did. Okay, so.
As a matter of fact, let's take a real quick look at the remaining guys.
Raiders are officially on the clock here. So
for our Bucs best bets, so we've got South Dakota State quarterback Chris Alodekin left. I mean, we feel if they're going to draft him, it'd be a 7th. We don't think they're going to draft a quarterback. The running backs, Isaiah Spiller, Dameon Pierce are left. Cade Otton, the tight end. Both of the offensive linemen, UCLA's Sean Ryan, and then Southern offensive lineman Ja'Tyre Carter. I don't think they're going to go offensive line here now.
Right.
You know, Logan Hall was a Bucs best bet. We nailed that one. Tennessee defensive tackle Matthew Butler. I'm not sure they're going to double dip there. Wouldn't hurt, but we'll see.
That would be.
One of our wild card picks was LSU linebacker Damone Clark, who's going to
day 3 Bucs best bet.
Correct. Yes.
And spinal fusion surgery.
Yeah. So he's probably going to miss most of his rookie season with that. He had a herniated disc, but boy, Jason Light loves LSU linebackers. This guy can play. Probably a day 2 guy that will fall to day 3 because of that injury. And then Illinois safety Kirby Joseph. So that's who we have left with the Bucs best bets.
Yeah, if we had to guess now, Spiller, Otton, or Joseph, based on our best bets and based on the way this board has fallen, Donald Parham. So that's not Donald. That's the guard.
Dylan Parham.
Yeah, it's written Donald, but Donald's the tight end for the Chargers.
Correct. Yes.
Dylan Parham.
Did I
He's
have
going to the
Dylan
Raiders
Parham
here
on
at
there?
90. No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Parham's
I
actually a guy that we have left, but I don't
Yeah.
see didn't put him on there.
Parham, goes to the Raiders there at 90. Obviously, the Bucs weren't taking him. So now the Bucs are going to be on the clock here. And so they're going to have their option of those players that we talked about. And there's still plenty of tight ends. Is it Woods, Dulcich, and McBride? There's only 3 tight ends that have gone off the
I
board?
believe so, yes.
Okay, so Ruckert, Otten.
Yeah, and I like Ruckert better than Otten, for the record.
Yeah, I do too.
I
I think
really,
we're all in agreement on that one. They brought in Otten for a top 30, though.
Yeah.
And he plays for Washington.
The Bills select Terrell Bernard, who
mentioned that one.
you know,
89. Yeah.
Yep.
And then Parham to the Raiders, so now it's the Bucs up here. Let's see.
So the Bucs are on the clock. Round 3.
Fans are cheering for Ruckert. We have a little Ruckert contingency.
Yeah.
Been very vocal so far. Let's see. Raiders took Parham. Bucs on the clock. Will they take that long to make this pick? Well, we didn't talk about them potentially trading down. Interesting that Parham went this late.
Yeah.
We
for
thought
sure.
he'd be in the strange Gadecki range of things. Thought he was pretty good. He played Logan Hall pretty
He
tough.
did.
He
Yeah,
had some
that
good
was
reps
a
against
really
Logan Hall.
good tape to watch
Yeah.
for both players.
Right.
Definitely good.
Nothing yet on the Bucs. It will be interesting to see if they take a free safety, what happens with the safety room now, and whether that would make Logan Ryan just completely out of the mix.
Right.
If they don't take a safety here at 106, we got to start talking about like how much Logan Ryan might play strong safety, if that might be more in the cards for them.
Right.
Not sure.
Not a Cam Thomas fan, right? You weren't either. The Cardinals pick.
Yeah, I'm not a big Cam Thomas
Yeah.
fan, truthfully.
I did not see the fit there in Tampa Bay at all.
Let's see.
Folks, we're just waiting for this pick to come in. Have not heard anything as of yet.
Rashad
White
91.
in our mock draft.
I'm out.
Yep.
Not great. He was in our mock. Yeah. This is, I just don't think he's a good receiver to a degree, but he needs pass protection work. He needs route running work. I wouldn't have taken this pick.
He looks great in those.
He looks
uniforms, though.
great on the
Yeah.
left. There's no question. But
Yeah.
with Spiller on the board, I really don't like this pick. If you're going to go running back here, I really don't like it. And also, what is happening at tight end? Or they're going to wait down till 106 at tight end.
I think they're going to.
So they feel real confident Gronk's coming
They
back.
have to feel.
And not only that, they feel like he's going to stay healthy and be. Yeah, I'm out on this one. I'm out on this pick.
Yep. Well, the thing is with Rashad White, I do like the pick because this guy is a pass catcher. We had him in our mock draft, so this is actually 2 picks in the mock. We had him going in the 4th round, so this is a little early. But when you look at Rashad White, it's the ability to run the ball and catch the ball. He had 1,000 yards on the nose as a senior, and he's got this kind of weird upright running style. I've talked to some scouts around the league that say he's deceptively fast. He's a long strider, so it doesn't look like he's covering enough ground until he picks up, a first down. He's got a weird running style. When I first started watching him early in this process, I think I sent his highlight tape to you. I didn't know what to make of it initially, and then I kind of watched some tape. He's got some make you miss ability. He's got enough speed. I think he's a faster back in terms of speed, and maybe even getting to to his top speed a little faster than Isaiah Spiller. I think Spiller is a quality back. I think that the 40-yard dash time is scaring some teams off. But when you look at the receiving ability, I'm going to pull up a couple of statistics here.
I'm looking to see where he was ranked out on the boards.
You're
PFF has him as their number 6 running back,
Yeah.
but 124 on their board.
Yeah.
6th round grade, they said. That's crazy.
Yet he had a 90.8 overall grade in 2021 and an 87 grade in 2020. The yards per route run was 2.25. That's 4th. He had 3 drops out of a ton of catches. He had 43 catches.
He's very much a
for
receiving
456. Back. Yes. He is a slender version of Leonard Fournette. Fournette kind of has an upright running style. He's more powerful, obviously. He's a bigger back, but he kind of reminds me a little bit of Le'Veon Bell in that regards as well.
Yeah, 118 on the consensus board, so definitely a significant reach. Bucs have now reached for all 3 players per the consensus board. Again, not crazy reaches for the first 2. This one was a little more substantial. But hey, listen, I mean, it's not good to be consistently habitually reaching on the consensus board. We talked about that earlier. Bucs have not typically done that. This class is kind of a mess, so that definitely is contributing to it. This would not have been the running back that I would have taken for sure. For me, Rachaad White was, I don't think he was even in my top 100, to be honest. Wasn't in the consensus top 100. No, he wasn't in my top 100. I had him much further down there, and
he was low for me too.
Yeah, Josh. I mean, this is Breece Hall was for me. Isaiah Spiller's RB3 for me, so this was easy. Like if they were going to take a running back, he was the obvious choice for me. But even if it wasn't Dameon Pierce, Tyler Algier,
I liked Algier,
Rachaad White at this point in the draft. I mean, you could have just waited till 106, and if he was off the board, he was off the board. You live with it at running back, but
yeah,
just not a good pick in any way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder if the James Cook going off the board, when you look at the style of running back,
pass catching back,
if that didn't scare the Bucs into saying we need to grab him before somebody else does, because those two kind of stood in a lane of their own versus all the other backs on the board. So
yeah. And just not a pick I would have made at all. Not the position I would have addressed. I think it left other positions on the board. No secondary players. Surprised me. 2 offensive players in their first 3 picks here, their first 3 picks here. Surprised me. Just not what I would have done at all here, probably at the position or the player. Let's talk a little bit about him, though. Rachaad White, what he brings to the table last year. This is honestly a little bit absurd. He had 183 rush attempts and he had 1,000 yards. Is that right? Holy, let me check here. That is insanity. For some reason, that is not ringing a bell to me as something that was real. PFF has it that way. Are they wrong? 182 attempts, 1,006 yards.
So that's what, 6.5 yards a carry?
So about 5.5 yards. The year before, he averaged 10 yards per carry. So maybe this was actually a big step down for him. 15 touchdowns he scored this past year. Then he had 43 catches for 456 yards, averaged almost 11 yards per catch as well. So big play guy, no question about that.
He's a home
has
run
the speed,
hitter,
4.48 guy, has the speed, has the athleticism, fun player, will probably look good in camp, and in a role he'll be fine, I think, for sure. Pass catching, like I bet they can get him right in those ways, but he's willing in pass protection for sure. He does compete in pass protection, but did not think he was really that good in that area. I don't even hate him as a day 3 pick. It would have been fine. I just hate him at 91. I don't like the position being drafted here at all. That's way bigger to me, bigger deal to me than it is with the actual player that was selected or anything like that. White can be a good functional NFL player as a receiving back. You just don't take a running back here with the Bucs needs and the players that were on the board, in my opinion, that in the secondary and things like that. And the other thing is you don't take a running back who, in my opinion, does not project to be a full-time back in their career. Like I don't see him as a full-time back. He might become a good receiving back, but if you're going to take a running back, at least take one that'll be on the field.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, for me, I liked a lot of the aspects of his game. There was one thing that he did that just has me very worried. He's already a little bit more. He's not as built as a lot of the other running backs. He's a little bit smaller, which goes to some of the point that you were making in terms of whether he can ever be an every down back. But one of the things that I looked at, and I will fully admit that I may need to change this as an evaluator. I may be putting way too much stock in this, but as he's running in space and a defender comes up to hit him, he has a tendency to just jump in the air.
Mm.
And I just worry at the next level, if he continues to do that, how much is he going to be able to hold up?
Yeah.
Because those are some big hits that he's going to take, and he's going to be in a bit of a defenseless position.
And he crushed athletic testing. He is an elite athlete in this class, no question about that. He is a space player, and there will be a role for that probably any year that he's in uniform for the Bucs. No question about that. I think he can be fine in that role. I just don't know why that's a priority. That's what I –
Well, I'm going to try and be the optimist.
Be the optimist. Where is he on your board?
It has nothing to do with him.
Okay, so you're not going to tell me.
Nothing to do with him.
189 on your board.
Here's the optimist in me. All right. Currently, Bucs tight end 1 is Cameron Brate. We don't expect that to remain the case. I think all of us at Pewter Report have a solid belief that Rob Gronkowski is going to resign.
Mm-hmm.
I think the actions of today, in terms of these first few picks, should help solidify that mindset for all Bucs fans, right? Because if they did not fully believe that Gronk was coming back, tight end definitely would have been picked at this point, don't you think?
I don't know. The Panthers just traded up, by the way, from 137 to 94 and took Matt Corral from Ole Miss, the quarterback. So we'll talk about him in a second. I don't want to say you're wrong. I just, how sure could you be? He's literally partying on Gronk Beach. He's twerking on the internet right now. That's literally a thing that's happening. There's videos that's happening right now.
He's excited that the Bucs haven't taken another tight end.
I'm not sure. Maybe you just feel confident. Okay, he's not. We're going to sign Kyle Rudolph and we'll draft somebody late and we'll just have a weak tight end room. And I mean, yes, I think he's coming back, but yeah, not addressing it to this point is kind of disappointing. Maybe they just don't like the tight end class at all. Maybe they're just totally out on it. But I mean,
they see the value in the tight end.
106 has to be a tight end, right?
I'm tired of saying that.
Yeah, you're right. I am too.
Maybe we're jinxing it. Maybe they're watching the podcast.
Because it's 106, 133, and you can't wait till 133 to get a guy that you think will be a starter. Maybe with the first pick in the fourth, you could convince me at tight end at that position. But after that, I mean, you get down to 133. You're not expecting anybody there to be able to split times with your starter in Cam Brate or play a role.
Yeah.
Which they play 2 tight end sets a lot. So even if they took 106, that guy's probably going to play.
Sure.
At 133, though, you're getting into territory. And then as you get further down, obviously, they don't have the 6 now. So there's going to be that big break until the 7th. They essentially 106, 133 is their draft. So one of those two guys has to be a tight end. And I think it's got to happen at 106. So let's see if any other tight ends come off the board, too.
Now, one of the other things that I think this really brings up, good process is you plug your holes in free agency and then you find your value in the draft, right? In terms of roster management. You now taking Rachaad White at pick 91. That's a day 2 pick. You look at the running back room and the role that he can play versus the running backs that we already had on roster. Last year, Gio Bernard was signed. I think we were all really excited about what he could have been. Yep. Didn't really get to be all that. Wasn't healthy. Leonard Fournette stepped in and I think performed a lot better as a third down back in both pass protection and as a receiver than we expected. Not necessarily saying he lit the world on fire in that regard, but certainly played up to a minimum level that they needed to run a good offense. What is Rachaad White's path to playing time this year? And how does it impact Gio? How does it impact Leonard Fournette? What do you see there?
Yeah, I don't think he has a path to playing time early on. It's another reason why I'm just not wild about it. Other players could have helped you early on, and then long term, I don't know if he's a full-time player. So that's how I see it. Can he do certain things, certain plays? Could there be 10 plays in a game where he could make an impact? Yeah, maybe. There's a lot of players on this team that can make an impact, though, like in terms of getting the ball in their hands. And he's got to have it in his hands to make an impact. He's not going to be a pass protector. He's got to get those targets. And so Yeah, it's just not my favorite pick. It's not the position I would have prioritized right now. I think Leonard Fournette's your every down back. Giovanni Bernard will spell him. Keyshawn Vaughn will be the Rojo role, take 1 or 2 drives a game to keep the load off Fournette. And then White probably starts inactive. And
do you think White could push Keyshawn for that
yeah,
secondary
for
role?
sure, as the season goes on. Yeah, for sure.
He could be the guy that spells Leonard Fournette. Because, I mean, he's not tiny.
He's going to have to play special teams, too.
Yeah, he's not tiny, though, right? 6 foot, 214. I mean, that's somebody who could at least be that change-up back.
His coaches called him thoughtful and mature and the type of teammate they want in the locker room. You're seeing this. The Bucs draft grade A human beings. So you're at least getting that. And everybody they draft and everybody they're interested in, it says that about all these guys. So they are really not messing around with that. Running backs don't stand out at the Senior Bowl, but he didn't stand out to me there.
It's interesting that you go from one description of a player, thoughtful and mature, less than 2 minutes after describing somebody as twerking on Gronk.
Yeah, right.
It's quite the jump there.
Veteran exception, my friend. Veteran exception. You're drafting the young Bucks. They better have their nose clean. So a couple picks since then. Sean Ryan, who was our next best bet at offensive line to the Packers at 92.
That's a Packers move.
It's a very good pick. Yep, I agree. Good athlete that can play tackle or guard. Tyrion Davis Price, the running back from LSU, over Isaiah Spiller. Unbelievable to me. Well, the 49ers.
Over a lot of guys.
Yeah, the 49ers won't take running backs that other people like because their scheme is different. Then the Panthers, here's a trade for you. Okay, you ready for this one? The Panthers traded up from 137 to 93, and they to 94. They were at 137, traded up to 94, gave up a future third round pick for next year to do that, to take Matt Corral.
Wow. So does this mean they're out on Baker? That's the first question I have.
I don't think it does. Who's there? Sammy? Corral? Somebody else there? Is that it?
So they signed Cam midseason, just a 1-year deal. And then they had the XFL star. What was his name?
Oh, Philip Walker.
Yeah.
PJ Walker.
Yeah, PJ Walker. And I think PJ Walker's still there because I think he would have been a restricted free agent.
Okay, so he gone.
So
if they get Bray and Baker. I mean, they do need to spray and pray, but to trade up this much.
That's the thing. And that was the other thing I was going to say.
93
You know what? I'm gonna try and draw a parallel here. I have this conversation with Bucs fans on Twitter. I see it in the comments when I do my cap articles. Everybody talks about kicking the can down the road when it comes to cap.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot worse to do it with draft capital.
Mm-hmm.
And here the Panthers go again. Yeah, they didn't have much draft capital this year because they traded away for Sam Bradford and they traded away for other guys.
Such a
they
bad
made
move.
Oh my gosh, the Stephon Gilmore trade last year, right?
Yeah.
And they ended up not even keeping him, right? And they're giving away all these picks, and that's your real value as an NFL team. It's not the cap. The cap can be worked and massaged, and you can have strategies to push things down the road. And those cap hits become less of an issue because the cap keeps going up. So it's a smaller percentage of the cap. The draft picks don't become a smaller percentage of your draft.
Yeah.
So that I don't agree with that.
Panthers.
Unless he starts this year. You give up that and he still doesn't start this year.
I mean, yeah. And
Matt Rule won't be
you
around
have to think
another
about
year.
these things. He plays the most valuable position on a football field, and he made it to 94.
Sure.
What does that tell you? Like, you aren't going to be right, and you aren't going to be right to the extent that you just traded up 45 spots and gave up a third for next year.
Yep.
That's going to be a high third. Just terrible. The Panthers are a mess, in my opinion.
Who did they trade that to?
The Saints draft and decisions more than anything have not been very good. The Falcons have had a good draft. That was to the Patriots.
Oh, that makes
No
sense.
surprise at all. Yep.
That makes sense.
Getting a third round pick that's probably gonna be high third for a better draft class.
Yep.
Makes sense to me. Indianapolis just traded up from 179.
What?
Did they want Sam Howell here? The Bengals, by the way, took Zach Carter,
Okay.
the Florida defensive
edge.
lineman.
Yeah.
Wow. Higher than I thought he'd go.
Going
Sheesh.
back to San Francisco.
The bottom
with
of this draft is going to be
bananas.
barren of talent.
San Francisco, I don't understand that one. I know you said, they take running backs that nobody else wants. Then why take them
Yeah,
here? I
right.
just don't understand
No.
it. And they've done that several times now.
Yeah.
They took the kid out of Ohio State, and he couldn't even play over an undrafted free agent. They traded up in the second round.
They took the Utah guy, Joe Williams, years ago. Like
Yeah.
Shanahan and Lynch's first year together.
Was that the one where that he won?
They convinced him on draft day.
Needed to trade up. Lynch had never even seen him.
Lynch wasn't a fan, I think.
I think he hadn't even seen him, and Shanahan's like, I've got to get this guy.
How do they not talk about that?
I don't know.
That's weird.
That's an interesting relationship between the two of them.
Yeah. Well, I think Lynch is just very easygoing. Nick Cross to the Colts. Colts just traded up from 179. They gave up a third-round pick next year to go get Nick Cross.
I like that better than
this is
Matt
crazy.
Corral.
Julian Blackman is there, and so is Kari Willis, who they love at safety as well. What do they see Nick Cross as? They loved him. I mean, they must have been crazy about him. This is a massive.
I think he can play the
up.
slot pretty well, but they have a good slot corner. They have one of the best slot corners in the game.
Yeah, Kenny Moore.
Yep,
he plays outside too. Maybe I think last year he did play more outside. He's not a slot though. Nick Cross.
No,
I have no clue. This is wild because I feel like they really like this current safety tandem that they have. Blackman got hurt again. Maybe that's part of it. That's wild. I mean, that's 179 to 96 is
83 spots.
Thank you. That's insane. You never see draft picks go that like that moves that big.
No.
And they only gave up a third, which is the same thing the Panthers gave up
to get just a few spots.
And it's going to be a lower third.
Yep.
That's wild. It's pretty wild.
Well, I mean, the only thing I can think of is these are the first couple trades where you're seeing 2023 picks being exchanged. And it looks like teams are very much valuing those picks over this year's picks. And so potentially that's what the receiving team wanted there was an extra pick next year where they think the draft class is going to be much stronger.
Yeah. I mean, 100% I get that.
Yeah. The only 2023 picks that were given up in trades leading into these last couple were all done before draft day, and they were for big packages. Russ, Deshaun, Tyreek, all big player packages where you just didn't have enough draft capital in the current draft. You had to give away extras. So this is the first time you're really starting to see 2023 picks given away. And you can see there's a premium on those at this point. Yeah. And it goes to show you what these teams think of this next year's draft class relative to this one.
Yeah. Pretty crazy, though, to move up that many spots for a safety.
Yeah.
I don't think many people would applaud that process. But I like Nick Cross. I like him a lot. That's the player I wish the Bucs would have taken at 91. But alas, Jason Lightis had other ideas, not opting to use my board. Really disappointing, Jason, for this draft.
Oh,
so, yeah, we got the Lions on the clock at 97 here.
Okay.
And now the question becomes what tight ends come off the board before 106. By the way, we appreciate you all in the chat. If you're watching, thank you so much for tuning in. Give us a thumbs up if you haven't. I know the third round is about wrapping up here, and the Bucs pick is over for today. But they pick at 106, and they lead.
Are they?
Yeah, or are they? Right. They could easily jump back into round 3, too. So hold on to your horses here as we wrap this thing up. But
don't leave us.
But I will say this. We'll be back tomorrow, too, for round 3 as it begin, or for round 4 as it begins at noon. Our coverage will start at 11 a.m. Eastern. Again, an hour before the Bucs pick at 106. We will be live on the air with y'all breaking everything down. So at noon, the Bucs will pick, or shortly after noon, and then we will be live at 11 a.m. for the day 3 draft show, and we'll be live with you through every pick all the way till the end of the 7th round. We'll be live with you, the Pewter Report crew, breaking down every pick. We'll have a bunch of guests on. We'll talk Bucs. We'll talk player evaluation of the guys that they have drafted, all that fun stuff. So the Bucs haul today. Logan Hall, the defensive tackle from Houston, Luke Gadecki, the offensive lineman, the guard from Central Michigan, the right tackle who will kick into guard, and Rashad White, the running back from Arizona State, are the 3 Bucs picks so far this year. So those are the 3 players that will probably get some people in to talk with, break all this stuff down with us tomorrow on the show. But still a handful of picks here to go. Yeah, we'll see if the Bucs do get any ideas here.
So looking at your own board, John, who if you're looking at it, who would you trade up for at this point? Is there anybody that you
No.
would trade up
If I were the Bucs,
if you were the Bucs?
no.
Is there anybody who has just fallen so much that
Let's
you're
see.
like, this is worth giving up at least a little bit?
Let's see. Spiller is the highest ranked player left on my board,
And
and
you
I'm
wouldn't
at
do it for
running
running
back,
back,
right?
yeah.
And they already have one now. So, Rod, J-Will, the all Patriot. Who's the next highest player? Cross was the next highest player, 45 for me. Barnes gone. Chad Mooma's a linebacker. I don't care about him that much.
I think he got taken too.
Oh, he did get taken. You're right. Yeah, Leo Chenal is who I'm thinking of. 52. He is still on the board.
I saw a guy
Wisconsin.
mocking him into the first.
Yeah, he's not a Bucs fit. I wouldn't care about him. Who do we got here? Wow, we're at the 60s, and they're all gone on my
There's
board.
Ruckert.
Ruckert, 62. He's the highest ranked player on my board that I
And
would
you
consider
would-
for the Bucs.
And you would not trade up. You'd
I
let
would
him
not.
fall to 106.
I would probably not trade up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I probably wouldn't trade up. I don't feel that strongly about it. Jalen Armour Davis, the corner from Alabama, plays a greater position of value. So, I mean,
Now, I have an interesting question just looking at your board as we watch these other picks come in.
Kirby Joseph, by the way, just went to the Lions. Sorry.
Thank goodness.
And Brian Robinson is going to the Commanders, the Alabama running back. So a little run on at running backs here at the end of Washington. That's at 98 for Washington. So 99 the Browns are up. Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
guess San Francisco is thanking their stars that they took the guy nobody else would have
Yes.
before all the other ones who were higher on everybody else's
Yes.
work. But I was looking at your board and I saw something kind of interesting that you have Jeremy Ruckert ranked higher on your big board than a Christian Watson, who, I know he's been talked ad nauseum here on the Bucs podcast. Casey Hudson was a huge fan. Obviously,
in trouble.
a ton of talent there if he can reach his potential. But can you walk me through just a little bit why that ended up being that way? I know you probably didn't consciously say, I'm going to put Ruckert above Watson, but he ended up that way.
Yeah. Ruckert can play on the field right away. So, I mean, they're obviously different positions, so it is a little bit hard to compare them. But Ruckert can play on the field right away, already a great blocker, and is going to step into the NFL and do fine in that role. There are very few transcendent blockers at tight end in the NFL. Most guys are capable / good or solid, and then there are very few guys that are great, and most of the time those guys are not good receivers like Mercedes Lewis and Lee Smith, and those guys are great blockers, but like they're not not going to move the needles. Rarely do you get both, and so I'm just worried. Can he block in the NFL right away? I believe that he can. He's not going to be perfect. You have to be smart about what you ask tight ends to do in the NFL. Edge rushers are just too good. But yeah, I think he can block right away, and he can play functionally. Like he understands how to play. His body's ready for the NFL, so that's a big part of it. Able to offer something right away to your team, so I like that about him. But also, really thought he was really shorthanded, and think there's untapped athleticism there for him to kind of uncover at the next level. He's got to grow as a route runner. He's got to grow in terms of he's just got to see more volume. He's got to be more of a target. Period moving forward. But that's what I saw with him. And with wide receiver, it's such a cerebral position, and we just don't know that Christian Watson can even play wide receiver. So honestly, I was probably too high on him here. But I just am so in love with the traits and the character from what you hear that I'm like, all right, I'd roll the dice here at the round 3. Cannot believe that he came off the board where he came off. Cannot believe it.
On a trade-off.
Can't believe it.
A big trade-up.
He is maybe, and the Packers have Sammy Watkins and these old guys, Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard. Maybe they just ask him to do. Doesn't happen very often. So to risk it there in a trade up that early, what was it? It was like the 3rd pick in the 2nd round.
Yeah, it was.
I think that's just a massive risk. I think people really underestimate how important the cerebral thing are with that. By the way, the Browns just took David Bell, the Purdue wide receiver, who I very much compared to Jarvis Landry, who is not a Brown anymore.
That's right.
Very funny. Go ahead.
I want to take a little bit of a victory lap because we were talking a while back, where would Christian Watson go? And I said, there's no way he makes it past 50. And you were like, what?
No chance. Yeah. That there was no way. Yes. Thought he could go before 50.
Yeah.
But I would not have made that bet. But you would have made that bet and you would have won yourself some money as well. Although I was right about him not going to the first round, but barely. And right about Roger McCreary not going to the first round, but barely too. That is insane. Him going at so Watson, you could talk yourself into the traits and fall in love. And I bet most teams probably didn't have Watson anywhere close there on their board. But you could talk yourself into the traits and fall in love. But with McCurry, how do you do that at that position with the players that were available on the board?
So I sent this to you, I think, last night. Every time we bring up Roger McCreary, my mind goes back to a kid's movie. It was Meet the Robinsons, and there's this specific scene where they've got a time machine. They end up bringing a dinosaur into the future. The dinosaur's chasing somebody, and the kid ends up in a corner, and the dinosaur can't get to him. And the villain,
T-Rex.
the villain's like, "What happened?" And he goes, "I've got this big head, these tiny arms." And every time, that's what I think of when we bring up Roger.
And it's funny because he's also little in general, so it's like actually funnier on a big D lineman if they have short arms. But for him, he's actually already small, so it really doesn't even look that funny unless you're looking for it.
Yep.
And it's just, I mean, the athletic testing, and then even the tape, like, oh my gosh, the tape. Like he's fine, but it just, if you're getting lit up by John Mechie, well, the NFL is going to do a number on you, buddy. And he's never played in the slot, and not really, and he's never really played
done man
zone
zone coverage. He's only done man coverage.
I just think it's a big risky pick. In the Titans,
Now,
where does he even play?
I was going to say,
he has to play in the nickel for them. I mean, because right now they have Caleb Farley and who's the other outside corner they got there?
I can't remember, but I was also thinking they've got somebody in the nickel though that they drafted just last year. I want to say in the second round. He's a safety out of Washington.
Who's that?
Who? I'm trying to remember.
What team are you talking about?
The Titans.
They took what?
They took a safety out of, I want to say, Washington just last year, and he's playing the nickel for them.
Oh, Elijah Molden, yeah.
Yeah,
Molden. The slot.
That's right, yeah. So
because Christian Fulton and Caleb Farley they have. Amani Hooker's their strong safety. Kevin Byard's clearly their free safety.
Right.
Where does McCreary go here?
Is he just back up?
Maybe they don't believe in Molden.
Maybe although I thought he had a pretty decent rookie season.
Yeah, it's okay. I
mean, either that much, or Caleb Farley's injury history is worse than, or recent injury is worse than they originally thought.
Whose injury?
Farley, right?
Caleb Farley?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
He got hurt last year, and he had injury concerns coming out. That's why they were able to get him when they did.
Yeah, I mean, and he got hurt again, and so that's like basically he missed a ton of time due to injury, and I was not as high on him as other people were for sure. We'll see what happens. Majai Sanders, am I saying that right?
I think so, yeah.
Majai Sanders from Cincinnati goes to the Cardinals at pick 100.
Okay.
So we've got a few picks left to go here. Jets, Dolphins, Chiefs, Rams, 49ers. So the Rams haven't picked yet.
Oh, so their first pick is coming up here 104,
yeah.
Oh, and they were all in on Cole Strange.
Yep, they wanted Cole Strange. No such luck.
Not going to work. I mean, just a few picks off the board before they got there.
Yeah. Just barely.
I was going to ask you, so Scott Reynolds did a really great article not very recently about the Bucs potentially double dipping in the draft. Something that Jason Light has done a good amount over his time here in Tampa Bay. So we've got a defensive lineman who went, the Bucs picked with their first pick. Then
there goes Ruckert. Sorry. Jets, 101, Ohio State tight end.
They are having
Jeremy Ruckert.
They are having a weekend.
The Jets.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You
Jets
look
have
at
Ahmad Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson,
Brees Hall,
Jeremy Ruckert.
That's 5 players who you feel
who I think can start.
They are going to play significant snaps this year.
Ruckert and Wilson back together, Ohio State guys.
That is a draft. Connor Rogers has got to be like in the 7th heaven right now. So anyway, what I was saying was so double dipping. So defensive line, offensive guard, running back. Those are the 3 picks the Bucs have made. So do you think they double dip at any of these positions later on in the draft? No, I don't think so either.
I mean, the 7th, I wouldn't rule anything out, but no, I think we'll see a tight end and a defensive back. Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah. I could also see potentially a linebacker with some traits late, one of the 2 7th rounders.
Yeah.
And maybe even a toolsy wide receiver.
The heck with those 7th rounders, man. I mean, to heck with them.
So who's on the clock at this point?
Couple picks left. The Dolphins are on the clock, then the Chiefs, Rams, 49ers. we'll see if the Bucs jump up here.
And this is the Dolphins' first pick, I believe, after giving away the farm for
Is it?
Tyreek
Yeah.
Hill. I
So the
believe this is
Dolphins
their first pick as well.
Dolphins and
The Rams.
about to make their first pick. Interesting.
It is as you said, it's very interesting because you're starting to see, the Rams have been doing this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They're willing to give away premium picks for established veterans. It's I'm a big baseball fan and roster management in baseball. They talk about stars and scrubs, right?
Yeah.
Although the Rams have done a very good job. A lot of people think they just give away all their picks. Then that's not the case at all. They tend to average 7 to 8 picks per draft. It's just later in the draft. So
Matt's pumped. He's from Long Island. Jeremy Rucker's from Long Island.
So it's been a very unique drafting strategy. I don't think any team has really gone with the Rams, gone in with them in terms of valuing their picks in this way and turning them into established veterans. We could be seeing that with the Dolphins here. They obviously took a big swing for Tyreek Hill. They obviously think they're a lot closer to being a contender in a stacked AFC than I think consensus is on them. So it'd be interesting to see what they do with their first pick.
Absolutely. We've got that. O-line is probably the biggest need for them. Maybe linebacker. There's still some linebackers. Leo Chenal.
Yep.
They've drafted a ton of Wisconsin guys over the years.
I want to say
On the offensive line, they've drafted a couple. They've drafted Dan Vander Van Ginkel. So I can see Chenal here to the Dolphins.
Yeah, I want to say they signed some offensive linemen, but they still have a lot more work to do. I'm trying to remember who it was, though. But I think they were players in free agency for offensive line. So. You really think linebacker? You really don't think they continue to give Tua everything that they possibly can, throw the kitchen sink to see if he's got it?
Talent on offense?
Yep.
Oh, they could. Yeah, they could. I just look for trends and players, and this is about Chenal's range. And we'll see. I don't know. He would be their Mike Backer. I'm actually forgetting who they have at linebacker right now. I can't.
Well, last year they got rid of, who was it? Jamie Collins, right?
Cal Van Noy.
Oh, that's right.
I don't
Kyle
think
Van
Jamie
Noy.
Collins was there.
Yeah, the Kyle Van Noy who went back to New England.
Yeah. Collins also went back to New England
Yeah.
from wherever he was
Detroit, I think.
struggling. Yeah, Detroit.
Yeah.
He can only play for the Patriots.
There are a lot of guys who seem to do that way.
That's his only function, basically. So Dolphins at 102 here. Going to make their first pick. You said he's coming out soon?
Yeah.
We're hearing from Jason soon. So we'll hear from Jason pretty soon here. So the Bucs sounds like are done. And Okay, cool. So it sounds like sounds like the Bucs are probably done for the day. So probably not jumping back up here and here into the late third round. Come on, Dolphins. What are you doing? Let it all draft to think about who you want to hear.
So just to recap.
Pick is in for the Dolphins. Chiefs
right.
on the clock. Sorry,
guys. I was just going to say, just to recap, if you are just joining us, Bucs took the defensive lineman Logan Hall with pick 33 overall. Then at pick 60, they took offensive lineman Luke Gadecki out of Central Michigan, right? Mm-hmm. And then most recently at pick 91, Rachaad White, the running back out of Arizona State, correct?
Yes, Rachaad White. So tight end and DB remain the biggest, tight end and safety probably, the biggest positions that we believe they still could target. They've got picks at 106, 133, and then late in the draft,
in the 200s,
in the late seventh round stages, they've got a couple other picks, 248 and 261, I believe, are those pick numbers. So 4 picks still left tomorrow, and 2 of those will be in the 4th round, valuable picks. So we'll see. This whole draft is going to be fascinating to see how things play out with the development of Gadecki and Logan Hall. And everyone who understands Jason Light is one of the best GMs in the game is going to put a lot of faith in that. Rachaad White, to me, it's less about how he develops and more about, I don't think he's ever going to be a full-time player. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he's ever going to be like a feature back, and I would never take a running back in the first 3 rounds. I wouldn't, not saying I would never do it, period. I wouldn't do it with better players on the board, other positions, and other needs on your roster. But I definitely also wouldn't do it for a player I don't think was going to be a full-time running back for my roster. So he obviously has chosen to do that. I just think that's what White is, and he values that third down ability more than I do. That's probably the difference more than anything. The Dolphins took Channing Tindall, so they did take a linebacker.
Oh, just not
They
the one
didn't
you
take the one
thought.
I thought they would. It's a new era. That's right. It's I forgot that their head coach was making their draft picks and not. Oh, wait. Jordan Schultz says they are taking Leo Chenal.
Interesting.
And Ian Rappaport says they're taking Channing Tindall. This is the first fight we've had.
Ooh.
Breer says they're taking Leo Chenal. If I just nailed the 102nd pick in the draft, the first pick of the game for the Dolphins, bro,
Oh, man.
you got to give me some props.
Oh, you will get all the props.
So
all the
Breer
props.
and Schultz say it's Chenal. Rappaport says it's Tyndall, and CBS app says it's Tyndall as well.
Let's go to
Who's the pick here?
I was gonna say let's go to what's his name from ESPN? And just whatever he says, we'll say it's the opposite.
Why is Scott saying Dean? What is the pick here? Logan Brust to the Rams. There's another Wisconsin guy. Isn't he a Wisconsin guy? Logan Brust?
I believe so, yeah.
So who's the pick? Is it Chenal or is it Tyndall? The Chiefs maybe took Chenal. Schultz miswrote it. He said the Dolphins selected Chenal, but Breer's saying the Chiefs are taking Chenal, so he just wrote the wrong team. Schultz is actually kind of a mess right now. So Chenal went one pick after I said where he's going to go, so I don't get any credit.
Yeah, you lose all the props.
Yeah, all the props because he was on the board for the Dolphins, and they said nah. And the Chiefs said, yeah, we'll take him. Where does he play for the Chiefs? They just took the Missouri kid, and they have Willie Gay there too.
I have no clue.
What's the Missouri guy's name? Nick Bolton.
Yep.
That's what Chenal is. So they went from not caring about linebackers for forever, and now they all of a sudden have like 100 of them. So the Rams are on the clock here, and did we say they're taking Logan Brust? So they were looking at Strange. He was gone, taking an offensive lineman all the way. The Rams were committed. Best offensive lineman on the board, and so that'll put the 49ers up with the last pick of the day. And
what do Lynch and Shanahan do here?
The Rams picked immediately, so I appreciate that about them. They were just not even interested in screwing
They were
at all.
tired of waiting.
They're
themselves.
actually wasted right now. I've seen them. They're in their Vegas house, and they're absolutely sloshed right now.
Production value, nobody beats the Rams.
No,
I mean, everything they do with panache.
Yes, they are hilarious, and they have fun with football. I like it.
Yes, they do.
Danny Gray to the 49ers. Could have been a box start. Could have been a sleeper pick at 106.
Yep.
So, yeah, Danny Gray goes to the 49ers, and that means the Bucs will start day 3 of the draft tomorrow at 106. Predictions for the pick?
Cade Otton.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's not Cade Otton.
Yeah.
I'll go so far as to say that.
Yep.
Be surprised if it's not Cade Otton.
I think the biggest thing, so there was a lot of speculation that the Bucs could trade down today from 33. I think that there's very little chance they trade down tomorrow morning or tomorrow. Yeah, I guess morning early afternoon. I think they keep that pick. I think at this point, the value you're getting for any type of trade down, it's not enough to not just go ahead and pick.
Yeah. I would say
unless they're getting next year picks. I think that's the one thing that may sway them if they get a decent.
They just need. Yeah, they could double dip. They could go Perry on Winfrey here, double dip a D tackle, and then just say whatever tight ends there at the end of the 4th, we'll take them. Jake Ferguson.
If they take
Charlie
Perry on
Kohler,
Winfrey, I get out of this seat and I just drive 7 hours.
You're
north.
just going right back.
I go home. I just go home.
We'll see you when we see you. That kind of a bag.
That's gonna be a fun drive tomorrow.
I think. Okay, so let's just go over real quick the board. What did I have as the top guy? Ruckert, and now Ruckert's gone.
Ruckert is gone.
So where was Ruckert for me? You see his name? Here he is. Down here at 62. So Jalen Armour Davis, the corner from Alabama, would be my next player. And I don't think he's going to be the pick.
No.
So Damian Pierce, he won't be the pick, obviously. Damone Clark, but he has the spinal fusion thing. I don't think he'll go till later in the draft.
And then you're looking at Tyler Algier.
Kadeki, Sean Ryan's off the board.
Jamari
Tyler Algier, another
Sawyer.
running back. Jamari Sawyer, another guard. That won't happen.
Charlie Kolar,
Charlie
who would be, I
Kolar.
guess, your next tight end.
Yeah. But again, he can't block, so I don't really like him for the Bucs. I'd rather have Otton for the Bucs. So at this
then
point, I'm
Perrion
probably okay
Winfrey.
with Auden, even though.
And then right after Kolar, you have Perrion Winfrey.
Yeah, Perrion
so I
Winfrey.
guess you'd be okay with Winfrey.
At this point in the draft, yeah, I wouldn't care about that. I would more care about, they're really not going to play a tight end this year. Like, that would be more of my concern. But, I mean, hey, if they end up waiting
Going
to
with
take
more-
Jared Ferguson instead of Kate Auden, I'm okay with that.
Well, now
I
let's-
love best player available here. There's just no more players I really like.
Yeah, I was going to say, now if they decide not to go with the tight end, then they're just going to run out with 4 wide receiver sets. Paul Atwell is
You
now
mean?
interested
Yeah.
in the draft.
Could Dane Belton be this pick?
I would
106?
love Dane Belton.
I would be a fan of that.
I would absolutely love that.
Brought him in for a visit.
Yep. And then there are still some of those corners who, again, we talked earlier tonight about, there were a lot of rumors that they were shooting up boards.
Right.
And they're still sitting there, 2 very athletic, small school guys with some, from what you saw, some glaring holes in the tape, in terms of Zion McCollum and Tariq Woolen.
Box Time says, I will give this draft a B. I don't think so. Not yet. I mean, let's wait till it's over, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't give it a B now. I'd give it like a C+. And I want to watch more Gadecki. Maybe that could change to a B-.
Yeah.
But that's what I'd give it probably right now. I'm also thinking on like 10 hours of sleep in the last 3 or 4 days. So
I think the big thing is what do the contributions look like in year 1 for each of these players? I think they're limited for 2 out of the 3 of them, and Gadecki, maybe he ends up starting, right? So potentially that bumps it up a little bit. And then with all 3 of them, I guess Gadecki's got a pretty decent ceiling. If he develops into his 100th, even his 75th percentile outcome, he could be, something of a good solid hit. But again, Logan Hall, I think there's a ceiling there, and Rashad White, I think there's a ceiling there as well.
JC's here on the show. I just want to say
What's
hi,
up,
JC. He
JC?
popped in. We're not actually going to be able to hear you, JC, because we can't turn on our monitors because of the feedback
Oh, okay.
on
Well,
our
if
mics.
y'all can hear me,
But everybody appreciates. Everybody can see you. Everybody appreciates you. Can they hear you? Actually, wait.
I
can
don't know.
people
If
hear
you guys can hear me, I think
we won't be able to know what you say. But
Kate
can
Otten,
people
I think,
listening
is the
told you?
pick here at
Hear you?
106. At 133, you could possibly be looking at a cornerback of Caleb Evans
I
out of
can't hear
Missouri,
you all.
who they brought in for a
My head
visit,
is
who they
reverberated
spoke
in my
with at the combine, rather, and then potentially
Jack can hear
Smoke
you.
Monday.
Jack can hear you. So go
Smoke-
ahead. Tell them what you think. What do you think the Bucs do at 106? And then give me a thumbs up when you're done.
Yeah, so again, like I said, 106, I think Kate Otten could be the pick there. They brought him in for a top 30 visit, met with him at the combine, and he fills that tight end need. At 133, there could be potential for a trade down from that pick to, maybe someone wants 2 fifths, and then you can maybe address cornerback and safety in that round. But if not, maybe a Caleb Evans or maybe a guy like Smoke Monday, who they brought in. I know he is a fan favorite of the people, so that could be a potential pick. As for Rashad White, I like Rashad White a lot. I think he's a very versatile running back. Obviously, they liked him. And Luke Gadecki, John Ledyard was the first one to have him in one of his mocks there in his Bucs battle plan. And I think, another small school offensive lineman that Jason Light has traded up for, his 3rd one between Marpet and Kappa. So, Jason Light's done a pretty good job doing that so far. So very nice.
Now, I didn't hear anything he just said, so I may be repeating a couple things, but I do want to give JC the biggest of shout outs, because you talk about predicting stuff. I mean, he had several of the players taken today in his Bucs battle plans. He predicted almost like to the T the trade down yesterday. I mean, JC's been in on a lot of the Bucs plans this year. I mean, the guy's been really dialed in, and that's the type of content that you get with Pewter Report.
Yeah, and the Bucs battle plans are really what we would do.
Yep.
So basically, JC is Jason Light.
Yeah. There you go.
You guys think the same, at least. Now, at least for the Bucs battle plans. Now, as the draft moved on, what do you think of this draft, JC? Do you think that this draft is, what would you letter grade would you give it so far, 3 picks in?
I would give it a B. A B.
I can actually hear you now.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But you can keep doing weird
I
things
can't
like
hear
that.
you, but so I appreciate the
I'd give it a solid B right now. I think obviously Logan Hall was a big need. I really like the pick. Obviously, I've been high on him since before, the combine, before the combine and free agency started. So I'm really high on that pick. I think they got great value trading down, picking up extra picks. I thought that was great. I don't necessarily understand the trade up. I think Gadecki probably would have been there at 6. At 16, you could have held on to that 6th round pick, but you never know the way boards are set up. Apparently, he was pretty high on some boards. as a guy who's very versatile on the offensive line. So that pick, what sells me on it is Jason Light in drafting these interior linemen, these small school interior linemen. So I have faith that him and Joe Gilbert will be able to whip this guy into shape and potentially become a starter, if not this year, but midway through the season next year, and be a lights out starter, because that's what Jason Light has done with these small school guys that he's moved up for. As far as Rachaad White, I was surprised they didn't take Spiller. There was a lot of buzz about Spiller, brought him in for a top 30, formal interview at the Combine, went to Texas A&M's Pro Day. But the 40 time, I guess, scared off a lot of teams, and we're seeing that, him falling to the 4th round. So Rachaad White was the guy that I wanted more than any of the other running backs if they didn't get Spiller. So very happy with him. I know you love the uniforms. A versatile back. I wrote about him. He's got great vision and patience as a runner. Scott said he reminds him of Le'Veon Bell. He said it himself. He studied Le'Veon Bell and Jamal Charles as guys that he really looked up to implement his game with his own style. So I really like that pick. And here at 106, I mean, I agree with Josh. I don't think this is a pick they move off from just because of the value standpoint. You're not going to want to move all the way back into the 5th round or mid-4th. And I think Cade Otton's there. But at 133, I think that is a pick that they could potentially move off of if a team wanted to give up 2 5th-round picks to move up. And then you can address other needs there, such as cornerback, such as safety, or you could stick at 133 and grab a guy like a Caleb Evans from Missouri or Smoke Monday from Auburn, who they had in. So, the potential for the rest of this draft, I think, is just as strong as the way the draft started. They still have 2 7th-round picks, which they can get some solid players at and get a head start on that undrafted free agency. And, when you're got Tom Brady and you're a world champion, players will want to come to play with you in undrafted free agency too. So your pitch isn't that hard to sell some of these guys. And as we spoke on, this is a loaded draft full of depth, full of talent. And I think you're going to get some really good guys out of undrafted free agency that could potentially make the team.
Yeah. And the good point about the 4th rounders. I mean, these in this draft, I wouldn't surprise me, at least at 106, you're getting a pretty similar caliber player to 91. And same thing probably potentially at 133, depending on the position you're looking at and what's on the board. So it just is not a great draft class, and they're trying to make the most of it and find players that they feel like have ceilings in their scheme. So we'll see if it works out. Obviously, lots of good thoughts. We will be talking to you at some point tomorrow, if there's in person or this way. So we'll make sure we'll do that. And people want what you're smoking, and they're happy for you having a good night.
No one's having a better night in a day and a half than Matt Matera. I mean, the Jets killed the draft. The Jets and the Mets with a no-hitter. I mean, the draft the Jets have is I think one for the history books. This is just, if everyone pans out, wow.
He's having a day, and the Jets are too. Give them tons of credit. It's been awesome to watch. They've had a really strong draft, and a couple drafts in a row. Been turning this around and doing some fun stuff. So we'll talk to more tomorrow. 106 is when the Bucs kick things off. Thanks, JC. Appreciate you jumping in.
Absolutely.
See you, bud.
All right. So some good thoughts from JC there, obviously. And, I tell you what, it is going to be fast to see what happens at 106 tomorrow, because there are paths to playing time with this pick. And this is what I was afraid of, and why I don't love the running back pick and why I don't love the offensive line pick, because I felt like, Gadecki could win that job, so I don't mind that one.
Right.
But safety, and if you brought in a safety, and now I don't know, I'm actually about to look who's left on the board that I would even consider here, but there's you're not telling me Keanu Neal's locked into a starting job at strong safety. So is Winfield going to play strong safety? You're going to lose Logan Ryan as a free safety. Is there a different plan there than we had anticipated? But Dane Belton's the only other safety I really liked that's still on the board. Let me check.
I know Scott, and I think JC both are high on Smoke Monday.
How high though? Smoke Monday is probably going to go in the 5th round.
In terms of a selection tomorrow, I wouldn't say necessarily. That's at 106.
Tomorrow's a long day, and so let's see. Tyson Anderson from Toledo.
I liked him. Yep.
Was he slot, strong safety? How did you see him?
I don't see him as a strong safety.
Okay, so Verone McKinley, Percy Butler. We like Dane Belton.
Yusuf Corker definitely has strong safety
safety traits. But again, it's just there's paths to playing time for the next 2 picks if it's tight end and safety. Like, there's not out of the question that they could play. And that's not really one position you necessarily wanted to be in with who you had in the 4th round. So anybody jumping on, or are we wrapping up? I don't know if
We're going to jump on.
you're going to jump on. Okay, Matt and Scott are going to jump on here and talk you through some of what they're hearing for the Bucs with some of these draft picks from Jason Light on these draft picks and kind of what he relayed to them so far from what they've been able to learn in this with this draft class. So I'm going to let these guys jump on and talk about those things and what they learned from Jason Light on these prospects.
All right, folks, it's a late night. We appreciate Josh Capo and John Ledyard for their yeoman's work tonight while we're out there listening to the newest Buccaneer, Rachaad White, and
That's
Jason Light, the general manager. We got a chance to
White
talk to
and Light.
Jason. White and Light, exactly.
Back to back.
Exactly. So we appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. Really interesting. Let's talk about what Jason Light said first, then we'll get into Rachaad White,
Sure.
the running back. Interesting thing. One interesting note. Jason Light is not going to talk tomorrow. John Spytek, the vice president of player personnel, is going to be talking and wrapping up the draft. And we asked Jason about that because usually he will talk after each day. And he said Spytek needs the practice.
Yeah, he smirked a little bit. He
Which
had
means
a good chuckle. Well, of course, Spytek during this offseason took some interviews with teams. Ultimately, did not get
Vikings, Raiders.
Vikings and Raiders. Ultimately, did not get a general manager's job. But again, if the Bucs keep winning and if this draft hits and some of their past drafts have been hitting pretty well, it's just as you said, it's only a matter of time. It's the same you could say with Byron Leftwich. It's the same you could have made a case for with Todd Bowles before he became the new Bucs head coach. And that's just how it goes in the NFL. If you have a winning franchise, your top front office people and assistant coaches are going to get upgrades somewhere else because you only go so far. But yeah, I thought there was a lot of interesting things to take away from Jason Light, talking about Logan Hall and Luke Godeke and Rachaad White as well. And even some other things with Ndamukong Suh. And I thought it was funny talking about Gronk because obviously Suh and Gronk are the two last, big pieces of the puzzle that were here last year and the year before that, of course. Gronk's doing his draft party in Vegas right now.
Yeah.
And he said he's still giving Gronk time. They still talk a lot. He said, wouldn't matter if we drafted 2 tight ends in this draft.
Right.
Of course, they haven't drafted a tight end yet.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if we draft 2, Gronk would still be able to come on this team.
He said the more the merrier. He likes tight ends.
That does sound like Gronk too. He just wants to be around his boys.
It's a party. Yeah. Exactly. The interesting thing about Logan Hall is, the tone with which Jason Light talked about Ndamukong Suh. I really found that to be interesting. Not like the door was closed by any means, but it didn't sound like. And I even asked Todd Bowles about Ndamukong Suh mentoring when he gets re-signed, and it sounded like Bowles was kind of telling me that's a little premature.
Yeah,
he's not, and Jason kind of echoed that. So I'm really wondering if Ndamukong Suh is going to be coming back to the Buccaneers. I think price is an issue, and I don't know, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I thought Bowles was a little, no pun intended, was a little lighter about it in terms of Ndamukong Suh. Yes, he did respond to your question by saying, well, he's not on the team right now. But we've seen that in the past from coaches being like, oh, he's not a member of the team, I can't talk about it. And then like a week later, he's on the team. But yeah, Jason almost,
it's a little different
in an odd way. And I don't think this is how Jason was referring to this, but he was saying, like, we're still not set with everyone in the room. Like, things change along the season. Injuries, that was a big thing. Injuries happen. And he almost made it sound, and I don't think he was referring it to this way, but he made it sound in a sense of like
Suh would be an emergency replacement?
Yeah, almost like a week before training.
No, I agree.
Yeah, it froze.
Yeah, it froze for a second. Yeah, I agree. But nevertheless, that was interesting. Rachaad White, one of the things that said that Jason Light said that made an impression about him was he brought a football into the facility for his top 30 workout, and he said, "Why are you carrying a football?" And he's like, "It just makes me comfortable to have a football." Jason Light mentioned, he referenced the program, which is a great show from a great movie from the 90s, a football flick, James Caan in it, Christy Swanson. But the thing too is he almost made it seem like that was like his comfort animal, right?
Yeah, it's just funny. I remember, like, as a kid, I remember my dad telling me a story, like, oh, this one running back. He was probably talking about Tiki Barber, now that I think of it. But like, oh, he had fumbling problems, so he like held the ball everywhere. And I remember just like when I was a kid, I was like, all right, I kind of want to do that too and hold on to the football. And you see it like in stories and sometimes. So it's funny that Rachaad White was doing that too.
Yeah, Rachaad White was in our mock draft in the 4th round. So
yeah, we've had multiple mock drafts.
Yeah, actually, he was in our first mock draft back in January, and then I think we had him as a 5th round pick then, and then as the 4th round pick in this year's mock draft. I don't think that John Ledyard would have let me put a running back in the 3rd round. So I think we kind of
he would have taken.
We kind of settled for the 4th round, but we even said before the pick that one of these 3 running backs, the guys we had in as our Bucs best bets, either Isaiah Spiller, who has not been drafted yet, Damian Pierce, who hasn't been drafted yet, or Rachaad White. One of those three players was going to be a Buccaneer, ended up being the guy in our mock draft. So out of the 3 players, we feel like we've served you well. Logan Hall was in our mock draft and a Bucs best bet. Rachaad White was in our mock draft from last week as well. So we'll see. There's a couple of other Bucs best bets, only a couple left, and a couple of guys in our mock from last week that we still have out there for tomorrow. But Rachaad White's an interesting player. I think he's really serious. He's all about football. He said, even though he didn't play a bunch of special teams at Arizona State, that he's willing to do whatever it takes to help the team win. And sometimes people say that it's lip service, but the way Jason Light was kind of saying it emphatically, it sounded like they really believe this kid.
Yeah, Jason almost seemed more enthusiastic than Rachaad White. And Rachaad White was very happy to obviously get drafted by the Bucs. It was interesting too, because I've been pretty dialed in on Rachaad White. I just think because speaking to him at the Combine, and I did a story on him at the Combine as well, which I'll post on my Twitter in a little bit after this, so fans can go and take a look. A little bit of a time frame thing, because Leonard Fournette obviously was not on the roster at the time. Neither was Giovanni Bernard, but I still think there was a lot to take away from that. At the Combine, White was talking about his vision and his patience and the willingness to want to pass block. And we all know in this Bucs offense, you're not getting on the field unless you're able to pass block. So I wanted to ask White about just the passion and the vision. And of course, he mentioned right away one of the running backs that he watched was Le'Veon Bell.
And you know what? When I watched my very first highlight tape of Rachaad White, I was trying to figure out his running style, and he's a glider.
Jason said he's smooth.
Very smooth.
I thought that was a great way to describe it.
And even Rachaad White was saying that he feels like he's gifted from God with great vision.
Yeah, he said he was
patience.
It was a gift from God.
Yeah. So we'll see. Now the thing is, to be fair, and not kiss Jason Light's ass, running back has been a blind spot. I've written about it. And I do like this pick. I like it better than Charles Sims, who was his first running back ever taken in the 3rd round of all rounds out of West Virginia back in 2014. I like it better than Jeremy McNichols for sure. I like it better than Keyshawn Vaughn. I like it better than Ronald Jones. Those running backs have not had a ton of success here in Tampa Bay. We'll see if this guy can be a difference maker. Where does he fit? I think that you're going to see the head-to-head competition between Keyshawn Vaughn and Rachaad White for that number 2 role.
Back up to Leonard Fournette, because I think Bernard is going to be penciled in as a 3rd down back. But again, depth is so important. We saw Bernard miss a number of games last year. Fournette obviously got hurt down the stretch and missed the first playoff game against the Eagles. So I don't think the Bucs want to be in another situation, with all due respect to Keyshawn Vaughn. I don't think they want to be in a spot where it's just Keyshawn Vaughn and have to bring in a veteran running back like they did with Le'Veon Bell. So now you add a little bit of competition. I think it's only going to be good for the Bucs in terms of it's going to push Keyshawn Vaughn. We know what we're getting with Leonard Fournette.
Yeah,
I think we know with Giovanni Bernard as well too. But it's good to bring in some new energy to the backfield.
Drillman32, appreciate the $5
Thank
super
you.
chat. I believe he will fill out physically, but I'm feeling a David Johnson, Antonio Gibson vibe from his skill set. Yeah, In terms of skill set, yes. In terms of body type, that's not really the case. So I think when you look at White, he again reminds me a little bit more of Le'Veon Bell. Jason Light was quick to say he is yet to play it down in the NFL, right? But I said, I'm not saying he's going to be Le'Veon Bell, but the way he runs, his style, it's a little bit more of an upright. He's a slasher type running back. I think that's it's kind of a fit, and that's one of the running backs that he said he emulated. Who were the other guys that he mentioned?
White said Jamal Charles and Arian Foster.
Arian Foster, that's right. Yeah, some old school backs. I like that.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I like the fact that he's from Kansas City, and I'll have to talk some barbecue with him. So
yeah,
looking forward to that. Leo with the $5 super chat.
Thank you.
Light missed as well. Darden and Vaughn to me were absolute busts. Darden is awful. We traded up for him, and Sneak is a fumble machine. Listen, I'll just say this. For as much as Jason Light gets right, no general manager is going to hit on every pick.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Leo, I understand your point, but if a team has 7 picks, not every single one is going to be.
If 3 of them hit,
exactly,
that's a win.
That's
especially
pretty much all
if they're
you need.
First and second.
No one goes 100% in these drafts. It's physically not possible.
Now, I will say this: where the Buccaneers and Jason Light have done exceptionally well, and I got to talk about it tonight, is on the offensive line. And when the pick was made and it was Luka Decky, John, knows more about him than I did. I didn't do a whole bunch of offensive line draft study this year, but I think one of the first things I told John was I trust Jason Light when it comes to offensive line. Right? I just do. When you look at, throw Tristan Wirfs, the easy blue chip first round pick out the window, right? That's a slam dunk gimme. And I think he's turned out even better than to be expected. I mean,
he was the 4th tackle off the ball.
I know. I mean, not only has he played to the level of a first rounder, he has played to the level of an all pro, right? That's just, he's exceeded expectations. But then you look at Donovan Smith, Ali Marpet, Alex Kappa.
And Jason Light mentioned, he said, I saw a little, he said, obviously Central Michigan is bigger than Kappa school, but he said he saw a little bit of the intangibles that Kappa had. He saw that with Luke as well, too. With Godke. So
the thing is when it comes to Godecki, when it comes to Robert Hainsey, who, he's an unknown. I'm not saying these guys are going to be automatic slam dunks. I'm not saying these guys are automatic hits. I'm just saying, given the track record and even the free agency, right? I mean, he takes Ryan Jensen, who played really 1 year at center, and made him.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was a 4-year starter at that position.
Made him the highest paid center in free agency. Then he comes here and becomes, if you ask Brandon Thorne, the best center in the league, and was a Pro Bowler last year, helped the Bucs win the Super Bowl the year before. The guy just has an eye for offensive line, and I trust it. So even though I don't know an awful lot about Luke Godecki, I can't wait to dive into some of the film later tonight or tomorrow. Just off the bat, if he's going to trade up for an offensive lineman in the second round, along with having Harold Goodwin and Joe Gilbert sign off on that, I trust it implicitly, because I don't think there's been a position that he has hit on more often than offensive line. You can even go back to, Evan Dietrich Smith signing Joe Hawley. Those were a couple of good fill-in free agents. Yeah, there's an obvious miss with Anthony Collins. But again, no general manager is perfect, right? You're not going to hit on every single transaction you're going to make, whether it's draft or free agency.
No, it's true. There's no one better in the game in terms of offensive linemen. And I also think, too, it's with the Bucs front office, it's not just drafting these offensive linemen. They have found offensive linemen from first round, like Tristan Wirfs, all the way to undrafted free agents. So they literally find offensive linemen any corner.
That's a great point. Maybe we're overselling Aaron Stinney. Maybe this team does not have as high of a barometer for him, and maybe they see Luke Godecki coming in and just being the starter, right? I mean, just they're going to give him the shot, and they think that he's going to beat Stinney and Leverett and Hainsey out. Maybe that's the case, but still, to find an Aaron Stinney, a caliber player of his kind that is a real credible backup
Can
to
step
come
in.
in during a Super Bowl run and hold down the fort at right guard when Alex Cappa broke his ankle. I mean, you know,
Yeah, Scott, it's every team has depth because you have to fill out the roster. But if you have good depth, and there's a difference between depth and good depth, and that's what Tampa Bay has
Right.
in terms of the interior offensive line, and even, at tackle as well, too. They maybe not the best, but someone that you can plug and play, and at least when you play against an inferior team, you're not going to have too much of an issue with.
exactly. Mr. Bucks Nation,
Shout out.
Super Chat. Appreciate you, James. Go PR. Please rest, guys. It's been a long night. It has been a long night for sure. Before we give our final parting shots here for the evening, as we summarize really the second day of the draft, Matt, but for the Bucs, it was the first day of the
Yeah,
draft.
it was, yeah.
We do have an idea of where you should go watch the draft tomorrow. And if you haven't heard of this place by now, well, what have you been doing? It's Beef O Brady's, of course.
You want beefy? Nobody out-beefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger, made with premium Angus perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's. You want...
Well, it's been a long, fun night. Beef O Brady's, folks. 45 Tampa Bay locations. You've heard us say that before. You've heard us say beefobradies.com, Matt, but that's the place to go to find those locations and the menu. If you want to find a place to watch day 3 of the draft, the Buccaneers have 2 picks in the 4th round, including the first pick.
Yeah, just like today, the first pick when they open up.
That's right.
The draft or the day.
Jason Light was excited about that too. He said,
how could you not be?
I know. He said,
you don't have to wait for anything.
We're excited about that. So 2 4th-round picks, and then they've got 2 picks in the 7th.
Yeah.
They had a 6th-round pick, but they used
traded
that
to move up.
Right, exactly. So just, folks, look at those wings.
Those are tasty.
Yes.
Tasty.
Get yourself to Beef's tomorrow. Watch the draft. Make sure that you also are watching, of course, Pewter Report TV. That's our YouTube channel. Why? Because you're going to want to watch day 3 of the Pewter Report draft show. We wrap things up tomorrow starting at 11 a.m.
Yes. We have lots of guests coming.
We have lots of guests coming, John Ledyard.
Talk O-line, talk to Decky.
There you go. Multiple guests. And stay tuned. We can't give away every single one.
Yes. We have got surprise guests that will surprise you and amaze you and excite you here on day 3. We have a lot of time to fill, and we've got a lot of knowledge to fill you up with. And it's been fun. This has been a really kind of good day. I think we've done a very good job at Pewter Report. All of us here, myself, John Ledyard, Matt Matera, Josh Capo. We're going to try to get Bailey Adams on tomorrow, our new hire.
We'll see if he can get Adams.
Casey Hudson, who's resting.
Kay Huddy behind the scenes,
behind the
graphics,
scenes.
video.
She's done fantastic.
Yeah, get well, Kay Huddy.
She's got a little injury. She's listed as questionable for tomorrow, but we'll see if we can get her healed up and in here tomorrow as well. But really, we want to thank you guys. We want to thank you, Pewter people out there, for watching day 1, watching day 2. If this is your first exposure to Pewter Report, we do podcasts, Pewter Report podcasts similar to these, but not 6 hours long.
Just an hour.
Right, just an hour, full of Bucs news. We do them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, typically at 4 o'clock Eastern time, live. And the great thing is, if you miss those shows during the off season, if you miss Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday show, they're in the podcast version. You can watch them at your leisure on Pewter Report TV. And all we ask you to do is just subscribe. Hit the subscribe button on Pewter Report TV on our YouTube channel. Like those videos, including this one right here. Please give us a thumbs up and like. What that does is that helps the algorithm, helps other Buccaneer fans find us on YouTube, so we grow our audience. We're over 8,100 subscribers. Thanks to you guys. Let's help us get to 8,200 and then on to 9,000.
9,000. Tony Hawk did the 900, so just 1,000 more of those.
That's
or
right.
8,000, whatever it is.
Exactly. We've had a lot of fun, folks. We want to see you tomorrow here at 11 o'clock Eastern time. Have breakfast with the Pewter Report staff as we're going to round out the Buccaneers' final selections in rounds 4 through 7. For John Ledyard, for Josh Capo, for Matt Matera, for JC Allen, and for the entire Pewter Report staff, I'm Scott Reynolds saying good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of the Pewter Report Draft Show.
Who doesn't love brunch?